Chapter 1504. I'm not interested in knowing the name of a loser. Duan Lingtian had spoken before the middle-aged man did. Not only did it enrage the middle-aged man, but it also caused an uproar among the onlookers. Arrogant, too arrogant. This was the same thought that appeared in the minds of the group of people, including many Moon Illumination sect's inner court disciples. All of them thought Duan Lingtian's words were too arrogant. After all, the outcome of the battle had not been decided yet. Good, very good, very good. The middle-aged man took a deep breath and temporarily suppressed the rage that was on the verge of bursting out. He stared at Duan Lingtian and said, I'll let everyone present here witness how you're slapping your own face with your words. If you're capable of that, you're welcome to slap my face. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly, looking natural and at ease. This scene made the onlookers look at each other. Could it be that Duan Lingtian really had the confidence to defeat the middle-aged man? You're seeking death. Duan Lingtian's words were like a fuse that completely ignited the middle-aged man's anger. At once, the middle-aged man roared and pounced toward Duan Lingtian like a madman. His speed was so fast that it was as though he had transformed into a gust of wind. As expected of a famous powerhouse on the Earth ranking, his speed has already surpassed most of the early Saint Rudiment stage martial and Tao cultivators. The onlookers were all inner court disciples from the 9 great sections. They could all see the speed the middle-aged man was displaying was very fast. At the same time, they looked at Duan Lingtian. However, the next scene made them completely dumbfounded. Is that all you've got? Duan Lingtian's voice resonated nonchalantly. At the same time, he had already dodged the middle-aged man's attacks easily a few times. Not only that, but he also appeared next to the middle-aged man and spoke at a speed that was neither fast nor slow. Based on his tone, it was obvious the speed he was displaying was not his full speed. After all, if a person were to use their full strength, even if they could speak, it would be impossible for them to speak so naturally as if they were just chatting. Dong Hui, who had come out with Duan Lingtian and was watching the battle from the side, was also stunned by the speed displayed by Duan Lingtian. This speed, I'm afraid it's not inferior to an intermediate Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator, right? Dong Hui inwardly sucked in a breath of cold air and muttered, with the speed that junior apprentice brother Duan displayed today, it's impossible for him to be just a mortal shedding realm martial cultivator. It seemed that he had broken through to the Saint realm. What a frightening growth rate! No wonder senior brother Bailey would acknowledge him as his junior brother. Now, Dong Hui thought that Bai Li Hong had taken a liking to Duan Lingtian's martial talent, which was why he had acknowledged Duan Lingtian as his junior brother. However, it did not cross his mind that the reason Bai Li Hong had acknowledged Duan Lingtian as his junior brother was not because of Duan Lingtian's martial talent, but because Duan Lingtian could inherit the strange inscription art that was left behind by the teacher he had never met. Dong Hui's thoughts were exactly what most of the onlookers were thinking. The speed that Duan Lingtian displayed right now completely overpowered him. Could it be that Duan Lingtian has already broken through to the Saint Rudiment stage? It's possible. If that's the case, the rumor that Duan Lingtian entered the Earth, ranking with a cultivation base of the perfection mortal shedding stage, must be fake as well, right? It must be fake. While the disciples of the 8 major sects were discussing among themselves, many of them cast their spiritual secret techniques without restraint in an attempt to probe Duan Lingtian's cultivation base. However, all of them returned empty-handed. It was precisely because they returned empty-handed that they confirmed that Duan Lingtian was indeed a Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator. With their strength, they could probe the cultivation base of any martial or Tao cultivator below the Saint Rudiment stage by casting their spiritual secret techniques. However, their spiritual energy secret techniques were unable to pry into the cultivations of Saint Realm Masters like them, or even those above that. Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator? Junior brother Duan is a Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator. Lu Yu and Lu Hai were stunned when they heard that Duan Lingtian was a Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator. They looked at each other in disbelief. The other Moon Illumination sect's inner court disciples were stunned as well. As Moon Illumination sect's disciples, naturally, they were no stranger to Duan Lingtian. Not only that, but they were certain that Duan Lingtian was only a perfection mortal shedding stage martial cultivator when he first became famous. This was because Duan Lingtian's cultivation base had been probed by a group of Moon Illumination sect's inner court disciples using their spiritual secret techniques. Those inner court disciples were certain that Duan Lingtian was a perfection mortal shedding stage martial cultivator. It might be possible for one or two probing mistakes. However, there were so many people, it was impossible for there to be a mistake. Due to this reason, their hearts were filled with shock and disbelief. It had only been a few months, but Duan Lingtian had already broken through to the Saint Rudiment stage from the perfection mortal shedding stage. While the onlookers were still in shock, Duan Lingtian had also lost his interest in teasing the middle-aged man. With a lift of his hand, he swung his palm out. Vast true energy swept out and pressed down on the middle-aged man's body, sending him flying. The middle-aged man landed heavily on the ground with heavy injuries, but he did not pass out. The way he looked at Duan Lingtian was no longer arrogant. Instead, there was only fear in his eyes. YUVE broken through to the Saint Rudiment stage. In his opinion, even the person ranked first on the Earth ranking would not be able to defeat him so easily. There was only one possibility for the person in front of him to be able to defeat him so easily. The person in front of him had already broken through to the Saint Rudiment stage. When one was at the mortal shedding stage, one could be ranked on the Earth ranking. Once one had broken through to the early Saint Rudiment stage, one's strength could even be compared to an intermediate Saint Rudiment stage martial or Tao cultivator. Those who were ranked at the top of the Earth ranking could even defeat an ordinary intermediate Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse after breaking through to the early Saint Rudiment stage. You're not that stupid after all. Duan Lingtian glanced at the middle-aged man nonchalantly before turning around and leaving without looking back. Only the middle-aged man and the crowd could see his handsome back. Saint Rudiment stage. Duan Lingtian from the Moon Illumination sect was a Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator. At that moment, many people on the scene regained their senses one after another. Horror was written all over their faces. At the same time, the news spread like a hurricane. In just one night, it had spread all over Han River City. In Han River City, as long as one was not in closed-door cultivation or out, one would know about the news. The people from the Ouyang clan were no exception. He actually broke through to the Saint Rudiment stage. Ouyang Ru was shocked. She still remembered that the true energy that Duan Lingtian displayed when he saved her was not at the Saint Rudiment stage. Because of this, she was certain that Duan Lingtian was not a Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator before this. However, now, Ouyang Rua, who did not have the intention to take revenge on Duan Lingtian, felt even more helpless in her heart. Monster! Monster! Our Ouyang clan must never be his enemy. After learning that Duan Lingtian had already broken through to the Saint Rudiment stage, Ouyang Ba was also shocked. At the same time, he secretly made up his mind that he must never be Duan Lingtian's enemy. No matter how much the news spread outside that he was already a Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator, Duan Lingtian was not affected at all. He stayed at the Moon Illumination sect's stronghold in the 9 sect alliance's headquarters. When he was free, he would chat with Dong Hui and discuss the martial Tao and the Saint Inscription Tao. Originally, Dong Hui had planned to bring Duan Lingtian out for a walk in the next few days. However, after witnessing Duan Lingtian's attainment in the Saint Inscription Tao, he dismissed the idea. He realized that when Duan Lingtian discussed the Saint Inscription Tao with him, every time he said something strange, it would give him a lot of inspiration. In the end, he also realized that the reason Bai Li Hong took Duan Lingtian as his junior brother was not only because of Duan Lingtian's innate talent in the martial Tao, but it was also because of Duan Lingtian's extraordinary talent in the Saint Inscription Tao. Junior brother Duan, this doesn't seem to be an orthodox Saint Inscription Tao, right? Dong Hui could not help but frown when he heard Duan Lingtian's answer when they were discussing another question. Senior brother Hui, I heard from senior brother Bai Li that you've also come into contact with the strange inscription Tao before. Why? Didn't you notice the shadow of the strange inscription Tao that I mentioned earlier? Duan Lingtian smiled. Strange inscription Tao. However, when Dong Hui heard Duan Lingtian's words, he turned pale with fright. Subsequently, he looked at Duan Lingtian as though he had seen a ghost. Junior brother Duan, don't tell me you've mastered the strange inscription Tao. I can't say that I've mastered it. I've just learned the basics. Duan Lingtian replied humbly. However, even if he was being humble, it still shocked Dong Hui so much that he fell silent for a long time. After a long while, Dong Hui sighed. It seems like senior brother Bai Li has finally found the person he's been waiting for. To think that I thought senior brother Bai Li only acknowledged you as his junior brother because of your martial Tao innate talent. Now, it seems like I was wrong from the beginning. At this moment, Dong Hui was completely certain. Bai Li Hong acknowledged Duan Lingtian as his junior brother, not because of Duan Lingtian's martial Tao innate talent, but because Duan Lingtian could inherit the strange inscription Tao. Bai Li Hong had shared the strange inscription Tao with him before. However, just like Bai Li Hong, he could not cultivate it because of his spiritual energy. When Duan Lingtian heard Dong Hui's words, he only smiled faintly and did not say anything. Senior brother Hui, the materials that I need should be here in 2 days, right? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at Bai Li Hong and changed the topic. A large part of the reason he wanted to stay in Han River City for a few more days was because there was still a pile of materials that he needed on the way to Han River City. Those were the materials that Bai Li Hong had ordered people to gather. Those materials were also the materials that Duan Lingtian needed to repair the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. They'll definitely be here in 2 days at most. Dong Hui nodded. He did not dare to neglect Duan Lingtian's matter. 2 days later, all the materials had arrived. According to Hua Lao, with the materials that I've gathered in Han River City, the 4th level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda should be able to be repaired by 10%. With so many materials, it's only 10%. It seems like repairing the 4th level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda is much more difficult than repairing the 3rd level. Chapter 1505. Since he had obtained the materials, Duan Lingtian did not plan to stay in Han River City any longer. Senior martial brother Hui, I'll have to trouble you with the materials I need. Duan Lingtian added when he was bidding farewell to Dong Hui. Don't worry, junior brother Duan. I'll continue to send people to look for the materials that you need. When I find them, I'll ask someone to bring them back to the sect and pass them to you. Dong Hui nodded. Thank you, senior brother Hui. After thanking him again, Duan Lingtian left. It was late at night when he left. It was so dark that he could not see his own fingers. Duan Lingtian took advantage of the dark to leave the Moon Illumination Sect's stronghold and the 9 Sect Alliance's headquarters quietly. The reason why he chose to leave at this time was to avoid unnecessary trouble. Duan Lingtian knew very well that, even though he was an intermediate Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator, he would not be able to fight back if he encountered a paramount Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse. What Duan Lingtian did not know was that a figure was following him closely when he left. It wasn't until he saw him leave Han River City that the man stopped in his tracks. He lifted his head and watched Duan Lingtian's figure disappear into the void under the moonlight. The moonlight shone on the person's face. It was none other than Dong Hui, who had just parted ways with Duan Lingtian not long ago. It turned out that after Duan Lingtian left, Dong Hui thought about it and felt worried. Therefore, he secretly escorted Duan Lingtian out of the city. He did not follow him until he saw Duan Lingtian leaving Han River City and disappearing before his eyes. Duan Lingtian flew at full speed in the direction of the Moon Illumination Sect's estate. Huangcheng. On the way back to the Moon Illumination Sect, Duan Lingtian could not help but recall the outer court elder who tried to kill him when he left the Moon Illumination Sect. His heart sank. If it was not for the fact that he had a second 3-star divine Strider talisman, he would have died in Huang Cheng's hands. I hope you're brave enough to stay in the Moon Illumination Sect so that I can have my revenge. Duan Lingtian murmured. These words were obviously directed at Huang Cheng. Unfortunately, Duan Lingtian was destined to be disappointed. Huang Cheng had realized that he would not end well if he returned to the Moon Illumination Sect after failing to kill him. Therefore, he did not return to the Moon Illumination Sect at all. Instead, he went into hiding. Naturally, the reason Huang Cheng was hiding was not because he was afraid of Duan Lingtian. He was afraid of Duan Lingtian by Li Hong. When Duan Lingtian returned to the Moon Illumination Sect, there was a remote courtyard in Han River City that was bustling with people. These people, taking advantage of the darkness, shuttled back and forth between the inside and outside of the house. During the day, not a single person could be seen entering or leaving the house. Only at night would a group of people be seen entering and exiting the house. This was the stronghold that the Mountain Shade Black Markets branch in the 9 sect alliances had set up in Han River City. Currently, in this lively house at night, in a spacious room, the candlelight flickered with the wind. It flickered continuously, reflecting 2 swaying silhouettes. Duan Lingtian from the Moon Illumination Sect is Qi Ming's target. There's only one possibility for him to come to Han River City alive and cause such a huge commotion. Qi Ming has failed. One of the silhouettes belonged to a skinny old man. He had a head of interlaced black and white hair. His face seemed to be divided into 2 asymmetrical halves. Half of it was like a man, while the other half was like a woman. Currently, he was looking at the sturdy middle-aged man in front of him as he spoke. Could it be because of some other reason? It's impossible for Qi Ming to fail. The sturdy middle-aged man with the back of a tiger and the waist of a bear stood there like an iron tower. He gave off a strong sense of oppression. Even if it's because of some other reason, Qi Ming should be back by now. I'm afraid he's not back yet. The old man replied, "Knock, knock." At this moment, 2 soft knocks on the door resonated in the air. Lord Yin Yang. When the old man and the middle-aged man's eyes landed on the door, a respectful voice resonated from outside. "Come in." The old man said nonchalantly as though he could tell who the owner of the voice was. At the same time, he waved his hand, causing the door to open automatically. A tall young man, dressed in black, walked in slowly. When he saw the sturdy middle-aged man, he bowed, respectfully. "Lord Tai Wu, what's the matter?" The old man raised his hand again and asked nonchalantly after closing the door. "Lord Yin Yang, there's a quasi-3-star assassin outside. He said he has something to tell you personally." The young man said, "If Lord Yin Yang doesn't want to see him, I'll chase him away." Quasi-3-star assassin? The old man's cloudy eyes gleamed brightly. After a moment of silence, he said, "Bring him here." In the Mountain Shade Black Market, assassins were divided into different grades. For example, the black-robed man who died in the hands of Duan Lingtian was a 3-star assassin in the Mountain Shade Black Market. Although a quasi-3-star assassin was not as good as him, he was not too far off. In the Mountain Shade Black Market, a quasi-3-star assassin could assassinate an ordinary martial or Dao cultivator at the paramount mortal shedding stage as long as he caught them off guard. One could imagine how terrifying a quasi-3-star assassin was. After a while, the young man who left brought someone with him. It was a person who was covered in a black robe. His face and body could not be seen clearly. He exuded a mysterious aura. "Greetings, Lord Yin Yang." The black-robed man bowed slightly to the old man. As for the sturdy middle-aged man next to the old man, he did not seem to know him, so he did not greet him. However, the sturdy middle-aged man did not seem to mind at all. He was still sizing up the black-robed man with great interest. "You're looking for me?" The old man, who was the Mountain Shade Black Market's high-ranking official with the code name Inyang, asked nonchalantly. Naturally, he was only a high-ranking official in the Mountain Shade Black Market's branch in the Nine Sect Alliances district, in the Mountain Shade Black Market's headquarters. With his strength that had just entered the saint stage, he was just a handyman who was not worth mentioning at all. The black-robed man, who was also the quasi-three-star assassin who was looking for Inyang, glanced at the young man next to him before glancing at the sturdy middle-aged man. "You may leave." Upon hearing Inyang's order, the young man retreated and closed the door behind him. "He's Tai Wu." Inyang glanced at the quasi-three-star assassin and said, "Tai Wu." However, as soon as Inyang's words left his mouth, the quasi-three-star assassin's body could not help but tremble. When he spoke again, his voice trembled a little. "Why, you're Lord Tai Wu." Then he lifted his head slightly and glanced at the sturdy middle-aged man. When he saw the hideous scar that stretched across the sturdy middle-aged man's left eye, he took a deep breath and hurriedly bowed. "Greetings, Lord Tai Wu." As an assassin in the Mountain Shade Black Market, he had only come into contact with the high-ranking official Inyang. Although he had heard of Tai Wu many times, he had never seen him before. Therefore, even if Tai Wu was standing in front of him today, he did not recognize him at all. However, when he recalled the rumors about Tai Wu, his heart could not help but tremble. There was a shocking rumor among the Mountain Shade Black Market's assassins that the former sect leader of the Profound Talisman sect had died in Tai Wu's hands. When the former sect leader of the Profound Talisman sect died, his strength could be ranked in the top 3 in the 9 Sect Alliances district. His strength was even above Inyang, one of the Mountain Shade Black Market's high-ranking officials. He had also heard a little about Tai Wu's origin. It seemed like he had offended a high-ranking official in the Mountain Shade Black Market's upper branch and was suppressed by that high-ranking official. In the end, he was demoted to the Mountain Shade Black Market's branch in the 9 Sect Alliances district. The Mountain Shade Black Market's branch in the 9 Sect Alliances district was also one of the lowest-ranking branches in the huge Mountain Shade Black Market. There was another rumor about Tai Wu, who had just arrived at the Mountain Shade Black Market's branch in the 9 Sect Alliances district. It was said that when he had just arrived, he was also ostracized by the high-ranking officials in the Mountain Shade Black Market's branch in the 9 Sect Alliances district. Under such circumstances, he did not say anything and just relied on his iron fists to establish his position in the Mountain Shade Black Market's branch in the 9 Sect Alliances district. Currently, his position in the Mountain Shade Black Market's branch was even higher than Inyang's. Therefore, when the black-robed man, who was a quasi-3-star assassin, heard that the burly middle-aged man standing in front of him was Tai Wu, he was also shocked. "What's the matter? Just tell me directly." Tai Wu nodded at the black-robed man and said nonchalantly, "Yes." The black-robed man quickly responded. He did not dare to slack off at all as he looked at Tai Wu and Inyang and said, "Lord Tai Wu, Lord Inyang. A few days ago, late at night, I just so happened to witness something with my own eyes. It's something that has an extremely bad impact on our Mountain Shade Black Market." When the black-robed man reached the end of his sentence, his expression turned grave. "Huh." Upon hearing the black-robed man's words, Tai Wu and Inyang looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. "That night, because I had a mission, I left in a hurry after confirming the identities of those 2 people. It was only when I completed my mission and rushed back that I came to look for you, Lord Inyang." The black-robed man said to Inyang, "What happened?" Inyang asked. "Someone pretended to be from our Mountain Shade Black Market." The black-robed man gritted his teeth and said, "They claim to be assassins from our Mountain Shade Black Market, but I can tell from the aura that they're definitely not assassins. Moreover, our Mountain Shade Black Market's assassins are all restricted by the lightning penalty oath, so it's impossible for them to expose their identities. Swoosh! Swoosh! The black-robed man's words caused Tai Wu and Yin Yang's expressions to change at once. The uppermost headquarters of the Mountain Shade Black Market was a third-rate force. For such a large force, nothing could be accomplished without rules. Without rules, it was naturally impossible for them to achieve the glory they had today. There were many taboos in the Mountain Shade Black Market as well. One of them was that assassins from the Mountain Shade Black Market were not allowed to expose their identities when they were out. Chapter 1506. Due to this reason, the Mountain Shade Black Market's assassins would never reveal their identities, no matter what. It was a taboo for the Mountain Shade Black Market's assassins to reveal their identities. They would even be killed by the thunder punishment of the tribulation oath, the 9-9 heavenly tribulation. It was even more unforgivable for someone to impersonate someone from the Mountain Shade Black Market. In the Mountain Shade Black Market, there was also a rule that if any force or person dared to impersonate someone from the Mountain Shade Black Market, the Mountain Shade Black Market would attack them with all its might. In order to protect this bottom line, the Mountain Shade Black Market had even made a rule. Anyone from the Mountain Shade Black Market who had broken through to the saint stage would have to swear on the thunder punishment oath that anyone who impersonated someone from the Mountain Shade Black Market would be attacked with all its might. Anyone who disobeyed would be killed by the thunder punishment oath. Even Tai Wu and Yin Yang were no exception. They had also sworn on the thunder punishment oath. It would be fine if they did not know about it. However, once they knew about it, the thunder punishment oath would come true. How can you prove that what you said is true? Yin Yang looked at the quasi-3-star assassin in front of him and asked in a deep voice, "Do you dare to swear on the thunder punishment oath that everything you said just now is true? If there's any falsehood, you'll be killed by the thunder punishment oath immediately." When the quasi-3-star assassin heard this, he immediately swore on the thunder punishment oath without hesitation. Boom! 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 9 claps of thunder reverberated in the air, shocking more than half of Han River City. Those who heard the claps of thunder knew that someone had sworn on the thunder punishment oath. That was why the tribulation oath, the 9-9 heavenly tribulation, responded. When Tai Wu and Yin Yang saw how the quasi-3-star assassin swore on the thunder punishment oath without any hesitation, they realized that this quasi-3-star assassin was not lying. They wanted to verify it because they were worried that this quasi-3-star assassin wanted to kill with a borrowed knife. In the 9-sect alliance's territory, their hands were undoubtedly the sharpest knives. You said that you've confirmed the identities of the impersonators from the Mountain Shade Black Market? Tai Wu looked at the quasi-3-star assassin and asked. Yes. The quasi-3-star assassin nodded. Who are they? Yin Yang asked. They're from the Ouyang clan in Han River City. The Ouyang clan is an 8th-rate clan in Han River City. They usually do business with the 9-sect alliance's thighs and have accumulated quite a fortune. The quasi-3-star assassin. Ouyang clan. Hearing the quasi-3-star assassin's words, Tai Wu and Yin Yang looked at each other and saw the cold gleam in each other's eyes. That night, the Ouyang clan welcomed an unprecedented catastrophe since its establishment. The entire Ouyang clan, including the clan leader of the Ouyang clan, Ouyang Ba, was killed except for a small group of people who happened to be out. The group of Ouyang family's upper echelons didn't even have time to react before they were killed one by one. Even the few paramount Saint Rudiment stage old ancestors of the Ouyang clan were dragged out of the secret chamber in the Ouyang clan's forbidden area and killed one by one. The Ouyang family's paramount Saint Rudiment stage Ouyang family ancestors could not figure out until the moment they were killed. Why would a Saint Realm Master come to kill them and not even say a word to them? That night, the Ouyang clan was bathed in blood. While the Ouyang clan was in a bloodbath, the two Saint Realm experts who had acted quickly also swaggered away. When they left, a group of black-robed men rushed in and searched the Ouyang family from top to bottom. When the people from the Nine Sect Alliance's headquarters arrived, almost everything that was valuable in the Ouyang clan had been taken away. Only corpses were left on the ground, and a river of blood was left behind. Yesterday, the Ouyang clan was still glorious and glorious, but overnight it had completely become history, a thing of the past. At the Nine Sect Alliance's headquarters, the people in charge of the 9 great sects gathered together. Everyone, what do you think about the Ouyang clan's incident? A burly man with a curly beard asked loudly. His gaze swept across the 30 people present. These 30 people were the people in charge sent by the 9 great sects to Han River City. They worked together to manage the affairs of the 9 Sect Alliance's headquarters. These 30 people came from the 9 great sections. The few people from the Moon Illumination sect, including Dong Hui, were also present. How did the Ouyang clan get annihilated? Don't tell me Senior Brother Bai Li did it? No. Even if Senior Brother Bai Li did it, it's impossible for him to annihilate the Ouyang clan overnight. The few paramount Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses from the Ouyang clan are all dead. None of them managed to escape. Initially, Dong Hui thought Bai Li Hong had done it to avenge Duan Lingtian. However, he soon realized it was impossible. Suddenly, Dong Hui noticed that many people were looking at the few people from the Moon Illumination sect. Is there a need to look? It must be the people from the Moon Illumination sect who did it. The Moon Illumination sect really cares about that Duan Lingtian. Knowing that he was bullied by the Ouyang clan, they immediately annihilated the Ouyang clan. A middle-aged man with an ugly appearance said in a sarcastic tone, annihilating the Ouyang clan overnight. Even those few paramount Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses couldn't escape. It must be a Saint stage powerhouse who did it. Someone said, what a Moon Illumination sect. Just because of a small conflict, they actually annihilated an 8th-rate clan that cooperated with our 9 sect alliances. On top of that, it's a clan that we supported together in the past. Moon Illumination sect. You must give us an explanation. An old man looked at Dong Hui and the few of them angrily and growled. That's right. No matter how wrong the Ouyang clan is, they were still supported by us. Even if the Moon Illumination sect wants to annihilate them, shouldn't you inform us in advance? How do you view the 8 great sects by acting on your own accord? Many people followed suit and questioned, annihilating the Ouyang clan? Who's going to take over the mess that the Ouyang clan left behind? How much effort would it take to support an 8th-rate force again? What the Moon Illumination sect did this time is really too much. At this moment, Dong Hui and the few of them had become the target of the 8 great sections. Humph, do you have any proof that our Moon Illumination sect did this? A sturdy old man next to Dong Hui snorted in disdain and asked in a deep voice as he looked at the 20 people in front of him. This old man was the person in charge of the 9 Sect Alliance's headquarters, sent by the Moon Illumination sect. He was one of the few vice-sect leaders of the Moon Illumination sect. His name was Tan Quan. That's right. It's best if you don't say anything before you have any proof. Dong Hui sneered as well. The remaining few people in charge of the Moon Illumination sect chimed in one after another. Although they suspected in their hearts that Elder Bai Li had persuaded the upper echelons of the sect to let the Saint stage powerhouses in the sect annihilate the Ouyang clan, at this time they obviously could not show their suspicion. What proof do we need? A sturdy middle-aged man stepped forward and sneered. Apart from the Moon Illumination sect, who else would have the motive to annihilate the Ouyang clan? That's right. Only a Saint stage powerhouse can annihilate the Ouyang clan in just one night. Why don't you tell me, apart from the 9 great sects, which other force has a Saint stage powerhouse in the 9 Sect Alliance's district? Another hostage asked. Apart from the 9 great sects, which other force has a saint stage powerhouse in the 9-sect alliances district? Upon hearing this person's question, Tan Quan sneered. You seem to have forgotten about the Mountain Shade Black Market, right? Mountain Shade Black Market. When Tan Quan mentioned the Mountain Shade Black Market, the scene fell silent, and the atmosphere became a little strange. The Mountain Shade Black Market had always been a thorn in the throat of the 9 great sections. It was also the driving force that bound the 9 great sects together. Without the Mountain Shade Black Market, the 9-sect alliances would not exist. It could be said that the Mountain Shade Black Market was the one who created the alliance of the 9 great sections. The Mountain Shade Black Market had given them a lot of pressure. Humph! Don't use the Mountain Shade Black Market to scare us. All these years, the Mountain Shade Black Market has only been operating in the dark. When did they ever do such a thing? Soon, one of the sect's senior management snapped back to his senses and snorted coldly. His words also received the agreement of many people. That's right. Although the people from the Mountain Shade Black Market do things strangely, this doesn't seem like their style at all. The Ouyang clan offended Duan Lingtian from your Moon Illumination sect, and they were annihilated just a few days ago. Who would believe you if you say this has nothing to do with your Moon Illumination sect? Is the Moon Illumination sect so cowardly that they don't dare to admit what they did? Many people from the 8 great sects began to mock Tan Quan, Dong Hui, and the others. For a moment, Tan Quan, Dong Hui, and the others were rendered speechless. After all, what the people from the 8 great sects said made sense. Maybe the people from the Ouyang clan were blind and offended the Mountain Shade Black Market? In the end, Dong Hui was the first to snap back to his senses and refuted. Just when the group of senior management from the 8 great sects was about to say something, a young man rushed in from the outside in a hurry. Such a lack of etiquette caused everyone to involuntarily frown. Which sect's disciple is so rude? He's not from our profound talisman sect anyway. He's not from our sect either. The senior management from the 8 great sects denied any involvement. Soon after, their gazes landed on the few senior management from the Moon Illumination sect in unison. If he was not from their sect, then he could only be from the Moon Illumination sect. At this moment, whether it was Tan Quan, the vice-sect leader of the Moon Illumination sect, or Dong Hui and the others, all of them had a grave expression on their faces. However, the Moon Illumination sect's disciple who barged in did not seem to notice the strange atmosphere. As he rushed in, he said, "Junior uncles, senior uncles, the reason why the Ouyang clan was annihilated has spread in Han River City." What? The moment the Moon Illumination sect's disciple's words left his mouth, the entire place burst into an uproar. At this moment, nobody bothered about the Moon Illumination sect's disciples' lack of manners anymore. To them, the reason why the Ouyang clan was annihilated was the most important reason. What reason? Chapter 1507. The Moon Illumination sect's disciple who barged in recklessly was just an ordinary inner court disciple of the Moon Illumination sect. The reason he barged in earlier was because he was shocked by the news. Now, when he saw the 9 great sects' upper echelons looking at him, he, who had already regained his senses, felt somewhat restrained. He opened his mouth, but no words came out. Don't be nervous. Speak slowly. When Tan Quan saw how restrained the Moon Illumination sect's disciple was, he smiled and encouraged him. In the face of the vice-sect leader's encouragement, the Moon Illumination sect's disciple took a deep breath and said slowly, "The news that's spreading outside is said to be released by the Mountain Shade Black Market. Because someone from the Ouyang clan pretended to be from the Mountain Shade Black Market, they annihilated the entire Ouyang clan." Mountain Shade Black Market. The moment the Moon Illumination sect's disciple's words left his mouth, the high-ranking officials of the 9 great sects gasped one after another. Humph! In the future, there are some things that are best not said without evidence. After Tan Quan came back to his senses, the first thing he did was to look at the higher-ups of the 8 sections. He snorted and said, sarcastically, in the face of Tan Quan's ridicule, although the upper echelons of the 8 great sects were dissatisfied, they did not say anything more about this matter. After all, they were in the wrong. Vice sect leader Tan, we shouldn't be entangled in this matter anymore. What we need to discuss is the matter regarding the Mountain Shade black market. The Mountain Shade black market's hand has stretched too far. They clearly knew that the Ouyang clan was supported by the 9 sect alliances, yet they still dared to annihilate them. A white-bearded old man glared at him and said with dissatisfaction, "You can't say that the Mountain Shade black market has spread word that the Ouyang clan was exterminated because someone from the Ouyang clan impersonated them. That's right. The Ouyang clan's people are simply digging their own graves by doing so. I've also heard of the Mountain Shade black market's rules. Anyone who dares to impersonate one of their people will be executed along with their entire family once it's verified. The Ouyang clan only has themselves to blame. They can't blame others, including the high-ranking officials of the Moon Illumination sect. The high-ranking officials of several sects felt that the Ouyang clan had brought this upon themselves. They could not blame the Mountain Shade black market. Moreover, even they knew the rules of the Mountain Shade black market. It was impossible for the Ouyang family not to know. However, even if that was the case, the Ouyang clan's man still dared to impersonate someone from the Mountain Shade black market. He was simply courting death. You can't say that, even if the Ouyang clan is in the wrong, they shouldn't be exterminated, right? At most, we'll just kill the Ouyang clan's man who pretended to be a member of the Mountain Shade black market. As the saying goes, don't implicate the family. That's right. I also feel that the Mountain Shade black market has gone too far this time. They're trying to show off their strength to us. I feel the same way. I think we need to send someone to negotiate with them. There were also a few high-ranking officials from other sects who were dissatisfied with the Mountain Shade black market, including the Profound Talisman sect. As for the other sects, they were closer to the Profound Talisman sect. It was not a secret that the Profound Talisman sect and the Mountain Shade black market were sworn enemies in the 9 sect alliances district. All of this was because the former sect leader of the Profound Talisman sect had been killed by a powerhouse from the Mountain Shade black market. Due to the oppression from the Mountain Shade black market's powerhouse, the 3-star Tao Talisman Master from the Profound Talisman sect, who is also the current sect leader of the Profound Talisman sect, had sworn on the Lightning Penalty Oath. The Lightning Penalty Oath stated that the 3-star offensive Tao Talisman that he had drawn was not allowed to be passed on to anyone other than the people from the Profound Talisman sect. When anyone from the Profound Talisman sect obtained a 3-star offensive Tao Talisman, they would have to swear on the Lightning Penalty Oath that they would not pass the 3-star offensive Tao Talisman to anyone else. Due to this reason, although the Profound Talisman sect had a Tao Talisman Master who could draw 3-star offensive Tao Talismans, they would not pass it on to outsiders. The Profound Talisman sect had lost a business opportunity because of this. The Profound Talisman sect had always regarded this as a great humiliation. Due to this reason, they had always been hostile to the Mountain Shade black market. As for the reason why the Mountain Shade black market's powerhouse forced the Profound Talisman sect to do this, it was because they did not want 3-star offensive Tao Talismans to be circulated in the 9 sect alliances district. This was because it would affect their various businesses to a certain extent. Just think about it, when a 2-star assassin whose cultivation base was at the perfection St. Rudiment stage was hunting a target whose strength was far inferior to his, and his opponent threw out a 3-star offensive Tao Talisman. Would that not kill him? In that case, he would fail his mission as well. If he failed his mission, it would affect the Mountain Shade black market's reputation. What the Mountain Shade black market valued the most was their reputation. Due to this reason, The Mountain Shade Black Market would not allow 3-star offensive Tao talismans to wreak havoc in the 9-sect alliances district. Humph! Since all of you want to negotiate with the Mountain Shade Black Market, then go on your own. Forgive us for not accompanying you. Tan Quan, the vice sect leader of the Moon Illumination sect, naturally knew what the profound talisman sect's people were thinking. He could not help but snort coldly. That's right. All of you go on your own if you want to. If you succeed in negotiating, we'll hold a celebratory feast for all of you. That's right. The other senior officials from the other sects who were not so close to the profound talisman sect chimed in as well. As the senior officials of the various sects, they were naturally sly old foxes. How could they not see that the profound talisman sect wanted to drag them into the water and have a direct conflict with the Mountain Shade Black Market? They were not stupid enough to be the profound talisman sect's knife. As for the other sects, they were all sects that had a good relationship with the profound talisman sect. Usually, the profound talisman sect would sell all kinds of Tao talismans to them at a huge discount. This treatment was not something they could enjoy. Although the 9-sect alliances were an alliance, they were not a monolithic entity. Unless the Mountain Shade Black Market wanted to annihilate the 9 great sects, they would never truly unite. However, in recent years, the Mountain Shade Black Market did not have such ambition. Why you, the old man with a goatee, was the vice sect leader of the profound talisman sect. When he heard the words of Tan Quan and the other vice sect leaders, he was so angry that he blew his beard and glared at them. Are all of you still in the same alliance as us? Vice sect leader, don't forget the purpose of the 9 sect alliances when we were first established. Tan Quan sneered. This time the Mountain Shade Black Market could have completely concealed the fact that the Ouyang clan was annihilated by them, but they didn't do so. The reason why they revealed it was because they wanted to show their might and warn the others. This time the Ouyang clan was in the wrong, although it's a little too much for them to be annihilated. Don't tell me this is the first time you've seen the Mountain Shade Black Market's way of doing things? When Tan Quan reached this point, he took a deep look at Yin, the vice sect leader of the profound talisman sect. Tan Quan! Yin's face turned grave as he flew into a rage. Naturally, he understood the meaning behind Tan Quan's words. He was insinuating that their profound talisman sect's previous sect leader was killed by the Mountain Shade Black Market's powerhouse, and that their profound talisman sect was forced by the Mountain Shade Black Market's powerhouse to not dare to spread the 3-star offensive Tao talisman. Vice sect leader Tan, you've gone too far. Even if you don't dare to offend the Mountain Shade Black Market, there's no need to boost their morale and destroy our 9-sect alliance's prestige, right? An ugly, short, middle-aged man snorted. What a big hat! Tan Quan sneered. What did I say earlier? Do my words have the prestige of the Mountain Shade Black Market to destroy our 9-sect alliance's prestige? Aren't you overthinking things? Why don't you tell everyone what you think? When the short, middle-aged man heard Tan Quan's words, he was so angry that he was rendered speechless. Naturally, he understood the meaning behind Tan Quan's words. He was not the only one. Everyone present could understand it as well. Tan Quan was insinuating the profound talisman sect's unbearable past. However, Tan Quan did not say it out loud, so he did not directly offend the profound talisman sect. If he said it out loud, he would be directly offending the profound talisman sect. Naturally, he would not do such a stupid thing. No matter what, this matter came to an end with Tan Quan and the others' denial. If the people from the profound talisman sect and the other sects convinced the people from the Moon Illumination sect and the other sects to go to the Mountain Shade Black Market to denounce them, they might have some confidence. However, they did not dare to go alone. Even if the Mountain Shade Black Market's branch in the 9-sect alliances district was only one of the lowest and smallest branches under the Mountain Shade Black Market, it was still not something that a few 7th-rate sects like them could shake. If junior brother Duan knows that the Ouyang clan has been annihilated just like that, I'm sure he'll be very happy, right? Dong Hui's eyes gleamed as he thought to himself. No matter how turbulent the situation in Han River City was, Duan Lingtian knew nothing about it for the time being. He was on his way back to the Moon Illumination sect. With his current speed, it would still take him some time to rush back to the Moon Illumination sect. There was still quite a distance between Han River City and the Moon Illumination sect. When Duan Lingtian returned to the Moon Illumination sect and learned that the Ouyang clan had been annihilated, he was stunned. Pretending to be from the Mountain Shade Black Market? When Duan Lingtian learned about this, the first thing that came to his mind was that night in Han River City when the Ouyang clan's second elder, Ouyang Shan, appeared and seemed to have lied about being from the Mountain Shade Black Market. At that time, he had already confirmed Ouyang Shan's identity. Therefore, he was certain that Ouyang Shan was not from the Mountain Shade Black Market. However, he did not expect that Ouyang Shan's words to deceive him would lead to the annihilation of the Ouyang clan. Apart from the dead Ouyang Shan, only Ouyang Qing and I knew that Ouyang Shan had pretended to be from the Mountain Shade Black Market. Could it be that Ouyang Qing spread the news? The moment Duan Lingtian thought about this, he shook his head again, thinking that it was impossible. If it's not Ouyang Qing, it means that there was a fourth person at the scene. The moment Duan Lingtian thought about this, he felt chills running down his spine. A person who could hide so perfectly without being discovered by him would have to be at least at the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage, or even a Saint stage powerhouse. If that person wanted to harm him, he would not be a match for him, even if he had a 3-star offensive Dao talisman. Chapter 1508. Duan Lingtian was only slightly surprised by the annihilation of the Ouyang clan. Soon after, he put this matter to the back of his mind. However, the next thing that happened made him feel terrible. That Huang Cheng disappeared without a trace after leaving his post without permission. The thing that Duan Lingtian did not want to happen the most still happened. Huang Cheng, the Moon Illumination sect's outer court elder who wanted to kill him, actually chose to leave the Moon Illumination sect after failing to kill him. He must be worried that I'll return to the Moon Illumination sect after leaving and tell senior brother, Bai Li, that he wanted to kill me. Duan Lingtian was almost certain about this. Although Huang Cheng was only an outer court elder, as long as his senior brother, Bai Li Hong, wanted to, he could easily kill him anytime. Moreover, he did not even have to do it himself. The days after Duan Lingtian returned to the Moon Illumination sect were not peaceful. At the very least, it was not peaceful around him. This was because when the news of the annihilation of the Ouyang clan spread, the news of him breaking through to the Saint Rudiment stage swept across the entire Moon Illumination sect like a hurricane. It shocked the entire sect. Oh my God! Someone tell me that this is fake news. Many inner court disciples wailed. These inner court disciples had witnessed Duan Lingtian defeating He Zhong with their own eyes. They had also probed Duan Lingtian's cultivation base during the process. They were certain Duan Lingtian was only a perfection mortal shedding stage martial cultivator when he defeated He Zhong. However, how long had it been? And Duan Lingtian had already broken through to the Saint Rudiment stage. Could it be that Elder Bai Li fed him some spirit pills or heaven and earth spirit fruit? I've never heard of any spirit pills or heaven and earth spirit fruit that can help a person break through to the Saint Rudiment stage from the perfection mortal shedding stage in just a few months. Is Duan Lingtian really a normal human? Why do I feel like he's the incarnation of a celestial god? Don't be ridiculous. Maybe he had a fortuitous encounter. No matter what, the news of Duan Lingtian breaking through to the Saint Rudiment stage was a fact. When Duan Lingtian displayed his strength at the Saint Rudiment stage, not only were there many inner court disciples from the Moon Illumination sect present, but there were also many people from the other 8 great sects present as well. Due to this reason, it could not be fake at all. At this moment, the entire Moon Illumination sect was in an uproar because of Duan Lingtian. If the Moon Illumination sect was a pool of stagnant water before Duan Lingtian's arrival, Duan Lingtian had forcefully brought the pool of stagnant water back to life. Junior brother, you broke through to the Saint Realm? Bai Li Hong, who had just heard the news, was also stunned. Although there were some rumors circulating outside that said it was because of him that Duan Lingtian's cultivation could improve so quickly and so exaggeratedly. However, only he knew that it was not his doing at all. He didn't have that ability yet. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded with a smile in response to Bai Li Hong's question. At this moment, Bai Li Hong smiled wryly for a long time with a complicated gaze. I thought Junior Brother's innate talent in the Saint Inscription Tao was shocking enough, but I didn't expect your innate talent in the martial Tao to be so monstrous as well. No, this is no longer monstrous. It should be heaven-defying. In just a few months, he had broken through to the Saint Rudiment stage from the Perfection Mortal Shedding stage. Such progress could be considered heaven-defying. Only Duan Lingtian knew that he did not have such a huge breakthrough in just a few months. Although his innate talent was not bad, it was mostly because of the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda. The extremely slow flow of time in the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda provided him with an unimaginable cultivation environment. It allowed him to catch up and even surpass others in the shortest time possible. Junior brother, now that you've broken through to the Saint Rudiment stage, you can inscribe 2-star Saint inscriptions now, right? Bai Li Hong asked. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. When he had just returned, he had tried to inscribe 2-star Saint inscriptions. After failing a few times, he finally succeeded. Can you inscribe it using the strange inscription technique? Bai Li Hong's eyes lit up as he asked. Ever since I came back, I've only deduced how to inscribe 2-star Saint inscriptions using the strange inscription technique. I haven't tried it yet, Duan Lingtian said. Can I have the honor of watching? Bai Li Hong asked with a smile. Of course, no problem. Duan Lingtian agreed immediately. At the same time, he began to try inscribing 2-star Saint inscriptions using the strange inscription technique in front of Bai Li Hong. The materials required to inscribe Saint inscriptions using the strange inscription technique were less than half of the materials required by the orthodox technique. After a few experiments, Duan Lingtian finally managed to inscribe 2-star Saint inscriptions using the strange inscription technique. The materials required were less than half of the materials required by the orthodox Saint inscriptions, saving him a lot of money. Junior brother Duan, you're really a genius in the Saint inscription Tao. Bai Li Hong could not help but exclaim when he saw Duan Lingtian manage to inscribe 2-star Saint inscriptions using the strange inscription technique in such a short time. Initially, I was still thinking about how to persuade you to focus on the Saint inscription Tao. However, it seems like there's no need for that now. This is because no matter if it's your achievements in the martial Tao or the Saint inscription Tao, they're both beyond the reach of ordinary people. Ordinary people might not be able to reach the peak of both the martial Tao and the Saint inscription Tao, but you won't. Based on Bai Li Hong's words, he was full of confidence in Duan Lingtian. It was almost blind confidence. Senior brother, I'm going to sign up for the Inner Court Disciple Assessment. When will the Inner Court Disciple Assessment begin? Duan Lingtian asked. Junior brother, with your current strength, it's meaningless for you to participate in the Inner Court Disciple Assessment. I'll get someone to make a trip and get you an Inner Court Disciple Identity Token, Bai Li Hong said. Duan Lingtian nodded. Duan Lingtian thought about it for a moment. Indeed, that was the case. With his current strength, even a Mastery Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse would not be much of a threat to him. Due to this reason, he did not reject Bai Li Hong's good intentions. Junior brother, I remember you promised me that when you enter the inner court one day, you'll stay at my place. Bai Li Hong said with narrowed eyes. Of course, I remember. Duan Lingtian nodded with a smile. If senior brother doesn't mind, I'll stay at your place from now on. Haha, great. I've already gotten someone to prepare a room for you. Moreover, it's tidied up every once in a while. You can stay there directly. Bai Li Hong laughed out loud when he received Duan Lingtian's promise. He appeared to be very happy. Upon hearing Bai Li Hong's words, Duan Lingtian was touched. He felt extremely warm. All right. Did your trip to Han River City go smoothly? Bai Li Hong asked. He knew nothing about Duan Lingtian's journey to Han River City and what happened after he arrived at Han River City because he did not have the time to ask Duan Lingtian. Before this, he did not even know Duan Lingtian had left the Moon Illumination sect. However, he did not blame Duan Lingtian because he knew the reason Duan Lingtian did that was because he did not want to trouble him and make him worry. Duan Lingtian had long regarded Bai Li Hong as his elder brother, even though the age gap between them was a little exaggerated. Due to this reason, he did not hide anything from Bai Li Hong and told him everything that had happened to him. Of course, as for the dangers involved, he played it down. Even so, it still made Bai Li Hong tremble with fear. Huang Cheng, he's just an outer court elder. How dare he covet you and want to kill you? He deserves to die. Don't worry, junior brother. I'll use my connections to find Huang Cheng and bring him to you, for you to do whatever you want with him. Bai Li Hong was furious. He was really furious. In the beginning, he had only regarded Duan Lingtian as his junior brother because Duan Lingtian was able to inherit the strange inscription art. However, now that he thought of Duan Lingtian as his junior brother, Duan Lingtian's strength had changed. However, he had long regarded Duan Lingtian as his junior brother now. It was not only because he had inherited the strange inscription art, but it was also because his character was very compatible with his temperament. When he was with Duan Lingtian, he even felt like he had found a good friend despite the difference in age. When he learned that Duan Lingtian had almost died in Huang Cheng's hands, he could not suppress the anger in his heart. Senior brother, please calm down. Huang Cheng is nothing to me. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly and said confidently. He was really confident in his words. With his current strength, he might not be able to fight Huang Cheng head-on. However, as long as he was given more time, he would definitely be able to surpass Huang Cheng in all aspects. The cultivation environment on the 3rd level of the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda was not something the 2nd level could compare to. It was enough to help him soar. If I'm not mistaken, the black-robed man at the back must be an assassin from the Mountain Shade Black Market. Soon after, Bai Li Hong said with a solemn expression, "Fortunately, you met a benefactor. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable." Duan Lingtian also told Bai Li Hong about the black-robed assassin. However, he omitted the part about the Devil Seal tablet. He only said that it was a powerhouse who happened to be passing by and killed the black-robed man with a flip of his palm. That's right. Fortunately, I met a benefactor. Unfortunately, when I asked him for his name and where he came from, he did not reply and left immediately. Duan Lingtian sighed emotionally. Bai Li Hong's words made it sound as if it was true. Naturally, Bai Li Hong did not doubt Duan Lingtian's words. He nodded and said, "That benefactor is either a reclusive powerhouse who usually lives in seclusion in our 9-sect alliances district, or he's from a force that's at least at the same level as our Moon Illumination sect. Based on your description, the black-robed man who wanted to kill you should be a 3-star assassin from the Mountain Shade Black Market. Since that benefactor could kill him with a flip of his palm, it means that he's not an ordinary Saint Stage powerhouse." When Bai Li Hong reached the end of his sentence, a hint of gratitude could be seen in his eyes. It was gratitude toward that benefactor. In a spacious mansion in the Inner Court District, after Lu Huan learned that not only had Duan Lingtian returned safely, but he had also broken through to the Saint Rudiment stage, he was so furious that his face turned grave. He was speechless for a long time. Impossible. Impossible. It's impossible for him to still be alive. Chapter 1509. Don't tell me the people from Mountain Shade Black Market haven't made their move yet? Although Lu Huan could not believe Duan Lingtian had returned alive, it was true that Duan Lingtian had returned. No matter how unwilling Lu Huan was to believe it, he had no choice but to accept this reality. For a moment, he thought the people from Mountain Shade Black Market had not made their move yet. That's not right. I've set a time with the Mountain Shade Black Market. Once the time is over, the mission will be considered a failure. Now that the time has passed, this means the mission has failed. Lu Huan's face turned grave again when he thought of this. Soon after, he left his mansion and the Moon Illumination sect and headed in the direction of Han River City. He wanted to confirm this himself. When Lu Huan left, many people in the Moon Illumination sect who had interacted with Duan Lingtian had also learned that Duan Lingtian had broken through to the Saint Rudiment stage. Impossible! 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 Yi Man had just come out of his closed-door cultivation when he heard the news that Duan Lingtian had broken through to the Saint Rudiment stage. He was in a daze. Initially, he thought he could wash away the humiliation he had suffered in the past by coming to the Moon Illumination sect. He thought he could trample Duan Lingtian beneath his feet and even kill Duan Lingtian with his own hands. However, the heavens played a huge joke on him. Although he had fallen into the Devil Dao, due to his obsession, his cultivation speed had improved by leaps and bounds. However, he was still far from Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian seemed to be walking in front of him with every step he took. No, no, no. Yi Man's body exuded traces of devil qi, unknowingly. His eyes had also turned extremely red. At the same time, he rushed out of his independent courtyard and attacked anyone he saw as though he had lost his mind. Yi Man's cultivation base had already reached the peak of the paramount mortal shedding stage when he came out of closed-door cultivation this time. Very few people in the outer court were his match. In just a short while, a few outer court disciples had died in his hands and were torn into pieces by him. The bloody scene caused the surrounding outer court disciples to reveal terrified expressions one after another as they dispersed in an uproar. Murder! Murder! Yi Man has gone into qi deviation and killed someone. Elders, deacons, help! Help! One by one, the outer sect disciples who saw Yi Man kill people scattered and shouted loudly. Some of the outer sect disciples who were targeted by Yi Man kept calling for help. Unfortunately, it would take some time for the outer court elders and outer court deacons to rush over after receiving the news. Therefore, before the outer court elders and outer court deacons arrived, Yi Man had already killed more than a dozen people. Every time he killed a person, the devil qi on his body would surge a little. In the end, he actually broke through. He had broken through to the early Saint Rudiment stage. Early Saint realm? As for Yi Man, who had originally lost his rationality and was on the verge of madness, after breaking through, he instantly regained his senses. At this moment, he also realized that he was in trouble. Duan Lingtian, you are a Saint realm expert, and I am also a Saint realm expert. One day, I will trample you under my feet. After breaking through to the Saint realm, Yi Man's confidence seemed to have returned. When he realized the impending danger, he did not dare to hesitate any longer. He immediately fled out of the Moon Illumination sect. However, how could his speed be compared to the speed of the outer court elders? In just a few moments, a few outer court elders appeared around him and surrounded him, glaring at him fiercely. Whoosh! At the same time, a gust of wind blew past, and another person appeared in front of Yi Man, Elder Dongfang. When the few outer court elders saw this person, they bowed respectfully one after another. This person was none other than the Grand Elder of the outer court, Dongfang Quan. The few outer court elders did not expect this matter to alarm Dongfang Quan. However, when they thought about how terrible this matter was, they felt relieved. If this elder Dongfang did not appear, then it would be somewhat unreasonable. After all, he was the person in charge of the Moon Illumination sect's outer court. Even the outer court elders like them had to listen to his orders and obey him. You're quite bold to attack your senior brother from the same sect. At this moment, Dong Fangquan's expression was slightly grave. He did not expect such a terrible thing to happen in the outer court while he was the grand elder of the outer court. Such a thing had only happened a few times in the history of the Moon Illumination sect. Although Yu Man had never seen the old man in front of him before, he knew his identity from how the few outer court elders addressed him. Yu Man's expression turned solemn at once. After taking a deep breath, Yu Man's hands trembled. 2 cold gleams flashed and left 2 bloody wounds on both of his palms at the same time. Blood kept flowing out of the wounds as though it was free. At the same time, Yu Man clapped his hands together, and a dazzling, bloody gleam shone out of them. *T. Upon seeing this, horror dawned on Dong Fangquan's face. The expressions of the few outer court elders around him changed as well. Whoosh! 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 The instant horror dawned on Dong Fangquan and the few outer court elders. They quickly made their moves. However, even Dong Fangquan, who was the fastest, could only destroy the bloody mist that was condensed by the red gleam when he passed by the spot where Yi Man was standing. From the beginning until the end, he did not touch Yi Man at all. However, Yi Man, a living person, had disappeared before their eyes just like that. Blood flight! It's the blood flight! One of the outer court elders said with a grave expression, "This Yi Man is actually a Saint Rudiment stage devil cultivator." The blood flight was a technique that only devil cultivators above the Saint Rudiment stage could master. Once the blood flight was cast, the devil cultivator would possess a speed that was 1 level higher than his cultivation base in just a blink of an eye. It was the devil cultivator's life-saving secret technique. Naturally, the blood flight secret technique was so heaven-defying that it came with a hefty price. Apart from being able to cast it 3 times in one's life, one would have to burn one's life force. Not only that, but one would also lose one's strength for a period of time. It was impossible for a devil cultivator to cast the blood flight unless it was a matter of life and death. You guys didn't notice a Saint Rudiment stage devil cultivator lurking in the outer court all this while. Dong Fangquan glanced at the few outer court elders with a grave expression and said, "It was one thing for a devil cultivator to kill someone in the outer court. However, the devil cultivator had actually escaped. He had escaped right under his nose. To him, this was an absolute humiliation. Dong Fangquan left the Moon Illumination sect's estate like a gust of wind while the few outer court elders were smiling wryly. No matter what, he had to do his best to search for the devil cultivator who had escaped. This was because only then would he be able to answer to the dead outer court disciples and the sect. Although the chances were slim, he knew that the best time to look for the devil cultivator was now. This was because the devil cultivator had already lost all of his strength. Even if he used the blood flight to somewhere, he would not be able to get far. When Dong Fangquan was chasing after Yu Man, the few outer court elders had also returned to the outer court. However, they did not dare to say much about Yu Man's matter. No matter how the other outer court elders and outer court deacons asked, they only said that they had encountered Dong Fangquan on their way back. Dong Fangquan had asked them to come back to comfort the group of outer court disciples while he went to capture Yu Man. Elder Dong Chong, that Yu Man entered the sect right under your nose. I'm afraid you won't be able to get away with this matter. One of the outer court elders looked at Dong Chong and said, Dong Chong was the outer court elder who was in charge of presiding over the entrance examination of the Moon Illumination sect when Duan Lingtian and Yi Man had participated in the entrance examination. Upon hearing the outer court elder's words, Dong Chong could not help but smile wryly. He had already mentally prepared himself for this. If the sect had set a rule from the beginning to forbid devil cultivators from entering the sect, this wouldn't have happened. Many outer court elders spoke up for Dong Chong. If we're really talking about responsibility, it's the sect's responsibility. It has nothing to do with you at all. Elder Dongchong. You're only acting according to the sect's rules. That's right. Everyone knows that Yi Man is a devil cultivator. However, nobody knew that he would suddenly go crazy and kill so many outer court disciples. Each and every one of the outer court elders was filled with righteous indignation. All right, what we have to do now is to comfort the remaining outer court disciples. I'm afraid what happened today has left a shadow in their hearts. This matter can be big or small. We must minimize the impact. And outer court elder who was calmer saw the situation before him clearly. That's right. What we have to do now is not to complain about the sect's rules. The most important thing now is to comfort the remaining outer court disciples. Dong Chong agreed. When Duan Lingtian learned about this matter, it was already 3 days later. For the past 3 days, he had been inscribing 2-star saint inscriptions using the strange inscription technique in the quiet room in by Li Hong's mansion. In the end, his mastery of the strange inscription technique of inscribing 2-star saint inscriptions had also reached the point of perfection. At this moment, he finally walked out of the quiet room. As soon as he walked out of the quiet room, he heard about the devil cultivator killing people in the outer court. Yi Man. When Duan Lingtian learned that the devil cultivator was Yi Man, a strange expression appeared on his face. He was familiar with Yi Man. In fact, he had met Yi Man when he had just arrived at the Dao Martial Saint Land. During that meeting, he had even snatched the spot to join the latent dragon camp in the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City that should have belonged to Yi Man. After a year, he had met Yi Man again during the entrance exam of the Moon Illumination sect. At that time, he had already sensed Yi Man's hatred and killing intent toward him. Yi Man could not wait to kill him. However, all this while he had never taken Yi Man seriously. He was not even afraid of Yi Man before he had fallen into the Devil Dao, let alone Yi Man who had fallen into the Devil Dao. Yi Man who had fallen into the Devil Dao would not be able to withstand the devil-suppressing energy that was displayed by the Devil Seal tablet unless his cultivation base was 2 levels higher than him. Under the suppression of the devil-suppressing energy, his soul was destined to be destroyed. He must have fallen into qi deviation, right? Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Have you caught him? Duan Lingtian asked Bai Li Hong. Tell the public that we've caught him. Bai Li Hong replied. Then, in reality, we haven't caught him? How's that possible? Chapter 1510. Although Yi Man was a devil cultivator who suffered from qi deviation, his strength had increased tremendously. However, he was only a paramount mortal shedding stage devil cultivator after all. Logically, it was impossible for him to escape from a group of outer court elders and deacons. Moreover, Yi Man had killed so many outer court disciples. His vile nature was enough to shake the entire Moon Illumination sect's high-ranking officials. Even the outer court's grand elder, Dongfang Quan, would intervene in this matter. Duan Ling Tian had dealt with Dongfang Quan before, so he knew that his strength was comparable to an inner court elder. With him making a move, how could Yi Man possibly have the leeway to escape? I heard Yi Man cast the blood flight. Bai Li Hong said, Blood flight? Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed. Naturally, he knew what the blood flight was. Blood flight is a technique that only devil cultivators above the Saint Rudiment stage can cast. Does this mean Yi Man has already broken through to the Saint Rudiment stage? Duan Lingtian was shocked. The speed of a Saint Rudiment stage devil cultivator who cast the blood flight secret tactic was as fast as a Saint stage powerhouse. Once the blood flight secret tactic was cast, apart from the terrifying side effect, the speed was so exaggerated that it could allow one to cross a major level. Therefore, even if Yi Man was only an early Saint Rudiment stage devil cultivator, as long as he successfully cast the blood flight secret tactic, no one below the Saint stage could stop him. Speaking of Yi Man, he seems to have entered the sect at the same time as you, junior brother. Bai Li Hong sighed emotionally. I really didn't expect that apart from you, There would be such a monster among the disciples recruited by the sect this time. Unfortunately, he killed someone in the sect. It's destined that the sect won't tolerate him. Moreover, after using the blood escape secret technique, his future achievements will be greatly reduced. Bai Li Hong said, "Devil cultivators above the Saint Rudiment stage could only cast the blood flight secret tactic 3 times in their lifetime. The 3rd time it was used would also mean the end of one's life. Therefore, ordinary devil cultivators would only dare to cast the blood flight secret tactic twice if they wanted to live. Moreover, each time they cast it, it would cause a huge side effect to them. Not only would the side effect affect their lifespan, but it would also affect their cultivation progress in the future. I'm afraid Dongfang Quan won't be able to explain this to the sect leader." Bai Li Hong shook his head and muttered to himself. However, as someone who had opened 99 saint veins, Duan Lingtian's hearing was amazing. He could easily hear Bai Li Hong's mutterings. Regarding this, he could understand. No matter what, Dongfang Quan was still the outer sect's grand elder, the person in charge of the entire outer sect. Since such a thing had happened in his territory and the culprit had not been caught yet, he would definitely be punished. "Junior brother, it's enough that you know about Yi Man's successful escape. Try not to spread it to the outside world. Tell the outside world that Yi Man has been captured and will be executed in the next few days," Bai Li Hong said. "I understand." Duan Lingtian nodded. Although Bai Li Hong did not explain the reason, it was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to guess. It was none other than the Moon Illumination Sect's senior officials who were worried that the outer court disciples would panic again if the news of Yi Man's escape spread. Only by saying that they had captured Yi Man could they calm the fear of the outer sect disciples and restore peace to the outer sect. 3 days later, the sect leader of Moon Illumination Sect gave the order to execute Yi Man. On that day, Duan Lingtian was also present. When he saw Yi Man, who was tied up in the middle of the execution ground surrounded by a huge crowd, even Duan Lingtian could not help but exclaim inwardly, "What a brilliant disguise technique! It's almost as if he's the real one. If I didn't know Yi Man had escaped, I'm afraid I would have really mistaken him for Yi Man. He's Yi Man? The devil cultivator who killed 23 outer court disciples? Devil cultivators are ticking time bombs. In my opinion, the sect should set a rule to not accept devil cultivators. That's right. As long as we set this rule, we'll be able to put an end to such incidents." Many Moon Illumination sect's disciples discussed among themselves. Even some inner court disciples had lingering fear on their faces when they mentioned devil cultivators. "Humph, all of you are discriminating against devil cultivators. So what if he's a devil cultivator? Look at me. When have I ever suffered from chi deviation? Moreover, don't forget that there are 2 devil cultivators among the few saint stage powerhouses in the sect. What do you think of devil cultivators by discriminating against them?" An inner court disciple who was a devil cultivator said with dissatisfaction. The group of Moon Illumination Sect's disciples fell silent immediately. That was right. Among the few saint stage powerhouses in the sect, there were 2 devil cultivators. It was obviously impossible for the sect to set a rule to not accept devil cultivators. What happened next was very straightforward. One of the Moon Illumination Sect's enforcement elders personally killed Yi Man. After killing Yi Man, he looked around and said in a deep voice, "The sect has never rejected devil cultivators because we value their cultivation speed and extraordinary combat strength. However, a devil cultivator is still a devil cultivator. To the sect, it's a double-edged sword. The sect has been using this double-edged sword very well until recently, when an anomaly like Yi Man appeared." Duan Lingtian felt like dozing off when he heard the enforcement elder's words. It was just too official. Duan Lingtian could guess what he was going to say next, even if he did not listen. It must be a warning to the other devil cultivators. I'd like to warn all the devil cultivators in the sect to avoid suffering from chi deviation when cultivating. Even if there's a risk of chi deviation, you must leave the sect and take the risk. Otherwise, if you cause any trouble in the sect, Yi Man will be your example. Just as Duan Lingtian had expected, the enforcement elder's words were a warning to the devil cultivators present on the scene. His meaning was simple. Devil cultivators like you should leave the sect to cultivate if you're not confident. In that case, even if you suffer from chi deviation, it would not affect the sect. However, if you were to suffer from chi deviation in the sect and kill someone, only death would await you. One must admit that the enforcement elder's words were very effective. The group of devil cultivators' faces turned solemn immediately. With Yi Man as an example, they did not dare to be careless. Just like that, Yi Man's matter came to an end. The Moon Illumination sect gradually regained its peace. By Li Hong's position in the Moon Illumination sect, it only took him a few days to get Duan Lingtian an inner court disciple identity token. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian had officially entered the Moon Illumination sect's inner court and stayed in Bai Li Hong's mansion. Due to Bai Li Hong, not many inner court disciples dared to offend Duan Lingtian, even though he had just entered the inner court. In the following days, Duan Lingtian entered the third level of the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda and greedily absorbed the heaven and earth spirit energy in the air and saint stones to raise his cultivation base. He was eager to break through to the mastery Saint Rudiment stage. Once he broke through to the mastery Saint Rudiment stage, it would mean that he would master the true energy consolidated weapon technique. At that time, his strength would have a qualitative leap. Once I master the true energy consolidated weapon technique, I'm confident I'll be able to defeat a perfection Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse. As for a paramount Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse, it's hard to say. After all, they've mastered the true energy consolidated territory technique. Duan Lingtian had witnessed how terrifying the true energy consolidated territory was. The assassin suspected to be from the Mountain Shade black market had consolidated the Blood Devil's territory and easily blocked him when he used the 3-star Divine Strider Talisman. Every Blood Devil in the Blood Devil's territory was extremely powerful. I wonder what kind of territory I'll master after I break through to the paramount Saint Rudiment stage. Duan Lingtian was looking forward to it. If he could choose the true energy consolidated weapon and true energy consolidated beast technique, he could choose the true energy consolidated weapon technique. However, he had no choice in the true energy consolidated territory technique, since it was usually a gift from the heavens. Naturally, it was a territory that he could use as he wished. Just like the assassin suspected to be from the Mountain Shade black market earlier, he was a devil cultivator and had mastered the Blood Devil's territory. It was a territory that was very suitable for him. While Duan Lingtian was cultivating diligently, the Moon Illumination sect's inner court elder, Lu Huan, had also returned to Han River City and arrived at the Mountain Shade Black Market's branch in the 9-Sect Alliances district. The purpose of his visit was simple. He wanted to ask the people from the Mountain Shade Black Market if he had failed his mission. What should he do if he had failed? Did I really fail? Although he was mentally prepared, Lu Huan's face that was hidden under the grimacing mask was still grave when he learned that he had failed his mission. Dear customer, we've underestimated your target. According to the Mountain Shade Black Market's rules, we can refund you twice the commission. The Mountain Shade Black Market's man said to Lu Huan apologetically. In other words, if Lu Huan had spent 10,000 6th-grade Saint Stones to buy Duan Lingtian's life, he would have earned another 10,000 6th-grade Saint Stones for nothing. However, Lu Huan was not happy about it at all. What if I want to continue this mission? Lu Huan asked again. At this moment, he thought the people sent by the Mountain Shade Black Market were too weak. That was why they had failed. If you want to continue this mission, you don't have to pay more commission. All you need to do is to stay in the Mountain Shade Black Market for a while longer. the Mountain Shade Black Market's man said, "All right, I want to continue this mission. I hope you can send someone stronger this time. Don't disappoint me." When Lu Huan reached the end of a sentence, there was a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone. "Don't worry, dear customer. We, the Mountain Shade Black Market, will definitely not disappoint you a second time," the Mountain Shade Black Market's man said. After Lu Huan left, the two high-ranking officials of the Mountain Shade Black Market's branch in the 9-Sect Alliances district gathered in a room in the Mountain Shade Black Market's branch because of Lu Huan's mission. These two high-ranking officials were Yin Yang and Tai Wu. Yin Yang was one of the people in charge of the Mountain Shade Black Market's branch in Han River City. He was usually in charge of handling various affairs. Tai Wu, on the other hand, was the trump card of the Mountain Shade Black Market's branch in the 9-Sect Alliances district. He was usually on duty in the various branches of the Mountain Shade Black Market's branch in the 9-Sect Alliances district. Chapter 1511. Let's continue with the mission that Qi Ming failed. Yin Yang looked at Tai Wu and said, "All right." Tai Wu nodded. "This time you won't let a 3-star assassin make a move again, right? Although Qi Ming isn't the best among the 3-star assassins, he's still one of the best. Since he failed and was killed, it's only natural that I won't let a 3-star assassin make a move again. This time, I'm going to let Qi Mei make a move." Yin Yang's cloudy eyes suddenly lit up as he spoke clearly. Some time ago, he had specially returned to the Mountain Shade Black Market's branch to verify that Qi Ming's soul pearl had shattered. The time it shattered was when he was carrying out the mission. The shattering of the soul pearl also meant that he was dead. "Qi Mei?" Tai Wu was surprised. "As far as I know, Qi Mei is already considered a top-notch trump card in the branch, right? She has never failed to kill a target below the Saint stage." "That's right. Qi Mei is one of the trump cards in our branch in the 9-Sect Alliances district. She's a quasi-4-star assassin." Yin Yang nodded. In the Mountain Shade Black Market, quasi-4-star assassins usually had the strength of an imminent Saint stage. Since they were assassins, they usually would not make a move directly. Whenever they made a move, it would be a surprise move. For this reason, the quasi-4-star assassins in the Mountain Shade Black Market usually had the strength to kill an imminent Saint stage powerhouse. Naturally, not all imminent Saint stage powerhouses could be killed. Some half-step Saint Realm experts were so powerful that they could stand shoulder to shoulder with weaker Saint Realm experts due to various reasons. It would be difficult for a quasi-4-star assassin to kill these imminent Saint stage powerhouses. However, such imminent Saint stage powerhouses usually did not exist in the 9-Sect Alliances district. Usually, such imminent Saint stage powerhouses would only appear among the young talents from 5th-rate forces, 4th-rate forces, and even more powerful forces. If Duan Lingtian had the cultivation base of an imminent Saint stage powerhouse in the future, he would naturally belong to this category as well. His innate talent and potential were not inferior to those young talents from the powerful forces. With Qi Mei making a move, this mission should be a success, Tai Wu said. Based on his words, it seemed like he was confident in the quasi-4-star assassin, Qi Mei. Other than being a quasi-4-star assassin, Qi Mei was also a woman. This woman was also the only female quasi-4-star assassin in the Mountain Shade Black Market's regional branch in the 9-Sect Alliances. Apart from that, she was also widely acknowledged as the strongest quasi-4-star assassin in the Mountain Shade Black Market's branch. No one had ever seen Qi Mei's true face. Even Yin Yang and Tai Wu had only seen Qi Mei's graceful figure under a black cloak. Regardless of the fact that Qi Mei's face was covered by her black clothes, just her devilish figure was enough to make any man drool. However, even Tai Wu and Yin Yang did not dare to have any thoughts about Qi Mei. This was because the person behind Qi Mei was the leader of the Mountain Shade black markets branch in the 9-sect alliances. As for the relationship between Chi Mei and the Mountain Shade black markets leader, it was a mystery to everyone. Most likely, only Chi Mei and the leader of the Mountain Shade black markets branch knew the answer to this. However, there were still many people from the Mountain Shade black market who were discussing and speculating in private. Some said that Chi Mei was the leader's woman. Some said that Chi Mei was the leader's illegitimate daughter. Some even said that Chi Mei was the leader's granddaughter. No matter what, Chi Mei's origin was still a mystery. It was a mystery that made people curious but unable to solve. Although the Mountain Shade Black Markets branch in Han River City was the main branch, it was not the Mountain Shade Black Markets branch's lair. The Mountain Shade Black Markets branch's lair was located deep in the mountains north of Han River City. It was hidden behind layers of illusory formations. Apart from the Mountain Shade Black Market's high-ranking officials and some ace assassins who knew how to enter this place, the rest of the people in the Mountain Shade Black Markets branch could not even enter, let alone know about this place. The illusory formation in the Mountain Shade Black Markets branch's lair was mysterious and unpredictable. It was jointly set up by a 4-star Saint Inscription Master and a 4-star Tao Talisman Master. Naturally, this did not mean that the Mountain Shade Black Markets branch had a 4-star Saint Inscription Master and a 4-star Tao Talisman Master. This was because the 4-star Saint Inscription Master and a 4-star Tao Talisman Master who set up the formation were sent by the Mountain Shade Black Market's higher-ranking branch. They only set up the formation for the Mountain Shade Black Market's branch in the 9-sect alliances. After setting up the formation, they left. Even an ordinary Saint stage powerhouse would find it extremely difficult to enter this illusory formation. Through the layers of illusory formations, one could see that in the depths of the mountains, there was a huge valley surrounded by independent mansions. At first glance, these mansions were everywhere in the mountains. Whoosh! Without warning, a sharp arrow carrying a jade token flew through the air and finally nailed itself on a wooden plaque in the front courtyard of a mansion halfway up the mountain. Whoosh! Almost at the same instant when the sharp arrow nailed itself on the wooden plaque, a delicate purple sparrow appeared out of thin air. It opened its mouth and bit the sharp arrow, easily pulling it out from the wooden plaque. The entire process was extremely easy. Whoosh! The purple sparrow disappeared into thin air and reappeared in the backyard of the mansion. The backyard was surrounded by clouds and mist. It was obvious that a formation had been set up. This formation had completely blocked the view from the outside. Naturally, it was extremely clear when one looked from the inside. At this moment, a young lady was sitting next to the small lake in the backyard. Her lotus root-like, jade-like feet were gently stirring the water in the lake. Her peerlessly beautiful face seemed to be in deep thought. No one knew what she was thinking about. "Sister, sister." The young lady only snapped back to her senses when the purple sparrow appeared and spoke in human language. She conveniently took the sharp arrow from the purple sparrow's mouth. After tossing the sharp arrow away and leaving only the jade token behind, the young lady extended her spiritual energy and merged with it. Soon after, the information in the jade token surged into her mind. Moon Illumination Sect, Duan Lingtian Saint Rudiment stage? He was only at the perfection mortal shedding stage a few months ago. There's actually such a monstrous, martial Tao prodigy in this godforsaken place. The young lady was a little surprised. Asking me to attack such a target. Are those 3-star assassins trash? Unknowingly, the young lady began to frown. However, when she sorted out all the information in her mind, her brows relaxed again. Qiming actually failed? Interesting. It seems like we'll have to go out for a while. The young lady's last sentence was obviously directed at the purple sparrow. Finally, there's a mission. Sister, Leave the target to me this time. I'll definitely do it well. The purple sparrow hovered in front of the young lady and swore as it flapped its wings. We'll see when the time comes. The young lady smiled faintly. In my opinion, that moon illumination sect's disciple called Duan Lingtian must have someone protecting him. That person must be the 3-star saint inscription master from the moon illumination sect, Li Hong. He's comparable to an imminent saint stage powerhouse if he uses all his techniques. Sister, why don't I give you the target and leave Li Hong to me? Upon hearing the young lady's words, the purple sparrow immediately changed its words. Based on its words, it seemed like it did not take Li Hong, who was comparable to an imminent saint stage powerhouse, seriously. If you're going to nag again, you'd better stay at home obediently. The young lady frowned and glared at the purple sparrow. The latter was so shocked that it immediately shut its mouth, not daring to make any more noise. When the young lady walked into the room and came out again, her entire body was covered in a layer of black clothes. That peerlessly beautiful face was now completely covered up, not revealing the slightest bit. However, the lady's devilish figure was enough to make other women feel ashamed of their inferiority, and men drool over her. Soon after, the lady vanished into thin air. The purple sparrow disappeared along with her as well. There was a remote mountain range 10,000 miles west of the cluster of mountains where the mountain shade Black Market's branches lair was located. The mountain range looked barren from afar. Not a single blade of grass grew on it. It was as though it was a land of extinction. At this moment, there was a slightly wretched figure who was holding a pearl tightly in her hand as she made her way to the depths of the mountain range. Brother, now that the Ouyang clan and father are gone, you don't have to continue being punished anymore. I'll go get you now. The owner of the wretched figure was also a young lady. If Duan Lingtian was here, he would definitely be able to recognize that this young lady was none other than the Ouyang clan's second young miss, Ouyang Ruo. Ouyang Ruo should have died along with the Ouyang clan. However, she was lucky because she happened to be outside and managed to escape the disaster. Although she managed to escape the disaster, her days were not easy. She had to evade the mountain shade Black Market's assassins all the way before she finally left Han River City in a panic. The direction Ouyang Ruo was heading in was the direction of the Ouyang clan's nether ridge that had been passed down since ancient times. Her purpose was simple, which was to look for her brother in the nether ridge. If the clan leader of Ouyang clan, Ouyang Ba, was still alive and knew about Ouyang Ruo's thoughts, he would definitely smile wryly. This was because Ouyang Ruo was too naive. Naturally, Ouyang Ruo could not be blamed for this. This was because there were not many people in the Ouyang clan who knew about the nether ridge. The nether ridge was a bottomless abyss. Unless one came out of it, death would be the only way out for them. Moreover, the pearl in Ouyang Ruo's hand was the sole pearl of her brother, Ouyang Qing. She had taken it from the Ouyang clan's ancestral shrine after the Ouyang clan was annihilated. That day, when she sneaked into the Ouyang clan's ancestral shrine, most of the soul pearls inside had already shattered. Only a few soul pearls belonging to the lineal disciples who were not in the Ouyang clan were left. In the Ouyang clan, only the lineal disciples were qualified to possess a soul pearl. Chapter 1512. 2 months went by in just a blink of an eye. On this day, Duan Lingtian left the 3rd level of the 7 Treasures' exquisite pagoda and walked out of his room with a bright smile on his face. One could see that Duan Lingtian was in a good mood. I've finally broken through to the Mastery Saint Rudiment stage. After letting out a sigh of relief, the smile on Duan Lingtian's face gradually faded away. However, there was still a faint smile on his face. Although 2 months had passed in the outside world, 10 months had passed in the 3rd level of the 7 Treasures' exquisite pagoda. In these 10 months, apart from cultivating the saint grade martial tactic, Duan Lingtian's attention was mostly focused on cultivating his cultivation base. He had also successfully broken through to the Mastery Saint Rudiment stage. However, after breaking through to the Mastery Saint Rudiment stage, Duan Lingtian realized he could no longer use the true energy consolidated weapon technique. Duan Lingtian had asked Bai Li Hong about the true energy consolidated weapon and learned that the true energy consolidated weapon was an independent weapon that could be condensed from one's true energy as one wished. As for what kind of weapon it was, it depended on the person who cast it. One could condense it into an arrow this time or a saber the next time. One could do it as one wished without any restrictions. Naturally, among the three great techniques mastered by a paramount Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator, only the true energy consolidated weapon was not restricted. Once the true energy consolidated beast was formed, it could not be changed. If one wanted to condense a beast using one's true energy, one could condense it using the blood essence of a wild beast or a saint beast. It could also be condensed using one's imagination. However, the true energy consolidated beast condensed using one's imagination was far less powerful than the true energy consolidated beast condensed using one's blood essence. The former only had the appearance and form, while the latter had both the appearance and form. In fact, it even had the power. Up until now, almost all of the true energy consolidated beasts Duan Lingtian had seen were the former. This was because it was extremely difficult to obtain the blood essence of a wild beast or a saint beast. The true energy consolidated beast required beast blood essence as well. It had to be a beast with a high-grade bloodline such as dragons and phoenixes. Otherwise, it had to be a beast at the perfection Saint Rudiment stage or above. Therefore, unless one had an extraordinary background and had an expert extract the essence blood of beasts for them, very few people could use the essence blood of beasts as a foundation to master the true energy condensed beast technique. I've already merged with the 5-clawed devil dragon's blood essence. As long as I break through to the perfection Saint Rudiment stage, I'll be able to consolidate the 5-clawed devil dragon with my true energy. Duan Lingtian was looking forward to it. His true energy consolidated beast technique was based on the blood essence of the 5-clawed devil dragon. Its power was extraordinary, enough to crush 99% of the true energy consolidated beasts of martial and Dao cultivators of the same level. It wasn't impossible for him to defeat someone of a higher cultivation realm than him. Soon, Duan Lingtian discovered that after leaving the 7 Treasures' exquisite pagoda, he had condensed his genuine qi into a sword with a single thought. A huge sword was suspended in the air in front of him. With a single thought, the huge sword soared through the air with a series of sonic booms. It seems like I can't use the true energy consolidated weapon technique in the 7 Treasures' exquisite pagoda. Duan Lingtian sighed in relief. He was worried that he wouldn't be able to use the true energy consolidated weapon technique. If that happened, he would lose a huge advantage in a battle with other martial and Dao cultivators of the Mastery Saint Rudiment stage or above. True energy consolidated weapon. Just as Duan Lingtian was playing with the various weapons formed by his genuine qi in the air and seemed to have forgotten the time, a cry of surprise came from outside. Upon hearing the voice, Duan Lingtian knew it was Bai Li Hong, senior brother. With a single thought, Duan Lingtian dispersed the spear formed by his genuine qi. He looked at Bai Li Hong and greeted him with a smile. However, Bai Li Hong did not respond to him. His eyes were fixed on Duan Lingtian as though this was the first time he had met Duan Lingtian. Although he knew Duan Lingtian had broken through to the Saint Rudiment stage, he thought Duan Lingtian was only at the early Saint Rudiment stage. He did not expect Duan Lingtian to give him such a big surprise when he had only returned to the sect for 2 months. Instead of calling it a surprise, it would be more accurate to call it a shock. Less than 6 months ago, he was only a martial cultivator at the perfection mortal shedding stage. Now he was already at the Mastery Saint Rudiment stage. If it was before, he would not have believed there was such a monstrous person in the world, even if he was beaten to death. Senior brother, you're looking for me? Naturally, Duan Lingtian knew what was on Bai Li Hong's mind when he saw him staring at him in a daze. However, he was more curious about why Bai Li Hong was looking for him. If it was not for something, Bai Li Hong would not have come here so coincidentally. At this moment, Bai Li Hong finally regained his senses. However, he did not respond to Duan Lingtian immediately. Instead, he studied Duan Lingtian from head to toe. After a while, he finally said, "Freak." Although it was not his first time hearing someone call him that, Duan Lingtian could not help but smile wryly when he saw Bai Li Hong, an inner court elder of the Moon Illumination sect, calling him that. Junior brother, how did you cultivate? It's only been less than 6 months, but you've already broken through to the Mastery Saint Rudiment stage and mastered the true energy, consolidated weapon technique. Although Bai Li Hong knew this was Duan Lingtian's secret, he still could not help but ask. Naturally, he was already mentally prepared that Duan Lingtian would not be able to tell him. After all, everyone had their own secrets. He just could not help but ask. He did not necessarily want to answer. Senior brother, would you believe me if I broke through to the Mastery Saint Rudiment stage from the Perfection Mortal Shedding stage in less than 6 months? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile as he shook his head in response to Bai Li Hong. Of course, I didn't believe it before this. However, the truth is right in front of me now. How can I not believe it? Bai Li Hong smiled dryly. What if I say I know a secret tactic that can conceal my cultivation base from being detected by the spiritual secret tactic? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile. This, Bai Li Hong was stunned when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. It was not that he had not thought of such a possibility, but he had never heard of such a secret tactic before. I see. Bai Li Hong sighed in relief. Although this secret tactic also shocked him, it was not as shocking as the fact that Duan Lingtian had broken through to the Mastery Saint Rudiment stage from the Perfection Mortal Shedding stage in less than 6 months. In comparison, he was more willing to accept this explanation. Duan Lingtian sighed in relief when he saw that Bai Li Hong believed his explanation. At this moment, he still felt a little guilty. After all, Bai Li Hong was sincere to him, but he had lied to him. Naturally, he knew he had to do this. The 7 treasures, exquisite pagoda, was his biggest secret. If it was exposed, he would be doomed eternally. Naturally, he believed Bai Li Hong would not tell anyone even if he knew the truth. However, sometimes it did not mean he would not tell anyone even if he did not want to. Not to mention anything else. Just in terms of psychic power, there were many psychic power secret techniques that could directly pry into other people's souls and know all of their thoughts and thoughts. These psychic power secret techniques were often impossible to guard against. Once one was affected by these spiritual energy secret tactics, it was impossible to keep the secret. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian chose to keep it a secret. He believed he was keeping it a secret for Bai Li Hong's sake. Junior brother, I've been coming to your place since half a month ago. Every time I came, I saw you were in seclusion, so I didn't disturb you. Bai Li Hong said. You've been looking for me for half a month? Duan Lingtian asked in surprise. Senior brother, is there anything urgent? Yes. Bai Li Hong nodded. Aren't you interested in all kinds of rare and strange materials? This time, you'll have a chance to come into contact with the sect storehouse. By then, with my help, I'm sure you'll be able to get the materials you want. He had also heard about how Duan Lingtian was looking for materials in Han River City. After he heard about it, he had his eyes on the Moon Illumination sect storehouse. Unfortunately, although he was an inner court elder of the Moon Illumination sect and had an extraordinary position in the sect, it was still difficult for him to come into contact with the Moon Illumination sect storehouse. This was because the Moon Illumination sect storehouse was usually only open to outstanding young disciples. Usually, even the sect leader would not come into contact with the storehouse directly. The sect storehouse? Duan Lingtian had a puzzled expression on his face. What's that? The sect storehouse is where all kinds of rare and strange items are kept. The items that are passed down from generations in the sect, and there's no lack of dusty treasures, Bai Li Hong explained. However, only the outstanding inner court disciples in the sect are allowed to enter that place, and it's only open once a year. In that case, it's going to open this year. After listening to Bai Li Hong's explanation, Duan Lingtian was also interested in the moon illumination sect storehouse. He could faintly sense that it was a treasure trove that had never been excavated before. Yes. Chapter 1513. Inner Court, Disciple Below the Age of 40. Upon hearing Bai Li Hong's words, Duan Lingtian smiled nonchalantly. He looked calm, as though he did not feel pressured at all. With his current strength, let alone inner court disciples below the age of 40 in the moon illumination sect, he was not even afraid of those inner court disciples with extraordinary strength who were in the top echelon of the inner court. With his current strength, he dared not say he could defeat a paramount St. Rudiment stage powerhouse. However, as long as those powerhouses on the perfection St. Rudiment stage were not particularly monstrous, they would not be a match for him. Therefore, the annual hunting assessment held by the Moon Illumination sect was just a formality, in his opinion. Yes. Bai Li Hong nodded and smiled. The hunting assessment this time is just a formality to you, junior brother. With your strength, it'll be a piece of cake for you to get the first place in the hunting assessment. Based on his words, he was confident in Duan Lingtian. With Duan Lingtian's cultivation base at the Mastery St. Rudiment stage, none of the inner court disciples below the age of 40 in the Moon Illumination sect could compare to him. Even the inner court disciples below the age of 40 in the Moon Illumination sect, who had a cultivation base at the intermediate St. Rudiment stage, were considered to be extremely talented. Duan Lingtian's achievement was far ahead of them. I've already signed you up on my own accord. We'll depart in 10 days and head to the place where the hunting assessment will be held. I'll go with you, Bai Li Hong said. Senior brother, you're going with us? Duan Lingtian was a little surprised. Yes, I've asked the sect leader for a patroller identity to prevent anyone from cheating in the hunting assessment. Bai Li Hong smiled. Isn't the sect leader afraid that you'll help me cheat? Duan Lingtian laughed, as well as he joked. With your cultivation base, why would you need me to help you cheat, junior brother? Moreover, even if I help you cheat, the sect leader won't say anything. Bai Li Hong's words were filled with confidence. Among the inner court elders in the Moon Illumination sect, he was the only one who had the confidence to say such words, not to mention the other inner court elders. Even the vice sect leader did not have the confidence to say such words. Duan Lingtian was not surprised by this. Not only was his senior brother an inner court elder of the Moon Illumination sect, but he was also the only 3-star saint inscription master in the Moon Illumination sect. His position was so high that it was even higher than the few vice sect leaders of the Moon Illumination sect. Even the Saint Realm experts, including the sect master, had to give face to his senior brother. To the Duan Lingtian who had entered the 3rd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, 10 days was equivalent to 50 days. 50 days was enough for him to do a lot of things. Now, I've cultivated the golden shirt to the highest level, and I've also cultivated the main moves of the colossal aerolite arrow to the 4th level. I'm only 1 step away from the 5th level, which is the highest level, impeccable refinement. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. Apart from that, the offensive move, Gargantuan Mountain, in the Golden Rock mass tactic has also improved a lot. In these 50 days, I'll focus on cultivating the aerolite strike and body and arrow synchronization in the colossal aerolite arrow. After I've cultivated both of them to the highest level, the impeccable refinement, I'll cultivate the aerolite shower as well. The aerolite shower was one of the offensive moves in the colossal aerolite arrow. At the same time, it was also the foundation of the most powerful move in the colossal aerolite arrow, the colossal arrow bell. Only by cultivating the aerolite shower to the highest level could he start cultivating the colossal arrow bell with the aerolite shower as the foundation. Although they were both defensive moves, the strength of the colossal arrow bell was not something the golden shirt could compare to. The golden shirt was a move that was on par with the aerolite shower, while the colossal arrow bell was a powerful defensive move that was comparable to the defensive moves in the Earth rank Saint grade martial tactic. On the other hand, the Earth rank Saint grade martial tactic could only be cultivated by those at the Saint stage and above. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian had always been looking forward to cultivating the colossal arrow bell. Due to this reason, he did not neglect cultivating the aerolite shower. Currently, his aerolite shower was not far from breaking through to the 4th stage. Ever since Hua Lao helped me raise my cultivation base to the intermediate Saint Rudiment stage, I feel like it's much easier for me to cultivate the Saint grade martial tactic. It feels like I've been enlightened. The things that were difficult for me in the past have also become easier to understand. Duan Lingtian had long noticed this. He had even asked Hualao about it. However, Hualao's answer was only 4 words. Sun body. Duan Lingtian did not know much about the sun body. All he knew was that Hualao had said his current body was the sun body. As for what was special about the sun body, Hualao did not say much about it. He only asked Duan Lingtian to discover it himself. Up until now, he had only discovered the special thing about cultivating the Saint grade martial tactic being faster. However, this special thing was enough to make Duan Lingtian feel shocked and excited. According to Hualao, there are still many secrets about the sun body. I wonder how many surprises are waiting for me. When Duan Lingtian thought about this, he felt an inexplicable excitement in his heart. 50 days was not short, but it was not long either. Under Duan Lingtian's diligent cultivation, 50 days of time passed by quickly, and as he wished, he also cultivated meteor strike and body and arrow synchronization to the highest level. Apart from that, he had also cultivated the aerolite shower to the 4th level. It was only 1 step away from the highest level. Once he took another step, he would be able to officially cultivate the colossal arrow bell. When he had cultivated the aerolite shower to the 4th level, the 50 days in the 3rd level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda were about to pass. At this moment, Duan Lingtian left the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. It was already late at night outside. The next day was the time to depart to the hunting assessment held by the Moon Illumination sect. This night, Duan Lingtian did not return to the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. Instead, he sat on the bed in his room and rested with his eyes closed. However, his thoughts had already drifted away. I'll return to Half Moon Island after my cultivation base has broken through to the perfection mortal shedding stage. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. He believed that with the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, it would only take him 3 months to break through to the perfection mortal shedding stage. Naturally, 3 months referred to the 3 months in the outside world. 3 months in the outside world meant 15 months in the 3rd level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. In other words, it was 1 year and 3 months. My children are going to be born soon. Duan Lingtian was inexplicably excited when he thought of this. The excitement was even more intense than when his cultivation base had broken through. Once the 2 children were born, it would mean that he would be a father. This was something he did not dare to imagine in his past life. In his past life, he was a mercenary who walked in the dark and licked the blood off his blade. Even he did not know what would happen in the next moment. Due to this reason, he had never thought of getting married and having children in his past life. However, in this life, he was going to have children soon. Moreover, it was 2 children. The moment he thought of this, Duan Lingtian was even more anxious to return to Half Moon Island. The next morning, Duan Lingtian met up with Bai Lihong. Both of them left together and met up with the main group. The hunting assessment this time was personally hosted by a vice sect leader of the Moon Illumination sect. Apart from the vice sect leader, there were 3 other inner court elders who were patrolling envoys. Bai Lihong was one of them. Originally, with Bai Lihong's identity, it would only take him a few words to host the hunting assessment. However, he did not like hosting. He only wanted to be an idle patrolling envoy. Elder Bai Li. As soon as they met up with the main group, Duan Lingtian saw a sturdy old man walking towards him and Bai Lihong. He greeted Bai Lihong enthusiastically. The sturdy old man was tall, like a small mountain. When he walked over, it was as if a mountain was moving over, giving people an invisible pressure. Vice Sect Leader Zhong. Bai Lihong nodded in response to the sturdy old man. His words revealed the person's identity. It was none other than Zhong Hua, one of the vice sect leaders of the Moon Illumination sect, who was hosting the hunting assessment this time. This must be Elder Bai Li's junior brother Duan Lingtian, right? Soon after, Zhong Hua looked at Duan Lingtian and asked with a smile, Vice sect leader. Duan Lingtian quickly responded to Zhong Hua. However, he felt a little uncomfortable. Zhong Hua in front of him looked harmless, and there was nothing strange about him. However, for some reason, Duan Lingtian felt uncomfortable. Not only that, but Duan Lingtian could even faintly sense hostility from Zhong Hua. Naturally, the hostility was very weak. It was so weak that he did not know if he was mistaken. Logically speaking, this was the first time he had met Zhong Hua. Zhong Hua shouldn't be hostile toward him. Junior brother, this Zhong Hua is the master of the outer court disciple, Zhong, whom you defeated earlier. At this moment, Bai Lihong's true energy voice transmission pierced Duan Lingtian's eardrums. At once, it dispelled Duan Lingtian's doubts. He realized he was not mistaken. So, he's Zhong's master. Duan Lingtian finally understood. Since he was Zhong's master, it was normal for him to be hostile to him. Zhong was Lu Huan's nephew. Previously, he was defeated by Duan Lingtian. He was even forced by Duan Lingtian to swear on the lightning penalty, oath that he would never go against Duan Lingtian again. When Duan Lingtian glanced behind Zhong Hua, he noticed Zhong was among the group of people behind him. Zhong has also become an inner court disciple. Duan Lingtian was stunned. He was not surprised that Zhong had become an inner court disciple. With Zhong's master, the vice sect leader of the Moon Illumination sect, it would only take him a few words to make an exception for Zhong to enter the inner court. Chapter 1514. When Duan Lingtian probed Zhong's cultivation base, Zhong was also looking at Duan Lingtian with a complicated gaze. To a certain extent, the reason he could break through to the Saint Rudiment stage so quickly was partly because of Duan Lingtian. The reason he said it was because of Duan Lingtian was because he had heard that Duan Lingtian had broken through to the Saint Rudiment stage 3 months ago. Because of this, he had suffered a huge blow and felt pressured. As the saying went, where there's pressure, there's motivation. Under this invisible pressure, Zhong had successfully broken through to the Saint Rudiment stage a month ago. After he had broken through to the Saint Rudiment stage, he had officially become Vice Sect Leader Zhong, Hua's disciple. At this moment, the group of outer court disciples finally realized that Zhong was not secretly taken in by Lu Huan. Instead, he was the direct disciple of Vice Sect Leader Zhong Hua. However, due to the shock that Duan Lingtian had given them, they were somewhat immune to it. Therefore, they were not too shocked by this matter. After all, Duan Lingtian had directly become Elder Bai Lihong's junior brother. Who was Elder Bai Lihong? He was the publicly acknowledged #1 inner court elder in the Moon Illumination sect. His position was so high that it was even higher than the few vice sect leaders. Not only that, even the few saint stage powerhouses in the Moon Illumination sect, including the sect leader, had to be polite to Elder Bai Li Hong and treat him as an equal. From the moment Duan Lingtian became Bai Li Hong's junior brother, Duan Lingtian's seniority in the Moon Illumination sect had unknowingly increased. Even He Zhong's master, Zhonghua, one of the vice sect leaders of the Moon Illumination sect, had to address Duan Lingtian as junior brother out of respect for Bai Li Hong when he faced him. I can only hope that uncle can completely let go of the thought of going against Duan Lingtian and not brush me off, He Zhong thought to himself. Previously, when he heard that Duan Lingtian had become Bai Li Hong's junior brother, the little bit of resentment he had toward Duan Lingtian had completely vanished. As for the matter from before, he had completely thrown it to the back of his mind. He knew he would only be troubled by it if he kept it in his mind. This time, he was able to break through to the Saint Rudiment stage faster than he expected because of Duan Lingtian. To a certain extent, he was still grateful toward Duan Lingtian. He Zhong, congratulations. Duan Lingtian took the initiative to greet He Zhong through voice transmission true energy voice. When He Zhong heard it, he was stunned Zhong, Huet Duan Lingtian's S, congratulation. He Zhong Huai, S's Lingtian was obviously referring at him. He was at him. Duan Lingtian was master, he Lingtian. However, until now, it seemed like only he and his master knew that he had broken through to the Saint Rudiment stage. He had never revealed his current cultivation base to the outside world. However, Duan Lingtian had seen through it with just a glance. At once, he felt like he had nowhere to hide in front of Duan Lingtian. You can tell. After taking a deep breath, He Zhong could not help but ask through true energy voice transmission. Duan Lingtian did not reply. He merely smiled back at He Zhong. It was a mysterious smile in He Zhong's eyes. At this moment, in He Zhong's heart, Duan Lingtian's danger level had increased by a few levels. Soon after, the other two inner court elders, who were the patrollers of the hunting assessment, also took the initiative to greet Bai Li Hong. Their attitudes were extremely warm. Elder Bai Li. At this moment, the group of inner court disciples, including He Zhong, also greeted Bai Li Hong respectfully. Junior brother Duan. Soon after, the two inner court elders looked at Duan Lingtian and took the initiative to greet him. This scene made the group of inner court disciples envious. However, there was nothing they could do. After all, not only did Duan Lingtian have a high martial Dao innate talent, but he also had a good life. Now that he had a senior brother like Bai Li Hong, he could do whatever he wanted in the Moon Illumination sect. Let's go. As soon as Bai Li Hong spoke, Zhonghua gave the order. The group of people walked out of the Moon Illumination sect's monastery gate in a mighty manner. After leaving the Moon Illumination sect's monastery gate, the group of people soared into the sky and headed to the place where the hunting assessment was held. Not long after the group of people left, in a spacious mansion in the inner court of the Moon Illumination sect, Lu Huan sat in front of the stone table in the courtyard and tapped the table lightly. Duan Lingtian should be participating in the hunting assessment now, right? This is a good opportunity. I only hope the Mountain Shade black market won't disappoint me again. Lu Huan's eyes flashed with killing intent as he muttered to himself. Also, there's that Feng Hui. After so many years, it's time for me to put an end to the feud between us. Initially, I thought he wouldn't be able to cause any trouble even if I let him live. I can't believe he actually took such a monstrous genius like Duan Lingtian as his disciple. A sharp glint flashed across Lu Huan's eyes as killing intent shot out. After a while, he stood up and was ready to leave. Master. At this moment, a figure walked toward him. It was none other than Su Qi. Su Qi was holding a plate with a bowl of soup in his hand. This is the clear jade soup that I made for you. Please eat it while it's still hot, master. You're the one who's thoughtful. That rascal, Zhou Qi, has never made a bowl of soup for me. Lu Huan was very satisfied with this disciple before him. Ever since he became his disciple, not only did he cultivate diligently, but he would also personally make a bowl of soup for him every few days. Moreover, it was different every time. After drinking the soup that Su Qi handed to him, Lu Huan's eyes gleamed as a new idea popped up in his mind. Su Qi, come with me for a while, Lu Huan said to Su Qi. Yes. Su Qi did not ask where Lu Huan was going and agreed to it right away. Aren't you going to ask me where I'm bringing you? Lu Huan asked. I'll go wherever you want me to go, master. I won't even frown if it's a mountain of swords or a volcano, Su Qi said seriously. Lu Huan nodded. Good, good. The worst thing that I, Lu Huan, did in my life was to take that rascal Zhou Qi as my disciple. The best thing that I did was to take you as my disciple. Lu Huan laughed out loud. He was very satisfied with Su Qi's answer. Let's go. I'll bring you back to Mound Hill City. The moment Lu Huan's words left his mouth, he left the room. Mound Hill City. Su Qi's heart skipped a beat when he heard Lu Huan's words. He could faintly guess what Lu Huan was going to do. He also realized that all of this was closely related to Duan Lingtian's rise. However, after taking a deep breath, Su Qi still followed Lu Huan. Some time ago, the news of Duan Lingtian becoming the junior brother of Bai Li Hong, the inner court elder of Moon Illumination sect, had spread to the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City. Fang Hui, the city governor of Mound Hill City, was stunned for a long time before he finally regained his senses. He's actually taken as elder Bai Li Hong's junior brother? Fang Hui was shocked and surprised at the same time. In the end, he laughed out loud with joy on his face. In the end, 2 streams of tears rolled down his cheeks. Those were tears of joy. As the outer court deacon of the Moon Illumination sect, Fang Hui used to be a disciple of the Moon Illumination sect. Naturally, he knew who Elder Bai Li Hong was. He was someone that even the sect leader of Moon Illumination sect had to treat with respect. In the past, Elder Bai Li Hong was an insurmountable lofty mountain he had to lift his head to look at. Moreover, when he first met Elder Bai Li Hong, he did not even dare to breathe loudly for fear that he would upset Elder Bai Li Hong. Now he learned that his disciple, Duan Lingtian, had been taken as a junior brother by Elder Bai Li Hong. How could he not be surprised? He's broken through to the Saint Rudiment stage? After a while, Fang Hui received another piece of news from the Moon Illumination sect. The news was about Duan Lingtian breaking through to the Saint Rudiment stage. No wonder Elder Bai Li Hong took him as his junior brother. As it turns out, he saw how extraordinary his innate talent is. It's funny that I wanted to take him as my disciple and make him acknowledge me as his master. What a joke! What a joke! Fang Hui's face was filled with self-mockery as he muttered to himself. However, he was more happy for Duan Lingtian. With Elder Bai Li Hong as his backer, Lu Huan shouldn't dare to touch him easily. Ling Yin and Xiong, who should be safe with him taking care of them. Fang Hui sighed in relief when he thought of this. In the following days, Fang Hui was in a good mood. He felt like the haze that had been accumulating in his heart for many years seemed to have dissipated. Naturally, such days did not last long. Fang Hui. A thunderous voice resonated in the sky above the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City, causing Fang Hui, who was cultivating in his room, to have a drastic change of expression. He was very familiar with this voice. It was so familiar that it was impossible for him to forget it. Lu Huan. Fang Hui's expression was extremely grave as he took a deep breath. He did not expect Lu Huan, who had not taken the initiative to look for him and trample on his master for many years, would come looking for him at this moment. However, he could faintly sense that Lu Huan's sudden visit had something to do with Duan Lingtian. Perhaps Duan Lingtian had pressured him. The moment Fang Hui thought of this, his expression softened a little. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Lu Huan, are you afraid as well? When Fang Hui walked out of his room and stepped into the air, he realized that Lu Huan was not the only person who came. there was another person who was extremely familiar to him. Su Qi. Feng Hui's heart skipped a beat when he saw Su Qi standing next to Lu Huan in the air. Su Qi was originally the disciple that he valued the most. He had an extremely high innate talent. Before Duan Lingtian appeared, he was the one with the highest innate talent among all the young geniuses in Mound Hill City. Due to this reason, he had spent a lot of effort on Su Qi. However, he did not expect that he would end up benefiting Lu Huan in the end. Now that he saw Su Qi standing in the air, he realized that Su Qi had broken through to the Saint Rudiment stage. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to ignore the flight prohibiting formation in the sky above Mound Hill City. The flight prohibiting formation in Mound Hill City restricted all martial and Dao cultivators below the Saint Rudiment stage. Chapter 15:15. Naturally, Duan Lingtian did not know about the crisis that Feng Hui was facing. He did not expect that Lu Huan would be so desperate to kill his teacher, Feng Hui, after he had made a name for himself several times. At this moment, Duan Lingtian and Bai Li Hong were following the group of people from the Moon Illumination sect to the place where the hunting assessment would be held. It was above a mountain ridge with a steep terrain. Looking from afar, the mountain ridge was so vast that it would make one's jaw drop. This mountain range will be your stage from now on. You can kill the savage beasts as you please in there. However, it's best that you leave a mark on the wild beast after you kill it so that we can verify your results. Zhonghua, the vice sect leader of the Moon Illumination sect, told the group of inner core disciples, including Duan Lingtian. Upon hearing his words, Duan Lingtian and the rest nodded their heads. It seems like I can't destroy the wild beast's body directly. After all, once I destroy the body, I won't be able to prove that I'm the one who killed the wild beast, and I won't be able to prove that I've killed any wild beast. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. While they were still on the way, he had already roughly understood the rules of the hunting assessment this time. In the hunting assessment, the points would be different depending on the strength of the wild beast that was killed. Each of you will take one of these jade tokens. If you encounter any accident, just crush it. At that time, the 3 inner court elders and I will rush to your side immediately. Zhong Hu raised his hand and took out several jade tokens before passing them to Duan Lingtian and the rest. However, I still have to remind all of you, once you crush the jade token, it'll mean the end of the assessment. Even if the assessment time is not up yet, the person who crushed the jade token will have already finished the assessment. What Zhong Hu was trying to say was obvious. Unless they were in danger, it was best not to crush the jade token. Apart from Duan Lingtian, who was studying the jade token in his hand thoughtfully, the group of inner core disciples, including Hezhong, nodded their heads in realization. Saint inscription. At this moment, Duan Lingtian also noticed a saint inscription was inscribed on the jade token in his hand. This saint rune was very special. It was neither an offensive saint rune nor an auxiliary saint rune. At the very least, he had never come across such a saint rune before. Senior brother, did you inscribe the saint rune on this jade slip? Duan Lingtian asked Bai Li Hong through a true energy sound transmission. Although he couldn't recognize the saint inscription on the jade slip, he could tell that there were traces of Bai Li Hong in the saint inscription. The words had handwriting, and so did the sacred inscriptions. Yes. Junior brother, don't underestimate the saint inscriptions on these jade slips. These saint inscriptions are 3-star saint inscriptions. 3-star saint inscription? Duan Lingtian was shocked when he heard this. However, although this saint inscription is a 3-star saint inscription, it only has a warning effect. Moreover, its cost is extremely low. It's not even comparable to a 2-star saint inscription. Bai Li Hong added. Duan Lingtian suddenly understood. Although the cost is low and it's easy to inscribe, it's still a 3-star saint inscription, no matter what. Even the territory of an imminent saint stage powerhouse can't restrict its warning. Of course, it's a different story if it's a saint stage powerhouse. Bai Li Hong continued. It can warn through the territory of an imminent saint stage powerhouse? Duan Lingtian was shocked. However, he no longer dared to underestimate the saint inscription on the jade slip in his hand. All right, all of you can leave now. The 3 inspectors and I will take turns to look after all of you. If all of you encounter any danger, just crush the jade slip and we'll come to your rescue immediately. Zhong Hua, the vice sect leader of Moon Illumination Sect, did not beat around the bush. As for the detailed rules of the hunting assessment, he had already explained them on the way here. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The moment Zhong Hua's words left his mouth, the group of inner court disciples flew down one after another and entered the lush mountain range. Their bodies disappeared in just a blink of an eye. It was as though they were stones that had sunk into the sea. Duan Lingtian nodded at Bai Li Hong before he flew down and entered the lush mountain range as well. Elder Bai Li, I think junior brother Duan is the one who's going to participate in the hunting assessment this time. He should be able to get first place. What do you think? After the group of inner court disciples, including Duan Lingtian, entered the lush mountain range, Zhong Hua looked at Bai Li Hong and asked with narrowed eyes. Naturally, he asked this question on purpose. However, in the next moment, he was completely dumbfounded when he heard Bai Li Hong's answer. Not should, but he definitely will. Junior brother will definitely get first place in the hunting assessment this time. This was Bai Li Hong's answer. Bai Li Hong's answer not only stunned Zhong Hua, but even the other 2 inner court elders could not help but click their tongues. They thought Bai Li Hong's confidence in Duan Lingtian was a little too blind. However, they had to admit that Duan Lingtian's innate talent was pretty good. However, having good innate talent did not mean that he was powerful. In their opinion, Duan Lingtian's foundation must be unstable since he had broken through to the Saint Rudiment stage from the Perfection Mortal Shedding stage in such a short time. He might not even be as good as most of the inner court disciples who came this time. Naturally, this was also because they did not know about Duan Lingtian's secret. If they knew that Duan Lingtian possessed a heaven-defying celestial supreme treasure like the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, they would definitely not think this way. While Duan Lingtian entered the lush mountain range and started killing the wild beasts inside, the city governor's estate in the faraway Mound Hill city was in a state of panic. In the sky, Feng Hui, the city governor of Mound Hill City, looked at Su Qi with a complicated expression. However, he did not say anything in the end. In his opinion, Su Qi's choice was not wrong. In this world where the strong were respected, was it not for the sake of survival that people worked so hard to cultivate? To be honest, he did not blame Su Qi for choosing to become Lu Huan's disciple in order to survive. Su Qi did not do anything wrong because he wanted to survive. However, when he saw the killing intent flashing in Lu Huan's eyes, his heart turned cold. He realized Lu Huan did not come looking for him with good intentions. He even wanted to kill him. He did not find it strange that Lu Huan wanted to kill him. However, Lu Huan brought Su Qi here. This made his heart turn cold. Lu Huan wanted to use Su Qi to flaunt his prowess before killing him, ruthlessly trampling on his dignity in front of his former disciple, and then obliterating him. Feng Hui, I really have to thank you for finding me such an outstanding disciple. As expected, Lu Huan looked at Feng Hui and said with a smile, Lu Huan, stop pretending. Didn't you come here today to kill me? Duan Lingtian's existence is like a fishbone stuck in your throat, isn't it? Feng Hui glanced at Lu Huan indifferently and said fearlessly, Even if I die today, I have no regrets. Duan Lingtian is destined to be a nightmare for you. Of course. That's if you can live longer. Ha 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 ha. When Feng Hui reached the end of his sentence, he laughed heartily. Feng Hui. Lu Huan's expression was extremely grave as he roared in a deep voice. He did not expect Fang Hui would still dare to provoke him at this moment. Moreover, it was obvious Fang Hui was not afraid of death. "Are you trying to provoke me so that you can die a quick death?" Lu Huan asked with a cold smile as he regained his senses. "Lu Huan, your imagination is still as vivid as before," Fang Hui said indifferently. Fang Hui said calmly. His expression was calm, as if he had already seen through life and death. "Humph. I think I guessed right, didn't I? If you want to die a quick death, I won't let you get what you want." Lu Huan sneered. "Although you're going to die today, I won't let you die a quick death. I'll let you see with your own eyes how I'm going to rip off every inch of your flesh." When Fang Hui heard Lu Huan's words, he shuddered, even though he had already seen through life and death. "Lu Huan, my death is just the beginning of your nightmare." Fang Hui was still laughing. He was laughing freely and heartily. It had been so many years, but this was the first time he was so happy when he saw Lu Huan. All these years he had been living like a walking corpse. Wasn't it all because of the trace of obsession in his heart? Now that his disciple Duan Lingtian had risen to power, Lu Huan felt like a fishbone was stuck in his throat. He suddenly felt that all these years of forbearance and sacrifice were worth it. This was because he had received a huge reward. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian was the best gift that God had given him. With Duan Lingtian around, there was no need for him to worry that no one would avenge him. Although he had only known Duan Lingtian for less than a year, he knew very well what kind of person Duan Lingtian was. If he died, Duan Lingtian would definitely not let Lu Huan go. "You're seeking death." Lu Huan was furious. True energy surged from his body, causing his long robe to flutter even though there was no wind. Lu Huan's robe fluttered furiously as he was about to attack Lu Huan. Horror dawned on Lu Huan's face. At the same time, he lifted his hand at lightning speed and slapped the side of his body. Bang! A loud noise resonated in the air as a figure was sent flying by Lu Huan like an arrow that was shot out. The person who was sent flying was none other than Su Qi. To be more precise, it was Su Qi who was sent flying by Lu Huan's palm after he stabbed a needle into Lu Huan's body. Su Qi, seeing Lu Huan's body trembling violently and his face turning green. Fang Hui would have lived his life in vain if he still did not know what had happened. At this moment, realization dawned on him. As it turned out, Su Qi did not betray him. Su Qi's heart was still with him. Su Qi was not afraid of death. He was waiting for the right time to avenge him. The moment Lu Huan thought of this, he no longer hesitated. He flew out and caught Su Qi. "Master, if you were a few months later, I'd definitely be able to kill him for you." "What a pity, what a pity." Blood spurted from Su Qi's mouth. His face was pale. "Rascal, when did you poison me?" In the distance, Lu Huan roared as he questioned Su Qi. Chapter 15-16. At this moment, Lu Huan realized Su Qi had been plotting this for a long time. The poison in his body was not formed overnight. "Lu Huan, the soup I made tastes pretty good, right?" "Ha! Cough! Cough!" Su Qi, who was caught by Lu Huan, glanced at him coldly before he laughed out loud. His face turned even paler as he coughed a few times and spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. At the same time, Su Qi's vitality began to weaken. It was obvious he was on the verge of death. "Soup? I see, I see. It seems like you didn't sincerely acknowledge me as your master from the beginning. I've always treated you well, but in the end, you actually wanted to harm me. Rascal! Rascal!" Lu Huan finally understood everything. His face that was glowing green was so gloomy that it seemed like water could drip out of it at any time. "Sincerely." When Su Qi heard this, he mocked. "I, Su Qi, only acknowledge one master in my life, but it's not you, Lu Huan. It's ridiculous that you, Lu Huan, actually thought you could make me submit to you. If it wasn't for the sake of waiting patiently for the right time to avenge my master, why would I pretend to submit to you? Unfortunately, you were so close. If I had a few more months, I'm confident I'll make you die from the poison." When Su Chi reached the end of his sentence, a look of pity could be seen on his face. Lu Huan was a paramount Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse. An ordinary poison would not be able to harm him at all. Due to this reason, he had used a slow-acting poison that he obtained by chance on the mortal continent. Not only was it colorless and tasteless, but it was also undetectable. As for that type of poison, it wasn't usually that toxic. It would only show its powerful toxicity when it was combined with another drug. The needle that he had pierced into Lu Huan's body earlier was stained with the drug that triggered the poison. It had completely activated the poison that had been hidden in Lu Huan's body for a long time, causing him to be poisoned. "Master, you must leave now." While Lu Huan is focused on expelling the poison and doesn't dare to move recklessly, "You must leave now," Su Chi urged Lu Huan as he looked at him. He knew very well that he was the one who had poisoned Lu Huan. Currently, Lu Huan only had the strength to protect himself. If he moved, the poison in his body would invade his organs. At that time, even a Daluo celestial being would not be able to save him. If Lu Huan wanted to suppress the poison in his body, it would take at least 1 or 2 hours. 1 to 2 hours was enough for his master, Feng Hui, to escape from Lu Huan's pursuit. Su Chi. Tears welled up in Feng Hui's eyes, and his face was filled with emotions. Men don't cry easily, but that's only because they haven't been deeply hurt. When he found out that Su Chi did not really betray him, the disappointment in his heart vanished. All that was left was happiness. He realized that he had not misjudged Su Chi. This disciple who had been by his side since the beginning had always regarded him as his only master. "Master, leave quickly." However, Su Chi knew that this was not the time to be sentimental, so he hurriedly urged her. "Wasn't he poisoned? I'll kill him now." However, Feng Hui had no intention of leaving. A cold gleam flashed in his eyes as he stared at Lu Huan, who was focusing on expelling the poison. "Master, it's just that he doesn't dare to move, but he still has the ability to protect himself. Let's go. Let's go." Su Chi continued to urge him. He was so agitated that he spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. His injuries worsened. "Good. I'm leaving." Although Feng Hui was unwilling, he knew that Su Chi would not lie to him. He gritted his teeth and was prepared to leave with Su Chi. However, at this moment, ha ha ha, a burst of loud laughter suddenly resonated in the air. It was filled with wanton arrogance. Both Feng Hui and Su Chi's expressions changed when they heard the loud laughter. In the distance, Lu Huan, who was standing in the air and laughing loudly, had no trace of green on his face at all. At this moment, Lu Huan stood there in high spirits. He did not look like a person who was poisoned at all. Impossible! Impossible! Upon seeing this, Su Chi's body began to tremble violently. He kept shaking his head. Shock and disbelief were written all over his face. It was apparent that he did not expect this to happen. "Nothing is impossible." Lu Huan smirked. "I'm a Saint Refinement Master who focuses on refining medicine. Although I've neglected it for many years, I've consumed the 1,000 poison beasts' flesh when I was young. Ever since then, although my body isn't immune to all poisons, it's still extremely resistant to poison. The poison that you used is indeed not bad. It's very subtle as well. Unfortunately, it's not much of a threat to me." Every word that Lu Huan said seemed to have struck Su Chi's soul directly. It caused Su Chi's face to turn even paler. A hint of despair could be seen in his eyes. "Since you're so close to your master, I'll send both of you to hell." Lu Huan's eyes turned cold. His body moved as though it had transformed into a hurricane. In just a blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Feng Hui and Su Chi. "Master, if there's a next life, I'll still be your disciple," Su Chi suddenly shouted. He used the last bit of strength in his body to leave Feng Hui's side and charged toward Lu Huan. He wanted to use the last bit of strength he had to protect his master. He would die without regrets. "You're like a mantis trying to stop a chariot," Lu Huan smirked. With a lift of his hand, a vast and rolling energy exploded Su Qi into a bloody mist in just a blink of an eye. Apart from not being able to touch Lu Huan, the bloody mist splattered all over Feng Hui's face. Feng Hui's heart turned as cold as ice when he sensed the bloody stench that was coming toward him. His soul began to tremble violently at this moment. Su Qi, Lu Huan die!" Feng Hui suddenly shouted. The true energy in his qi si surged out without any reservation. It was as though he was going to fight Lu Huan to the death. However, the gigantic saber that was consolidated by Lu Huan's true energy, consolidated weapon, easily broke Feng Hui's ferocious attack. "Feng Hui, perhaps you could be compared to me when you were young. However, you're no different from an ant in my eyes now." Lu Huan stared at Feng Hui coldly and said condescendingly, "That's right. My ability can't be compared to yours. However, your disciple can't be compared to the disciple that I've taken in." Feng Hui smiled again when he was on the brink of death. A figure flashed in his mind. It was a young man who always wore purple. He was also his hope, Duan Lingtian. "Feng Hui, I've told you before that I won't let you die a quick death. I'll torture you until you're left with your last breath." Upon hearing Feng Hui's words, Lu Huan's eyes turned even colder. He took one step at a time and faced Feng Hui like a hunter hunting his prey. Every step he took seemed to have transformed into a gigantic hammer that slammed heavily on Feng Hui's chest. Without warning, Lu Huan lifted his hand and grabbed Feng Hui at lightning speed. At this critical moment, a swift sword light suddenly pierced through the air and passed between Lu Huan and Feng Hui. It shocked Lu Huan so much that he retracted his hand. "Who's that?" Horror dawned on Lu Huan's face when he realized the threat of the sword ray. "Ha, Elder Lu Huan, it seems like we haven't seen each other for a few years, right?" At this moment, a loud laugh was heard. Along with it, a strong figure appeared. It was a middle-aged man with a strong build. The middle-aged man's gray robe fluttered in the wind. He was holding a sword in his hand. "You're Wang Tao?" Lu Huan asked in a deep voice as he studied the middle-aged man in front of him with a frown. "It seems like you still recognize me, Elder Lu Huan." Wang Tao smiled. "Humph. Wang Tao, I can't believe that you've also broken through to the paramount Saint Rudiment stage after so many years. However, do you think you can stop me?" Lu Huan snorted coldly and said disdainfully. Lu Huan had some impression of the person before him. He was an inner court deacon in the Moon Illumination sect. However, it did not cross his mind that he would meet this person again here. Since Wang Tao was able to pass through his territory that covered an area of 100 meters without him noticing, one could easily imagine his cultivation base. He must have entered the paramount Saint Rudiment stage. Even so, he was not afraid of Wang Tao. A martial cultivator who had just broken through to the paramount Saint Rudiment stage was nothing to him. "I'll have to try to find out if I can stop you, Elder Lu Huan." Wang Tao smiled faintly with a carefree expression. It was as if he did not take Lu Huan seriously at all. "Deacon Wang?" Feng Hui finally regained his senses. He stared at the muscular figure in front of him in a daze. It did not cross his mind that this person would appear at this moment. Moreover, it was obvious that he was here to protect him. Wang Tao was the youngest inner court deacon in the history of the Moon Illumination sect. Apart from that, he was also a sword cultivator. However, due to his reclusive nature, he did not have much of a reputation. Based on Lu Huan's words, this Deacon Wang seemed to be a paramount Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse. "Good. Very good." Upon hearing Wang Tao's words, Lu Huan was so angry that he laughed. Wang Tao, I really want to know why you're protecting him? As far as I know, you don't seem to be friends with him, right? Elder Lu Huan, you don't have to test me. I'm only protecting him because someone asked me to. Wang Tao said nonchalantly. The person who asked you to protect him, is that person Elder Bai Li? The moment Lu Huan thought of this, horror dawned on his face. A hint of dread could be seen in his eyes. However, Wang Tao did not answer him. All he did was stare at him quietly. At this moment, Lu Huan was almost certain. Humph! Lu Huan's expression changed for a while. In the end, he clenched his teeth and chose to leave. However, before he left, he did not forget to leave behind some ruthless words. Wang Tao, the grudge between you and me has been formed. He had thought it through carefully before he decided to leave. Initially, he did not dare to make a big fuss about killing Feng Hui. For this reason, he had even used his true energy consolidated territory to cover an area of 100 meters to conceal himself so that nobody would notice him. This was because he knew if people saw that he was the one who killed Feng Hui, he would definitely enrage Elder Bai Li. Perhaps Elder Bai Li would not care about Feng Hui's life or death. However, he would care about Duan Lingtian's emotions. However, he was not afraid as long as nobody knew he was the one who killed Feng Hui. Chapter 1517. However, Wang Tao's appearance forced him to give up. It was obvious Wang Tao was sent by Bai Li Hong to protect Feng Hui, the city governor of Mount Hill City. Although he was confident he could defeat Wang Tao, he did not have the confidence to kill him. After all, they were both at the paramount Saint Rudiment stage. Unless the disparity in their strength was too great, nobody would dare to say they could kill each other. Moreover, even if he was confident he could kill Wang Tao, Bai Li Hong would definitely suspect him when he returned and learned about Wang Tao's death. There were not many people in the Moon Illumination Sect's surrounding area who could kill Wang Tao. It was not difficult for him to suspect him. Killing Wang Tao was completely different from killing Feng Hui. Anyone above the Mastery Saint Rudiment stage would be able to kill Feng Hui. Thank you, Deacon Wang. Feng Hui sighed in relief when he saw Lu Huan leaving just like that. He quickly thanked Wang Tao. You don't have to thank me. I was just asked to do this. Wang Tao replied nonchalantly and left as soon as his words left his mouth. Naturally, he did not really leave. Instead, he hid at the side and secretly protected Feng Hui. On the other hand, the more Lu Huan thought about it after he left, the angrier he became. Damn it! Bai Li Hong, that old man, is such a busybody. At this moment, a sense of helplessness rose in Lu Huan's heart. It was as though Bai Li Hong had predicted every move he made. It made him feel extremely aggrieved. I hope the people from Mountain Shade Black Market can seize this opportunity to kill Duan Lingtian in one fell swoop during the hunting assessment. Once Duan Lingtian is dead, Bai Li Hong won't be able to target me anymore. Lu Huan thought to himself. Moreover, from today onward, any disciple I, Lu Huan, accept must swear on the lightning penalty oath that they'll never betray me. If they don't swear, I won't accept them no matter how high their innate talent is. Lu Huan was annoyed when he recalled Su Qi, whom he had just killed, and Zhou Qi, whom he had killed earlier. He really felt like he was the unluckiest person in his 8 lifetimes. The 2 direct disciples he had accepted consecutively had betrayed him in the end. Due to this reason, he made up his mind. Whoever wanted to acknowledge him as their master would have to swear on the lightning penalty oath first. When Lu Huan returned to the Moon Illumination sect gloomily, Duan Lingtian had also killed many wild beasts in the mountainous forest. Even though he had killed quite a number of savage beasts, his robes were still bright and clean. It was as if killing the savage beasts was nothing to him. Actually, it wasn't that difficult. Putting aside the fact that he could defeat opponents with a higher cultivation base than him, just based on his current cultivation base at the Mastery St. Rudiment stage. It was almost impossible to find a wild beast that was a match for him in this mountain forest. Even if there are Mastery Saint realm wild beasts here, I'm afraid there aren't many of them. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Along the way, he had only killed a few dozen intermediate St. Rudiment stage wild beasts. Most of them were early Saint realm wild beasts, several hundred of them. Perhaps it had heard Duan Lingtian's thoughts. But as he continued to walk forward, a deafening beast roar sounded. It was like a clap of thunder, as if it wanted to tear apart Duan Lingtian's eardrums. Is this a Mastery Saint Rudiment stage wild beast? When Duan Lingtian heard the beast's roar that sounded like a sonic attack, he was shocked. Soon after, he saw a gigantic beast the size of a small hill charging toward him. Wherever it passed, the ground would tremble as though the earth was quaking and the mountains were shaking. Wherever the gigantic beast passed, the trees would collapse one after another. Huge footprints would appear on the ground one after another. Each of the footprints was like a huge pit. Good timing! In the face of the Mastery St. Rudiment stage, wild beast that was charging at him menacingly. Not only was Duan Lingtian not afraid, but he even went up to it. At this moment, a gush of vast true energy surged out of Duan Lingtian's body and transformed into a gigantic hammer in the air in just a blink of an eye. It fell like a meteor and slammed hard on the Mastery St. Rudiment stage wild beast in front of him. It was a wild beast that looked very similar to a gorilla. Roar! In the face of Duan Lingtian's true energy consolidated weapon technique, the Mastery St. Rudiment stage wild beast opened its bloody mouth and roared loudly. The terrifying sound wave formed a sound wave attack in an instant, causing clear ripples to appear in the air. As the sound wave rolled out, the gigantic hammer that Duan Lingtian had condensed with his true energy, consolidated weapon technique, seemed to have hit a cotton ball. It advanced rapidly before it was squeezed out. In the end, it was even defeated. What a powerful sonic attack! Upon seeing this scene, Duan Lingtian was shocked. He did not expect his true energy, consolidated weapon technique, would be defeated by the Mastery St. Rudiment stage wild beast's roar. In fact, the gigantic hammer that he had condensed with his true energy, consolidated weapon technique, was able to kill an intermediate St. Rudiment stage wild beast with a single strike. Good. I didn't expect you to be so strong. Since that's the case, I'll play with you. Facing the powerful strength displayed by the Mastery St. Rudiment stage wild beast, Duan Lingtian was not afraid. Instead, his eyes lit up as he raised his hand and took out a heavy, heavy sword. It was none other than the 1,000-catty heavy sword. Roar! At the same time, the wild beast roared again as it lifted its boulder-like fists and smashed them toward Duan Lingtian. A deafening sound of wind and thunder resounded in the air as it passed by. Good. Facing the pair of giant cannonball-like iron fists of the wild beast, Duan Lingtian laughed and swung the 1,000-catty heavy sword in his hand to meet the wild beast head-on. It was as if one man could hold the pass against 10,000. Heavy as Mount Tai. Duan Lingtian seemed to be particularly excited as he shouted the name of his next move. The 1,000-catty heavy sword in his hand slammed down like a collapsing mountain towards the pair of iron fists of the wild beast. Pum! Pum! Accompanied by two deafening noises, Duan Lingtian's 1,000-catty heavy sword collided with the pair of iron fists of the wild beast. True chi collided, causing waves of chi waves to appear in the air as they continuously pressed against each other. The waves of air surged and set off a series of thunderous explosions. Gusts of raging wind swept out and blew gravel and trees in the surrounding area. It was as if a strong typhoon had set off. Roar! The wild beast roared and took a step back. When it looked at Duan Lingtian again, its eyes that were as big as a gong were not only red, but there was also a hint of fear in them. Although the wild beast did not have the intelligence of a saint beast, it had its own survival instinct to survive in a harsh environment. Duan Lingtian blocked its fists with his sword. At this moment, it regarded Duan Lingtian as a strong enemy. Just when Duan Lingtian saw the fear in the wild beast's eyes and thought it would retreat in the face of difficulties, a shocking scene appeared. Dong! 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 Along with the sound of drums, the savage beast was beating its own chest with its fists. Its crazy appearance was exactly the same as that of a gorilla. There was no difference at all. If there was a difference, it would be the size of the wild beast. It was several times bigger than a gorilla. Has it gone mad? Just when Duan Lingtian thought the wild beast in front of him had gone mad, a shocking scene appeared. As the wild beast kept hitting its chest with its fists, a blood-red mist appeared from its heart. It spread all over its body and merged with every pore on its body. The blood-red mist continued to grow. In the end, the wild beast's body seemed to be covered by a layer of blood-red energy. On top of the blood-red energy, one could vaguely see a blood-red lightning flashing. What's this? Duan Lingtian was completely shocked by the scene in front of him. What was going on? Could it be berserk? In the blink of an eye, a thought suddenly appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind. The reason why such a thought popped up in his mind was because he recalled the berserk, mongrel, rodent clan. They were a clan that was good at berserk. Once they went berserk, their strength would increase tremendously. It was extremely terrifying. Roar! The wild beast that was shrouded in blood-red energy seemed to have transformed into an invincible god of war at this moment. It roared at Duan Lingtian. The sound waves rolled in the air and continued to compress and explode, creating a thunderous sound. It's really become stronger. Even Duan Lingtian felt a little uncomfortable with the sound waves. It was obviously on a different level from the previous sound waves. After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian did not dare to hesitate. He infused his true energy into the 1,000-Kadi sword in his hand and activated the 2-star saint inscription, the 1,000-Kadi saint inscription. When the wild beast swung its fists at him again, he met it head-on. Heavy as Mount Tai, it was the same sword, but due to the power of the 1,000-Kadi saint inscription, it became even more terrifying. However, this terrifying sword was actually repelled by the wild beast's iron fists. Not only that, but it also caused Duan Lingtian's hand to go numb. A faint trace of blood could be seen on his hand. Although he did not bleed, it was enough to shock Duan Lingtian. His body was different from an ordinary human's body. Even the 5-clawed divine dragons who were at the same level as him among the dragons in the Dao Martial Saint Land could not compare to him in terms of body strength. Even so, the web between his thumb and index finger was still slightly cracked from the impact. Roar! Duan Lingtian's sword was repelled, and the wild beast's iron fists also changed its direction and landed on empty air. However, it quickly regained its senses and swung its iron fists at Duan Lingtian again. It was as though it would not stop until it killed Duan Lingtian. I am not going to play with you anymore. With a raised brow, Duan Lingtian's true energy swept out from his qi si and flowed into his hands through his 99 saint veins. At the same time, he casually put away the 1,000-Kadi sword and clenched his fists. He was actually going to meet the wild beast's fists head-on. If someone was here, they would definitely think Duan Lingtian was overestimating himself. Even his sword was defeated by the wild beast after it had gone berserk. He actually dared to fight the wild beast with his bare hands. He was simply seeking death. However, what they did not know was that Duan Lingtian had also used his brute strength in this punch. Chapter 1518. Bang! A loud bang reverberated in the air. It shook the air so much that it seemed to distort slightly. Ripples that could be seen clearly spread out. Bang! Another loud bang reverberated in the air. Even the birds that were hundreds of meters away were frightened and fled in all directions. At the same time, 2 clouds of blood mist exploded in the air. It was as though a small blood rain was falling. It was the wild beast that had gone berserk. Its iron fists were smashed by Duan Lingtian's fists. Roar! The wild beast shrieked in agony when its iron fists were gone. Its survival instinct urged it to turn around and flee immediately. At this moment, in its eyes, Duan Lingtian, this little thing, was no different from a devil. Right now, it only wanted to get as far away from Duan Lingtian as possible. This feeling of fighting fire with fire is really good. It feels so good. Duan Lingtian grinned and laughed heartily as he looked at his fists that seemed to be wearing a pair of golden gloves at some unknown time. Earlier, when his fists were about to collide with the wild beast's iron fists, he had cast the golden shirt that he had cultivated to the highest stage, the impeccable stage, in time to strengthen his physical strength again. It was precisely because of this that he could easily smash the pair of iron fists of the Mastery St. Rudiment stage wild beast that had gone berserk. In this hunting assessment, the points of a Mastery St. Rudiment stage wild beast will definitely be more than the points of an intermediate St. Rudiment stage wild beast. Duan Lingtian did not doubt this at all. With a raise of his hand, Duan Lingtian took out the sun-shooting bow at lightning speed. He raised his hand and shot an arrow out. The true energy arrow that contained the penetration saint inscription easily pierced through the wild beast that was only focused on fleeing and killed it. To him, the wild beast was the equivalent of points. Boom! The wild beast's huge body crashed to the ground. Duan Lingtian chased after it in time and left his name on the wild beast's body. This meant he was the one who killed the wild beast. As long as he left his mark, he did not have to worry about a second person leaving his name behind to claim it. This was because the traces left behind one after the other could be seen from the degree of drying of the bloodstains. While Duan Lingtian was leaving his name on the body of the savage beast, he did not know that a black figure was hiding in the leaves of a large tree not far away. His body seems to be. The figure was curvaceous, and it was obvious that it was a woman. Moreover, it was a woman with a great figure. Now the woman's exposed pair of autumn eyes flickered with excitement. Found it! I finally found it! Not only was her gaze excited, but her heart was also very excited, as if Duan Lingtian was her old acquaintance and lover. He's Duan Lingtian? Soon, the woman with a hot figure, who was covered in black clothes and only revealed a pair of exposed autumn eyes, came back to her senses and murmured. A harmless-looking purple sparrow was perched on her shoulder. Although the purple sparrow seemed to be very quiet, the gleam in its eyes as it stared at Duan Lingtian showed that it was not calm at all. This woman was none other than the Mountain Shade Black Market's quasi-4-star assassin, Chi Mei. He must know her, he must know her. Moreover, their relationship is not ordinary. Otherwise, her aura wouldn't be so strong on him. Chi Mei had just calmed down when she sensed the barely detectable aura on Duan Lingtian's body. She said with certainty. At the same time, she moved and hovered in the air in front of Duan Lingtian. She looked at Duan Lingtian calmly, as though she was trying to see if there was anything special about Duan Lingtian. Who are you? Naturally, it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to not notice such a big living person. He reacted immediately, and his expression changed. Mountain Shade Black Market, Chi Mei. Chi Mei hovered in the air and replied nonchalantly. If the other assassins from the Mountain Shade Black Market heard Chi Mei's words, they would definitely be shocked. This was because, as far as they knew, Chi Mei would not speak nonsense when she made a move, let alone reveal her identity. In fact, almost all of the Mountain Shade Black Market's assassins had sworn on the lightning penalty oath, so it was almost impossible for them to reveal their identities. If the other assassins from the Mountain Shade Black Market saw that Chi Mei was not killed by the lightning penalty of the 9-9 heavenly tribulation after revealing her identity, they would be even more shocked. This was because this meant that Chi Mei did not swear on the oath at all. Without the oath, she was not considered a real assassin of the Mountain Shade black market. However, Chi Mei was indeed an assassin of the Mountain Shade black market. In this case, there was only one possibility. Someone had used his authority to make Chi Mei an assassin of the Mountain Shade black market without her swearing on the lightning penalty oath. Such a person would usually be a person who held great authority in the Mountain Shade black market. In the Mountain Shade black market's branch in the 9 Sect Alliances district, only the leader of the Mountain Shade black market's branch could use his authority to do such a thing. Mountain Shade black market? Upon hearing the pleasant female voice, Duan Lingtian's expression changed slightly. However, he was not surprised by the fact that the other party was a woman. Based on the black-clad person's graceful figure, it was not difficult to tell that she was a woman with a hot body. When he first saw this woman, he even had the urge to remove the veil on her face. It was not that he was a pervert, but it was his first reaction as a man. The woman's figure was too perfect. It was so perfect that it could move anyone. She was not inferior to his 2 fiancées at all. However, when the woman revealed her identity, Duan Lingtian's expression changed again. The Mountain Shade black market had actually sent someone again. Before this, he had learned from his senior brother, by Li Hong, that once the Mountain Shade black market's assassin failed, the mission would either be cancelled or they would send a more powerful assassin to continue the mission. In other words, the assassin in front of him was even more powerful than the black-robed man from before. That black-robed man was one of the best among those at the paramount Saint Rudiment stage. If the other party was not a devil cultivator, it would be impossible for him to kill him. However, the woman in front of him was even more powerful than that person. At this moment, he could not help but feel a sense of helplessness. Although his strength had increased tremendously and his cultivation base had entered the mastery Saint Rudiment stage, he could only defeat opponents who were at a higher level than him even if he used all of his techniques. He could only fight with ordinary paramount Saint Rudiment stage martial and Dao cultivators. If he encountered someone whose strength was comparable to the black-robed man and was not a devil cultivator, he would definitely not be a match for him. However, the woman in front of him with a hot body and a young voice was obviously more powerful than the black-robed man. How could he be a match for her? I can only hope that she's a devil cultivator as well. Duan Lingtian prayed silently in his heart. This was the only way he could escape this calamity. At the same time, he took out a jade token and crushed it. This jade token was given to him by Zhonghua, the vice sect leader of Moon Illumination sect. He could crush it when he was in danger as a warning. The moment Duan Lingtian crushed the jade token, a streak of light shot up into the sky. However, it was destroyed by an invisible force before it could even reach the sky above the forest. It did not serve as a warning at all. Swoosh! Upon seeing this, horror dawned on Duan Lingtian's face. He stared at the black-clad woman in front of him in shock and asked, "Why, you're a Saint Stage powerhouse!" He had heard from his senior brother, by Li Hong, that even an imminent Saint Stage powerhouse would not be able to block the warning from the jade token in his hand. If I'm not a Saint Stage powerhouse, do you think I'll be able to block the warning from your jade token that's inscribed with a 3-star saint inscription? The woman spoke again. Her pleasant voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears, but it was like a death sentence. She doesn't seem to be a devil cultivator. Although Duan Lingtian did not know how the woman in front of him made her move earlier, he was certain she must have made a move. Even if she did not make a move herself, she must have used her territory. However, even then the Devil's Seal tablet in his spatial ring did not react at all. Since the Devil's Seal tablet did not react, it meant the other party was not a devil cultivator, and he could not use the Devil's Seal tablet to deal with her. She's not a devil cultivator. She's not a devil cultivator. What should I do now? At this moment, Duan Lingtian was burning with anxiety. How was he going to fight against a saint stage powerhouse who was not a devil cultivator? Although he was burning with anxiety, he was not someone who would sit there and wait for death. He raised his hand and grabbed the sun-shooting bow tightly, ready to make a move at any moment. Huh. At this moment, Chi Mei exclaimed softly as she stared at Duan Lingtian's hand. Your bow doesn't seem to be an ordinary saint weapon. As Chi Mei raised her hand, Duan Lingtian felt his entire body being bound by an invisible force, causing him to be unable to move at all. He could only watch as the sun-shooting bow was taken away and fell into Chi Mei's hands. This material, Chi Mei's eyes lit up as she looked at Duan Lingtian and asked, Where did you get this bow from? I picked it up. When Duan Lingtian realized that his life was in the hands of this black-clad lady, he could not break free from the invisible force that was binding him even though he had exerted all his strength. When he heard her question, he immediately replied in a huff. At this moment, he also realized that something was amiss. If the other party was really an assassin from the Mountain Shade black market, by right, she would not have wasted so much time talking to him. Moreover, she did not reveal any killing intent from the beginning until the end. However, Duan Lingtian did not know that he was not the only one who was puzzled. Even if the leader of the Mountain Shade Black Market's branch in the 9 sect alliances was here, he would also be dumbfounded if he saw Chi Mei like this. This was because the Chi Mei he knew was completely different from the person he knew. What, do you think I'll covet your things? Chi Mei smiled lightly. With a lift of her hand, not only did she untie the binding on Duan Lingtian, but she also returned the sun-shooting bow to him. This made Duan Lingtian a little puzzled. Since you're an assassin from the Mountain Shade Black Market, shouldn't you be here to kill me? I'm here to kill you. Chi Mei nodded. Chapter 1519. Of course, it's easy to kill you, but I'm very interested in you now. Don't worry, after today, the Mountain Shade Black Market will cancel the mission to kill you. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Chi Mei's unhurried reply made Duan Lingtian a little puzzled. Don't tell me I'm so charming that this woman has taken a fancy to me? When Duan Lingtian thought of this, he felt a chill run down his spine. Although the woman in front of him had a great figure, who knew what her face looked like under the cover? Perhaps she was an ugly freak? However, in the next moment, Duan Lingtian was stunned. This was because Chi Mei had removed the cover on her face without any warning, revealing her true appearance. Her shoulder-length black hair cascaded down like a waterfall. Her pair of autumn eyes were like the 2 brightest stars in the night sky. Her jade-like nose was slightly straight, her small lips were rosy, and her perfect lines outlined a peerless face that was capable of causing the downfall of nations. On this beautiful face that seemed to have been carefully sculpted, there was not a single flaw to be found. Everything was so perfect. However, when Duan Lingtian saw Chi Mei's peerless face, it was as though he had seen a ghost. He stood rooted to the ground and was dumbstruck. You! When Chi Mei saw the shock on Duan Lingtian's face, a hint of realization flashed in the depths of her eyes. It seemed like everything was as she had guessed. He was indeed related to the person she had been looking for. Moreover, their relationship was not shallow. Otherwise, it was impossible for his body to have such a strong aura that belonged to that person. At this moment, nobody could understand Duan Lingtian's feelings. Duan Lingtian's emotions were surging, and he could not calm down for a long time. As he looked at Chi Mei, his eyes flashed with bewilderment, reminiscence, and gentleness. His gaze became more and more complicated. The reason why Duan Lingtian felt this way was because Chi Mei's face was not unfamiliar to him. Of course, although the face in his memory was almost exactly the same as the face in front of him, it had a bit more of a pretty girl from a humble family. That's right. The Chi Mei standing before Duan Lingtian now had a devastatingly beautiful face that was identical to Duan Lingtian's fiancé, Ke. No matter which part of the face it was exactly the same. There was no difference. However, although they looked exactly the same, Duan Lingtian had never thought that she was Ke. Chi Mei's temperament was completely different from Ke's. Ke's temperament was as gentle as jade, but this Chi Mei's temperament faintly revealed a trace of coldness, exuding an aura that repelled people thousands of miles away. At this moment, Duan Lingtian wondered if Ke and the person in front of him were twins. But in an instant, he suppressed this thought. This was because it was almost impossible. Chi Mei was an assassin from the Mountain Shade black market in the Dao Marshall Saint Land. She was a Saint Stage powerhouse. Ke, on the other hand, was born in a remote place on the mortal continent. She had walked out of Fresh Breeze Town with him. It was impossible for her to be related to Chi Mei. Moreover, when he first met Ke was planning to sell herself to bury her mother. He had never heard Ke mention that her mother was not her biological mother. "Tell me, what do you want?" Duan Lingtian suppressed the thousands of questions in his heart and asked in a deep voice. Chi Mei was an assassin from the Mountain Shade black market, but based on her words, not only did she not want to kill him, but she even wanted the Mountain Shade black market to cancel the mission to kill him. This made him vaguely feel that something was not right. Logically speaking, he had nothing to do with her, so there was no need for her to do this. There must be something fishy about this. Duan Lingtian had always believed this. What? You're a big man, and you're afraid of a little girl like me? Chi Mei asked with a faint smile as the corner of her lips curled up into a perfect arc. Chi Mei's peerless beauty, coupled with her devilish talent, was enough to arouse the desire in the depths of any man's heart. However, Duan Lingtian did not have any desire at this moment. Instead, he was on guard. "I believe you won't dismiss the idea of killing me for no reason, and you even want the Mountain Shade black market to cancel the mission to kill me." Duan Lingtian said. "For no reason? Of course, there's no reason." Chi Mei said indifferently, "Before I met you, I, Chi Mei, have never let anyone live when I make a move. You're the first. Should I feel honored then?" Duan Lingtian smiled self-mockingly and asked, "Tell me, what's the reason? Not only did you not make a move on me, but you even want to help me?" "Reason? What if I say it's because I find you pleasing to the eye?" Chi Mei smiled. Chi Mei's words caused Duan Lingtian to feel a chill run down his spine. Who knew if this woman, who did not look older than him, was an old witch who had lived for a few hundred years? Perhaps, in terms of seniority, she was old enough to be his grandmother's grandmother. Fortunately, Chi Mei did not know what Duan Lingtian was thinking. Otherwise, she would have slapped him to death. "I believe we'll meet again in the future." Chi Mei took a deep look at Duan Lingtian. Before Duan Lingtian could return to his senses, Chi Mei had already left. She had completely disappeared before his eyes without a trace. Who is she? Great confusion arose in Duan Lingtian's heart. An assassin from the Mountain Shade black market who looks exactly like Ke. She was originally here to kill me, but she changed her mind at the last minute and wants to help me cancel the mission. Duan Lingtian's thoughts gradually became clearer at this moment. Naturally, he would not be so arrogant to think that she did not kill him because she found him pleasing to the eye. As an assassin from the Mountain Shade black market, she was a cold-blooded person. It was impossible for her to stop because of such a ridiculous reason. No matter how I think about it, there's only one reason. It's because of Ke. However, even if she's really related to Ke, how would she know about the relationship between Ke and me? Don't tell me she's been hiding in the dark all this time when Ke and I were together? If she's been hiding in the dark all this time, she should be protecting Ke. Why would she follow me? Moreover, even if she's following me, there's no need for her to expose herself in front of me, right? Duan Lingtian could not figure it out no matter how he thought about it. I guess I'll have to ask Ke when I return. However, Kerr has already told me about her in the past. She did mention that she has a relative in this world. Since he could not figure it out, Duan Lingtian no longer thought about it. His mind returned to the hunting trial. As time went by, the hunting trial finally came to an end. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was ranked first in the results. How can Duan Lingtian have so many points? It's 10 times more than the person in second place. Even if he killed all the wild beasts he encountered, it's impossible for him to have so many points, right? The group of inner court disciples did not object to Duan Lingtian being ranked first in the hunting trial. They had long heard about how monstrous Duan Lingtian was. However, Duan Lingtian's results made all of them suspicious. All of them felt that there was an element of cheating. Duan Lingtian remained calm in the face of the group of inner court disciples' doubts. He was not bothered by it at all. Duan Lingtian's points are so high because he killed the Mastery Saint Rudiment stage wild beast, the Berserk giant ape. At this moment, an inner court elder who had been looking at Duan Lingtian with a complicated gaze could not help but speak up when he heard the group of inner court disciples whispering among themselves. As soon as he spoke, another inner court elder smiled wryly. It was obvious he knew this as well. Bai Lihong's face was calm. He did not seem surprised at all. Zhonghua, the vice-sect leader of Moon Illumination Sect, looked at Duan Lingtian with a complicated gaze. His expression kept changing. No one knew what he was thinking about. Berserk giant ape? When the inner court elder spoke, the group of inner court disciples were completely stunned. They were no strangers to the Berserk giant ape. It was a famous existence among the Mastery Saint Rudiment stage wild beasts. Once it went berserk, its strength would far surpass wild beasts of the same level. It was known as the slaughterer among the Mastery Saint Rudiment stage wild beasts. However, such a wild beast was killed by Duan Lingtian. Whoosh! 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 At this moment, the group of inner court disciples shifted their gazes to Duan Lingtian in unison. Their gazes were filled with shock, disbelief, doubt, and surprise. No matter what, Duan Lingtian had become the center of attention at this moment. Since the Berserk giant ape was killed after it went berserk, the points awarded for killing it will be doubled. That's why Duan Lingtian's result is so different from all of you. I'm sure all of you know that the points awarded for killing a Mastery Saint Rudiment stage wild beast will be doubled. Another inner court elder said. At this moment, the group of inner court disciples no longer said anything even though they had mixed feelings. Just like that, the Moon Illumination Sect's annual hunting assessment ended. Duan Lingtian had also obtained the honor of being the first to enter the sect storehouse. Although most of the items in the sect storehouse were covered in dust, making it difficult for ordinary people to identify them, one had to admit that there were many treasures in there. Naturally, most of them were just scrap metal. However, even so, Duan Lingtian was still looking forward to the sect storehouse. He had a feeling that he would be able to find something good in there. On the way back to the Moon Illumination Sect, the group of inner court disciples looked at Duan Lingtian with mixed feelings. Every one of them had entered the Moon Illumination Sect 5 years ago. However, none of them could compare to Duan Lingtian, who had just entered the sect this year. This made them feel a little uncomfortable. Uncle, I hope you'll really give up on the idea of going against him. Otherwise, you'll really be cutting off your own path of retreat. Hezhong was also looking at Duan Lingtian. His gaze was even more complicated than the other inner court disciples. One could say that he had watched Duan Lingtian grow up, step by step. The speed of his growth was so fast that he could only look at him in the dust. The 4 Moon Illumination Sect's high-ranking officials, including Bai Lihong and Zhonghua, did not notice him at all. Not far behind them, a black figure was following them at a speed that was neither fast nor slow. It was a graceful lady. Chapter 1520. Follow him. We should be able to find that little girl. The lady following behind the moon illumination sex people was none other than the mountain shade black market's assassin, Chi Mei. At this moment, she was looking at Duan Lingtian as she muttered to herself. I'm going back for a while. Keep a close eye on him. Don't let him leave your sight. Don't let him out of your sight, Chi Mei said to the purple sparrow on her shoulder. All right, sister. The purple sparrow said listlessly, how boring. I thought I could loosen my muscles and bones this time. If you want to loosen your muscles and bones, can't you just find them to play with? However, try not to touch anyone close to him. Chi Mei looked at the group of figures in front of her and said nonchalantly. The moment the purple sparrow heard that, it was as though it had been injected with chicken blood. It instantly became energetic as it urged Chi Mei, Sister, you should go back now. Compared to the previous purple sparrow, the current purple sparrow was like a completely different bird. Chi Mei shook her head and did not say anything else. She disappeared into the air immediately. In just a blink of an eye, she had already flown far away in the direction of the mountain shade black market's lair. After Chi Mei left, the purple sparrow's eyes gleamed brightly. It flapped its wings and shot toward the moon illumination sex people like a bolt of purple lightning. Whoosh! The ear-piercing sound of the wind whistling caused the moon illumination sex people to feel as though they were facing a formidable enemy. What's that? At this moment, everyone felt a gigantic shadow looming over their heads like a black cloud, blocking the sunlight that was supposed to shine on them. When they lifted their heads, they were shocked to see a gigantic purple sparrow flying above them. At this very moment, there was a huge purple bird floating in the air. Its sharp eyes were firmly staring at the group of people. The gigantic purple sparrow spread its wings. It was like a cloud in the sky, giving off a strong sense of oppression. Bai Li Hong, Zhonghua, and the other two moon illumination sect's inner court elders looked as though they were facing a formidable enemy. The group of moon illumination sect's inner court disciples, including Duan Lingtian, had a horrified expression on their faces. A voice transmission entered Duan Lingtian's ears. Brat, is there anyone in your group that you hate? This was the content of the voice transmission. Who are you? Duan Lingtian heard a woman's voice and looked around, but he couldn't find the source of the real chi sound transmission. You're really silly. Can't you see me when you look up? The voice sounded again, and for a moment, Duan Lingtian was dumbstruck. After a long while, he came back to his senses. You're this big bird? What big bird or small bird? It's so unpleasant to hear. Listen carefully, this young lady is a super holy beast, the purple cloud Thunder Rock, not some big bird. The giant purple bird transmitted its voice again, its tone filled with dissatisfaction. Super saint beast, purple cloud Thunder Rock? Duan Lingtian was slightly shocked in his heart when he heard the violet-colored enormous bird, and only then did he seriously size it up. He noticed that it was really similar to a rock, yet there was a huge difference. Shockingly, there was a single golden horn on its head. If she hadn't told me, I wouldn't have known that she was a female bird. Duan Lingtian thought to himself, Boy, I'm asking you a question. Is there anyone in your group that you hate? The purple cloud Thunder Rock continued to ask. Although Duan Lingtian had no idea why the purple cloud Thunder Rock asked this question, he instinctively looked at Zhonghua, the vice sect leader of Moon Illumination Sect. Even he had no idea why. Perhaps it was because Zhonghua had always been hostile toward him, and it made him feel annoyed. You must be a saint beast, right? May I know why you're blocking our way? Zhonghua took a step forward and cupped his hands together as he asked the giant purple bird. Although he could not recognize the giant purple bird, the aura that was faintly emitted from the giant purple bird made him feel pressured. The only thing that could make an imminent saint stage powerhouse like him feel pressured was a powerful being who had already entered the saint stage. The reason he thought the giant purple bird was a saint beast was because the aura of a saint beast was very different from a wild beast. However, the giant purple bird in front of him was obviously not a wild beast without intelligence. This could be seen from its bright eyes. "Can't I just do nothing?" The giant purple bird, the purple cloud, Thunder Rock, spoke in human language and said lazily. At once, the corner of Zhonghua's mouth twitched violently. What kind of reason was this? Bai Li Hong and the other two inner court disciples, as well as the other inner court disciples other than Duan Lingtian, were dumbfounded. Although Duan Lingtian was not dumbfounded, the corner of his mouth could not help but twitch when he heard the purple cloud Thunder Rock's words. When Duan Lingtian saw the purple cloud Thunder Rock staring at Zhonghua, he knew Zhonghua was going to be in trouble. At this moment, he could not help but wonder if he had tricked Zhonghua earlier. Before Duan Lingtian could finish his thought, the purple cloud Thunder Rock's wings flapped violently. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two purple ripples spread out with its wings as the center. Wherever the purple ripples passed, the air seemed to have stopped. At the same time, apart from Zhonghua, the group of moon illumination sex people, including Duan Lingtian and Bai Li Hong, were pushed back by the purple ripples. In just a blink of an eye, they had retreated 100 meters away. When they regained their senses, only the purple cloud, Thunder Rock, and Zhonghua were left in the distance. "You'll be the one to help me loosen up my muscles." The purple cloud, Thunder Rock, hovered in the air and looked down at Zhonghua as it said lazily. Upon hearing the purple cloud, Thunder Rock's words, Zhonghua's vision turned black and he almost fainted. Previously, he had only guessed the purple cloud, Thunder Rock, was a saint beast that had entered the saint stage. However, now that he had witnessed the purple cloud, Thunder Rock's technique, he was 100% certain it was a saint stage, saint beast. A saint stage, saint beast wanted him to loosen up its muscles? Wouldn't he break all his bones then? "Senior, I'm Zhonghua, the vice sect leader of Moon Illumination Sect. If I've offended you in any way, please let me know. I'll sincerely apologize to you," Zhonghua said to the purple cloud Thunder Rock with a bitter expression. At this moment, he hoped the saint stage, saint beast would let him go for the sake of the Moon Illumination Sect. However, the purple cloud Thunder Rock's next words made Zhonghua's face turn even paler. "Moon Illumination Sect? I've never heard of it. As for you, you didn't offend me. I just want you to loosen up my muscles. Don't worry, I won't kill you." The purple cloud, Thunder Rock, shook its head and said nonchalantly. The moment its words left its mouth, it seemed to have transformed into a purple hurricane that swept towards Zhonghua. In the distance, Duan Lingtian and the group of Moon Illumination Sect's inner court disciples only saw the purple hurricane sweeping past before Zhonghua disappeared. It was as though he had vanished into thin air. Naturally, Duan Lingtian knew very well that Zhonghua did not disappear. It was because his speed was too fast that they could not see him clearly. Saint stage, saint beast. At this moment, whether it was Bai Li Hong or the other two inner court elders, all of them had a wry smile on their faces. They could vaguely see the swift figure in front of them. They could not bear to look at Zhonghua's miserable state. Naturally, they did not dare to help him. If the saint stage, saint beast was unhappy and wanted them to loosen up its muscles as well, would they not die in vain? At this moment, even Bai Li Hong was thankful that the saint stage, saint beast had chosen Zhonghua and not him. Otherwise, wouldn't his old bones be torn apart? Bai Li Hong thought the saint stage, saint beast had chosen Zhonghua by coincidence. If he knew the reason the saint stage, saint beast wanted Zhonghua to loosen up its muscles was because of Duan Lingtian, who knew what kind of expression he would have. Saint stage, saint beast? Duan Lingtian's face turned solemn. Only now did he know the purple cloud, Thunder Rock, was a saint stage, saint beast. When he recalled the voice transmission the saint stage, saint beast had sent him earlier, he was confused. Why would this fella ask him who he hated? Moreover, He had only glanced at Zhonghua instinctively, and Zhonghua was in trouble. It was as though the purple cloud, Thunder Rock, was helping him vent his anger. He had never seen this purple cloud, Thunder Rock, before. In fact, this was his first time seeing a saint beast like this. Moreover, it was a saint stage saint beast. What kind of luck am I in today? It's only been a day, and I've met 2 saint stage powerhouses consecutively. I wonder if there's any relationship between them? Even Duan Lingtian did not know why, but when he thought about it, he actually connected the purple cloud, Thunder Rock, in front of him with Chi Mei, the Mountain Shade Black Market's assassin who had appeared earlier. You're so useless. Forget it. I'm not going to play with you anymore. I'll follow you back to the Moon Illumination sect and play with the strongest person in the sect. It'll be more fun that way. Soon after, Duan Lingtian and the others heard the purple cloud, Thunder Rock's voice. Subsequently, the purple cloud, Thunder Rock, and Zhonghua appeared at the same time. The purple cloud, Thunder Rock, was in high spirits and did not look any different from before. However, Zhonghua looked as though he had been tortured. Apart from the bruises all over his body, his robe was also torn. Not only that, but he was also standing in the air with all his might. His body was swaying as though he would fall at any time. Although he was battered and exhausted, Zhonghua still sighed in relief. Master! At this moment, Hezhong rushed forward in time to support Zhonghua. When he looked at the purple cloud, Thunder Rock, a hint of fear could be seen in his eyes. Let's go. I'll follow all of you back to the Moon Illumination sect. When the group of people from the Moon Illumination sect heard the purple cloud, Thunder Rock's words, the purple cloud, Thunder Rock's body swayed and transformed into a purple-clad young girl who looked only 16 or 17 years old in just a blink of an eye. Her delicate face had a hint of childishness, as though it was carved out of jade. However, she was still a beauty. However, nobody paid attention to her appearance after she transformed into a human. They were all shocked by her domineering behavior earlier. She appeared out of thin air and said she was looking for someone to loosen her muscles. Then, the vice sect leader of the Moon Illumination sect, Zhonghua, was unlucky. Chapter 1521. The group of people from the Moon Illumination sect had fear on their faces when they saw the purple-clad young lady who looked harmless. Nobody dared to get close to her. They could only smile wryly when they heard that she wanted to follow them back to the Moon Illumination sect. How should I address you, young lady? Bai Li Hong took a deep breath and forced a smile on his face as he looked at the purple-clad young lady. The purple-clad young lady replied. At the same time, she winked at Duan Lingtian, rendering Duan Lingtian speechless. I don't think I know her. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was getting more and more curious about the purple-clad young lady's identity. I wonder if she has anything to do with Chi Mei. If she doesn't, then this is too much of a coincidence. Duan Lingtian thought to himself, why did you help me earlier? Duan Lingtian could not help but ask the purple-clad young lady through voice transmission, because you're the only one who's wearing purple among this group of people. The purple-clad young lady's reply rendered Duan Lingtian speechless. Just because of this, you're helping me? Duan Lingtian really did not know what to say. Initially, he thought the purple-clad young lady had something to do with Chi Mei. After all, she had taken the initiative to communicate with him through voice transmission as soon as she appeared. However, he finally realized the reason she took the initiative to communicate with him was because of this. This was because he was also wearing purple like her. Indeed, he was the only one who was wearing purple among the group of people from the Moon Illumination sect. He only wore purple. No matter if it was his past life or present life, he had a special liking for the color purple. Oh, it's young lady Zier. Bai Li Hong did not notice the young lady winking at Duan Lingtian, since he did not dare to look at her directly. After all, she was a saint stage saint beast. Young Lady Zier. At this moment, the other two inner court elders of the Moon Illumination sect also bowed at the young lady, respectfully. They were afraid they would offend her if they were not polite enough. When the group of inner court disciples saw the three inner court elders bowing at the young lady, naturally, the group of inner court disciples did not dare to slack off. Even Zhonghua, who was beaten up badly by the young lady, also bowed at the young lady together with Zhong after his injuries had recovered slightly. Although he had lost face, Zhonghua did not hold any grudges. What a joke! This was a Saint Realm holy beast. Even if he had stepped into the Saint Realm, he might not necessarily be a match for her. Not to mention that he was just a half-step Saint Realm expert. Since she dared to make a fuss about going to the Moon Illumination sect, it was obvious she was confident in her own strength. Otherwise, she would not have acted so rashly. Junior brother. Seeing that Duan Lingtian was the only one who didn't bow to the girl, Bai Li Hong's expression changed slightly as he hurriedly reminded him. At this moment, the others also noticed this scene. Miss Zier. When Duan Lingtian saw the anxiety on Bai Li Hong's face, he was moved. In order not to make him worry, he nodded at the girl in purple and greeted her. Seeing how casual Duan Lingtian was, Bai Li Hong's expression changed again. On the other hand, the others, including Vice Sect leader Zhonghua, were more or less gloating over Duan Lingtian's misfortune. However, what the young girl did next made them completely dumbfounded. You're not bad. You have good taste just like me. Both of you like to wear purple. Purple is the most beautiful color in the world. As for green, it's really ugly. The girl nodded at Duan Lingtian with a smile. Then, she looked at Zhonghua, who was dressed in green, and frowned. How can there be such a bad taste in this world? He actually wears green. Everyone was speechless at once. Wearing purple means he has good taste? Wearing green means he has bad taste? Upon hearing the girl's words, the corner of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched. It turned out the girl was targeting Zhonghua not only because he had glanced at Zhonghua, but also because of the green robe he was wearing. At this moment, the others finally regained their senses. At this moment, everyone's gaze landed on Zhonghua. There was a hint of pity in their eyes. When Zhonghua heard the girl's words, he almost threw up blood. In his heart, he had already made up his mind to burn all of the green clothes when he returned this time. Now he finally understood why the girl would target him. As it turned out, it was because he was wearing green, and the girl happened to hate the color green. The dignified Vice Sect leader of Moon Illumination Sect was beaten up by Saint Stage Saint Beast just because he was wearing the wrong clothes. The inner court disciples present on the scene seemed to have expected the commotion this news would cause when it was spread to the sect. Nobody was surprised that the girl liked purple. After all, her true form, the giant purple bird, was covered in purple feathers. On the other hand, the fact that the young girl hated green made everyone feel that Zhonghua was unlucky to have bumped into her. At this moment, it was not only Zhonghua. Even Bai Li Hong and the others were already thinking to throw their green clothes away as soon as they returned to the sect. Otherwise, they would cause trouble sooner or later. Zhonghua was a good example of this. At this moment, even Zhonghua did not expect what he had experienced today would be passed down in the Moon Illumination sect for many years. It would even be talked about frequently in the next 100 years. Of course, most of the time it was just for fun and jokes. This incident would follow Zhonghua for the rest of his life. At the moment he died, he regretted wearing green clothes today. However, all of this was a story for another day. Just like that, the group of people from Moon Illumination sect brought the girl, Zier, back to the sect. If they had a choice, naturally, they would not want to bring her back. However, did they even have a choice? When the group of people was about to return to the Moon Illumination sect, Chimei had also returned to the lair of the Mountain Shade Black Markets branch in the 9-sect Alliances district. As soon as she returned, she went to look for the leader of the Mountain Shade Black Markets branch. the leader of the Mountain Shade Black Market, lived in an independent mansion halfway up the mountain. When Chi Mei entered the mansion, she was fearless. It was as though she had entered a no-man's land. She directly descended from the sky and landed in the mansion's backyard. As for the formation in the sky above the mansion's backyard, it did not seem to have any effect on her. In the backyard, a middle-aged man with a dignified appearance who wore a black robe with golden edges was originally cultivating with his legs crossed. The sudden movement caused him to open his eyes instantly. Naturally, he did not have a pleasant expression on his face when he was woken up by someone. However, when he saw the person who had woken him up, the displeasure on his face disappeared and was replaced with respect. "Miss Mayer." The black-robed, middle-aged man suddenly stood up and bowed to Chi Mei respectfully. The respect he showed in front of Chi Mei seemed to come from his bones. If the other people in the Mountain Shade Black Market's branch saw this, they would definitely be dumbfounded and would find it unbelievable. The leader of the Mountain Shade Black Market's branch in the 9-Sect Alliances district, the person with the highest position in the branch, actually showed such respect in front of the quasi-4-star assassin, Chi Mei. At this moment, the leader of the Mountain Shade Black Market's branch was like a subordinate facing a superior when he faced Chi Mei. "Cancel the mission to kill the Moon Illumination Sect's disciple, Duan Lingtian. I still need him," Chi Mei said indifferently with a cold gaze in front of the leader of the Mountain Shade Black Market's branch. "Yes." Upon hearing Chi Mei's words, the leader of the Mountain Shade Black Market's branch did not ask for the reason and agreed immediately. Not only that, after Chi Mei left, he immediately walked out of the mansion and passed down the order. An hour later, the Mountain Shade Black Market's branch in Han River City also received the order. "Cancel the mission to kill the Moon Illumination Sect's disciple, Duan Lingtian." When Yin Yang received the order, he thought he had heard wrongly. It was only after he confirmed it that he realized he did not hear wrongly. Moreover, the order was personally given by the leader of the Mountain Shade Black Market's branch. Did Chi Mei fail as well? Tai Wu frowned. "That's possible." Yin Yang nodded. Then, a puzzled expression appeared on his face. However, even if Chi Mei failed by right, the leader wouldn't have given such an order. Chi Mei is only a quasi-4-star assassin. There are many 4-star assassins and quasi-5-star assassins in our branch. The leader's strength is comparable to a 5-star assassin. Yin Yang found it strange. Perhaps there's a powerhouse behind Duan Lingtian, and the leader is giving face to that powerhouse. Tai Wu guessed. That's the only possibility. Yin Yang nodded. Other than that, he could not think of any other reason. Right now, I'm getting more and more curious about that Duan Lingtian from the Moon Illumination Sect. Tai Wu's eyes gleamed as he said, with Tai Wu's strength, he was definitely a quasi-5-star assassin in the Mountain Shade Black Market. Tai Wu, don't act recklessly. This order was personally given by the leader. You should know the leader's temper. Those who disobey his orders will not have a good ending. Yin Yang quickly reminded him when he heard Tai Wu's words. Don't worry. I only said that I'm curious about that Duan Lingtian. I don't plan to attack him, Tai Wu said. I'm not going to attack him. A hint of dread could be seen in Tai Wu's eyes when he thought about the leader of the Mountain Shade Black Market's branch. When he had just arrived at the branch, he had defeated most of the Saint Stage powerhouses in the branch. There was only one person who managed to fight him to a draw. However, in the end, the other person made a move and defeated him with just one move. Not only that, but he was also defeated so badly that he did not have any temper at all. The person who defeated him with just one move was none other than the leader of the Mountain Shade Black Market's branch in the 9-Sect Alliances district. Soon after, Lu Huan's mission in the Mountain Shade Black Market was cancelled. At the same time, Duan Lingtian and the rest had also returned to the Moon Illumination Sect. Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief when the young girl, whose true form was the Super Saint Beast, the Purple Cloud Thunder Rock, left his sight. Although the young girl was friendly to him, the moment he thought about how she had the strength to easily crush him, he could not help but feel dread in his heart. I wonder if the Saint Realm powerhouses in the sect will be able to subdue her. Chapter 1522. Just as Duan Lingtian was wondering what kind of commotion the Purple Cloud Thunder Rock would cause in the Moon Illumination sect, the Moon Illumination sect was as calm as usual. There was no movement at all. Duan Lingtian could not help but feel a little disappointed. Initially, he thought he could join in the fun and witness the battle between the Saint Stage powerhouses if the Purple Cloud Thunder Rock caused a commotion in the Moon Illumination sect. However, Duan Lingtian's attention soon shifted elsewhere. This was because the sect's storehouse was about to open. As the person who ranked first in the Moon Illumination sect's Inner Court's hunting assessment, he was naturally qualified to enter the sect's storehouse and take the most items from there. The ranking of the hunting assessment was directly related to how many items one could take from the sect's storehouse. Junior brother, initially, you're only allowed to take 5 items from the sect storehouse. However, I've spoken to the sect leader, and he's allowed you to take 10 items from there. He must have spoken to the storehouse elder by now. Bai Li Hong told Duan Lingtian before he headed to the sect storehouse. Thank you, senior brother. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up as he thanked Bai Li Hong. If it were not for Bai Li Hong, he would only be able to take 5 items from the sect's storehouse. However, the number of items he could take had doubled now. You don't have to thank me, since we're brothers. I'm going to be angry if you continue to be so courteous in the future. Bai Li Hong said with a straight face on purpose. Duan Lingtian nodded with a smile. Go, you have 1 day. Come and look for me when you return from the sect's storehouse. I have something to tell you, Bai Li Hong said. I have something to tell you. All right. Duan Lingtian responded and left for the sect's storehouse. The opening of the sect's storehouse was divided into a few days. As the person who ranked first in the hunting assessment, he would enter on the first day. He would be given priority to choose the items in the sect's storehouse. On the second day, the person who ranked second would enter, and so on and so forth. The sect's storehouse was located in the north of the Moon Illumination sect's Inner Court. It was located in a remote area. From afar, it looked like a dilapidated mansion. It was apparent that it had gone through a long period of time. The person guarding the sect's storehouse was an old man wearing a tattered robe. He looked very inconspicuous. When Duan Lingtian arrived, he was sweeping the floor with a broom. Every time the broom swept out, the dust swept to the side in the same trajectory. What a powerful cultivation! Just this move alone was enough to show that the old man's cultivation was unfathomable, causing Duan Lingtian's expression to turn solemn. Elder. Therefore, when facing the old man, Duan Lingtian did not dare to slight him and respectfully greeted him. Are you Duan Lingtian? The old man slowly lifted his head and looked at Duan Lingtian. However, the broom in his hand did not stop moving. He continued to wave the broom, and the trajectory of the dust was not affected by his distraction at all. Duan Lingtian's heart was filled with shock when he saw this. Yes, however, in the face of the old man's question, Duan Lingtian did not dare to slight him. All of a sudden, Duan Lingtian noticed that the old man's gaze changed when he looked at him. His originally cloudy eyes lit up all of a sudden. It was this moment that made Duan Lingtian feel like he had nowhere to hide. At this moment, Duan Lingtian felt like he had no secrets to hide from the old man. Go in. Just when Duan Lingtian was feeling slightly anxious, the old man said nonchalantly and continued to sweep the floor. As soon as his words left his mouth, the door of the sect's storehouse opened without any reason, as though it was opened by itself. Duan Lingtian responded and walked into the sect's storehouse. When he passed by the door of the sect's storehouse, Duan Lingtian inadvertently glanced at the old man. He noticed that the old man seemed to be walking in the air with every step he took. He looked extremely ethereal. Don't tell me this elder is a saint stage powerhouse? Even Duan Lingtian did not know why such a thought suddenly popped up in his mind. Regardless of whether the old man was a saint stage powerhouse or not, he had left a deep impression on Duan Lingtian. After walking into the sect's storehouse, the first thing Duan Lingtian did was to contact Hua Lao, who was inside the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda. Hua Lao, see if there's any material here that can be used to repair the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda. The items in the Moon Illumination sect's storehouse were passed down from generations to generations. Some of the items were ugly, so the inner court disciples who were lucky enough to enter the storehouse would not choose them. Due to this reason, they had been around for a very long time. With Hua Lao around, Duan Lingtian was not worried that he would not be able to find any treasures. You can choose 10 items. A voice transmission suddenly entered Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian immediately recognized the owner of the voice. It was the old man who was sweeping the floor at the door. As expected, with Hua Lao's golden gaze, fiery eyes, Duan Lingtian quickly picked out 7 items. These 7 items were also materials that could be used to repair the 7 Treasures' exquisite pagoda. Moreover, they were the best materials that could be found in the sect's storehouse. Although there were still many materials that could be used to repair the 7 Treasures' exquisite pagoda, they were far inferior compared to these 7 materials. As for the other 3 items, you can choose those 3. With Hua Lao's reminder, Duan Lingtian picked up 3 items that looked like compasses. Of course, it only looked like a compass on the outside. The patterns on the surface were worlds apart from a compass. They were completely unrelated. What are these? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. These are formation compasses. Hua Lao said, Formation compasses? Duan Lingtian was stunned. This was his first time hearing this term. What's that? Even if you don't know about formation compasses, you should know about formations, right? Hua Lao asked. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. He was not unfamiliar with formations. When he was on the mortal continent's cloud continent, as someone who had merged with the lifetime of inscription memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu, he could easily set up an inscription formation. An inscription formation was a type of formation. In the Tao Martial Saint Land, formations were divided into 3 types. The first was Tao Talisman Formation. The second was Saint Inscription Formation. The last type was a combination of Tao Talismans and Saint Inscriptions to complement each other. Among the 3 types of formations, the latter was the best. With this formation compasses, you can directly activate the formation. Hua Lao said, ordinary formations require a lot of effort to set up, and the person who sets them up must have experience in setting up formations. However, formation compasses rely on the formation compasses. Even those who don't know anything about formations can use the formation compasses to activate the formation. Hua Lao's words shocked Duan Lingtian so much that he was stunned for a moment before he regained his senses. Formation compasses? It can activate formations? After regaining his senses, Duan Lingtian had an excited expression on his face. He knew he had found a treasure. However, Hua Lao's next sentence was like a bucket of cold water that was splashed on his head, causing him to calm down. Although these 3 formation compasses are not bad, they're all damaged and can't be used to set up formations. These were Hua Lao's exact words. Hua Lao, since they're damaged, there's no point in taking them. I can only choose 3 things. Don't tell me you really want me to choose these 3 pieces of junk? Duan Lingtian said with a wry smile on his face. Although the formation compasses were very attractive, they were not useful to him because they were damaged and could not be used to set up formations. Who said they're junk? Hua Lao continued to speak. I can repair these 3 formation compasses However, 2 of them will take longer to repair because they're more damaged. As for the last one, I'll be able to repair it in 3 months at most. You can repair them?" Upon hearing Hua Lao's words, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up again. If it's an ordinary person, it's naturally impossible for them to be repaired. However, this is a small matter to me. Moreover, these 3 formation discs aren't anything special. Hua Lao said, "It's not a great disc array." Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian felt a little discouraged again. "Indeed, they're nothing special to me. However, they'll be of great help to you now. Even the saint stage powerhouses here might not be able to break the formation contained in these 3 formation compasses." Hua Lao said again, "Even the saint stage powerhouses might not be able to break it?" Duan Lingtian's current mood was as if he was riding a roller coaster, going down and up. At this moment, he finally remembered Hua Lao's origin. Although the formation compasses were nothing special to Hua Lao, it did not mean that they were nothing special in the Tao Martial Saint Land. Naturally, even if the formation compasses are in good condition, the strength of the formation compasses depends on the strength of the energy that's injected into it. Hua Lao continued to say. Duan Lingtian nodded. He could understand this. Just like the inscription formation he set up back on Cloud Continent, the strength of the inscription formation depended on the energy contained in the origin stones used to set it up. "Then I'll choose them." Duan Lingtian trusted Hua Lao, so he took the 3 formation compasses away. They were the only 3 formation compasses in the Moon Illumination Sect Storehouse. Although the 3 formation compasses were placed in an inconspicuous corner, they were placed together. It was obvious that they were collected by the Moon Illumination Sect seniors. Since he had chosen the items, Duan Lingtian did not plan to stay any longer. He left immediately. Before he left, Duan Lingtian did not forget to greet the old man who was sweeping the floor. The old man did not check his spatial ring at all. Duan Lingtian was not surprised by this at all. With the old man's unfathomable cultivation base, even if he did something in the sect storeroom, he would definitely be discovered immediately. "Hua Lao, do you know what kind of formations are in the 3 formation compasses?" On the way back, Duan Lingtian could not suppress his curiosity and asked Hua Lao. 3 formation compasses. One of the formation compasses can set up an illusory formation, while the other 2 formation compasses can set up an offensive formation and a defensive formation. Chapter 1523. 3 different formations. Upon hearing Hua Lao's words, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up immediately. Previously, he was still worried that the formations set up by the 3 formation discs might be the same type of formation. However, it seemed like he was worried for nothing. "Hua Lao, what kind of formation is the formation in the formation disc that can be repaired the fastest?" Duan Lingtian asked curiously. In his heart, he was slightly anticipating that the array formation would be an offensive array formation. He believed that with his genuine qi, the power of the offensive formation displayed by the formation plate would definitely be far stronger than the power he could display with all his means. Due to this reason, he hoped that the formation in the formation disc that could be repaired the fastest was an offensive formation. Unfortunately, imagination was beautiful, but reality was cruel. Hallucination formation. Hua Lao's reply disappointed Duan Lingtian. It would have been better if it was a defensive formation. Why did it have to be a hallucination formation? A hallucination formation was similar to the illusory formation on Cloud Continent. It could be used to confuse people. However, when he thought about it again, Duan Lingtian felt relieved. A hallucination formation is not bad as well. It can confuse the enemy. At the critical moment, it can even deal a fatal blow to the enemy. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he was filled with anticipation for the formation disc that would be repaired soon. No matter what, it was a great harvest this time. Duan Lingtian was in a good mood. However, his good mood did not last long. All of this was because Bai Li Hong had told him something after he returned. Teacher was almost killed by Lu Huan. Duan Lingtian's face turned grave as his eyes gleamed fiercely. Lu Huan went after teacher when he realized that he couldn't deal with me. Junior brother, I suspect that Lu Huan was the one who issued the mission to kill you in the mountain shade black market. Bai Li Hong speculated. Indeed, it's possible. Duan Lingtian nodded. The fierceness in his eyes did not diminish as he said in his deep voice. Humph. Initially, I thought Lu Huan would restrain himself after I taught him a lesson. However, I didn't expect him to be even more arrogant on the surface. This time I can't let him live. Bai Li Hong snorted coldly as his eyes flashed with cold, killing intent. Perhaps even Lu Huan did not expect Duan Lingtian to have such a high position in Bai Li Hong's heart. Just because he wanted to kill Lu Huan and suspected that he had posted a mission to kill the Duan Lingtian in the mountain shade black market, he wanted to kill him. If Lu Huan knew about this, he would not have returned to the Moon Illumination sect after leaving Mound Hill City. Senior brother, I want to settle this matter myself, Duan Lingtian said in a deep voice. His tone was cold and emotionless. Lu Huan had crossed his bottom line. I understand. Seeing the determination on Duan Lingtian's face, Bai Li Hong knew that Duan Lingtian had made up his mind. He nodded his head. On top of that, Feng Hui is in the outer court now. Do you want to see him? Bai Li Hong said to Duan Lingtian. Teacher is here? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. He bade farewell to Bai Li Hong immediately and went to the outer court to look for Feng Hui. When Duan Lingtian saw Feng Hui again, he still addressed him respectfully as teacher, just like before. You're now elder Bai Li's junior brother. You can't call me teacher anymore. If people hear this, I'm afraid they'll secretly say that you're useless. Feng Hui smiled when he saw Duan Lingtian again. They can say whatever they want. A teacher for a day is a teacher for life. You'll always be my Duan Lingtian's teacher, Duan Lingtian said solemnly. The two things that I, Feng Hui, have done right and I'm most proud of is taking you and Su Qi as my disciples, Feng Hui said with relief. Duan Lingtian nodded. Su Qi. Duan Lingtian frowned. He had a puzzled expression on his face. Did Su Qi not betray his teacher? Why did his teacher say that taking Su Qi as his disciple was something to be proud of? When Feng Hui saw the frown on Duan Lingtian's face, he naturally could not help but sigh. Then he told Feng Hui about Su Qi's fake betrayal and how he really took revenge. At the same time, he told Feng Hui about how Su Qi was killed by Lu Huan because of him. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat when he heard Feng Hui's words. Su Qi had done so much for his teacher. At this moment, even he felt ashamed of his inferiority. Su Qi, rest in peace. I'll avenge you. Duan Lingtian muttered in a voice that only he could hear as he looked to the west. He made a promise between men. Teacher, why don't you stay in Han River City forever? I'll look for Elder Dongfang and ask him to order you to stay. Duan Lingtian said to Feng Hui. The elder Dongfang he mentioned was none other than Dongfang Quan, the Grand Elder of the Moon Illumination Sect's outer court. There's no need for that. Feng Hui shook his head and rejected Duan Lingtian's kindness. I've gotten used to staying in Han River City for so many years. You don't have to worry about my safety. I'll be fine with the people Elder Bai Li Hong sent to protect me. Duan Lingtian nodded and asked again, Teacher, when do you plan to return to Han River City? I plan to return to Han River City as well. I came here mainly to see you. Now that I've met you, naturally I can return any time, Feng Hui said. All right then. Teacher, you can leave tomorrow. I'll go with you then. Duan Lingtian pondered for a moment before replying. Duan Lingtian had already made up his mind. Before he went into closed-door cultivation, he would return to Han River City to see his old friends whom he had not seen for a long time. After that, he would return to cultivate in closed-door cultivation to break through to the perfection Saint Rudiment stage. Once he had broken through to the perfection Saint Rudiment stage, he would leave the Moon Illumination sect and return to Half Moon Island. All right. Feng Hui agreed right away. The next day, Duan Lingtian and Feng Hui returned to Han River City together with another person. It was none other than Bai Li Hong. The reason Bai Li Hong tagged along was, naturally, because he was worried about Duan Lingtian's safety. With Bai Li Hong tagging along, it was naturally a smooth journey. They did not encounter any obstacles. When Duan Lingtian and Feng Hui returned to Han River City together, Lu Huan's expression was as grave as it could be. What's wrong with the people from the Mountain Shade Black Market? The hunting assessment is such a good opportunity, but they actually missed it. I hope they won't disappoint me this time. Lu Huan thought it was because the people from the Mountain Shade Black Market did not make a move that Duan Lingtian was still alive and kicking until now. If Lu Huan knew the Mountain Shade Black Market had cancelled the mission to kill Duan Lingtian that he had issued, one could only wonder what kind of expression he would have. When Duan Lingtian returned to Han River City again, he felt as though a lifetime had passed. The main purpose of Duan Lingtian's return to Han River City this time was to meet his big brother, Hong Yu, and the little girl, Shi. A few days later, when Duan Lingtian was about to leave, both Hong Yu and Shi were brought into the city governor's estate by Feng Hui. Hong Yu, who was already in an important position, began to get in touch with the upper echelons of Han River City. He knew very well that all of this was given to him by Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him, a small captain of the city guards, to achieve what he had today. The little girl, Shi, was very talented in being a beast tamer. For this reason, before Duan Lingtian left, he also told Feng Hui to train and stimulate her potential. Naturally, Feng Hui agreed to it immediately and even took Shi as his goddaughter. He was also very fond of this little girl, who looked like she was carved out of jade. When they left Han River City together, a beautiful figure appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind. It was the young lady who had entered the latent dragon camp in the city governor's estate of Han River City with him. She was valiant and heroic, and she was not inferior to any man. However, he did not look for her to catch up with her when he returned this time. Instead, he only greeted Feng Hui and asked him to take care of her. The current Duan Lingtian was no longer the Duan Lingtian he used to be. Feng Hui did not dare to neglect his words. Although he was Duan Lingtian's teacher on the surface, he knew very well where he stood. After returning to the sect with Duan Lingtian, he began to cultivate in closed-door cultivation to break through to the perfection Saint Rudiment stage. Naturally, there were also many bottlenecks when it came to raising one's cultivation base. For this reason, whenever Duan Lingtian encountered a bottleneck, he would stop and divert his attention to cultivate the Saint grade martial tactic. As time went by, Duan Lingtian, who was cultivating on the 3rd level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, had already cultivated the aerolite shower, the offensive technique in the Saint grade martial tactic colossal aerolite arrow, to the highest level, the impeccable stage. The aerolite shower is finally at the impeccable stage. Now that I've reached this stage, it means I can officially start cultivating the only defensive technique in the colossal aerolite arrow, the colossal arrow bell. Duan Lingtian was excited. After all, this was something that he had been looking forward to for a long time. The colossal arrow bell was the only defensive technique in the colossal aerolite arrow. Naturally, it was not something that the defensive technique of an ordinary human rank Saint grade martial tactic could compare to. It was even more difficult to cultivate it. After cultivating for a while, Duan Lingtian finally understood why he had to cultivate the aerolite shower to the highest level, the impeccable stage, in order to cultivate the colossal arrow bell. This was because the colossal arrow bell was formed by the aerolite shower. To be more precise, it was formed by the aerolite shower that had been cultivated to the highest level. The arrow rain was like a meteor as it continued to revolve around Duan Lingtian's body, forming a layer of tough defense. Although he had just started cultivating it, the defense was so strong that it was much stronger than the defensive technique in an ordinary human rank saint grade martial tactic that had been cultivated to the highest level. Since the colossal arrow bell was a technique that Duan Lingtian had been looking forward to for a long time, and since the colossal arrow bell was powerful, Duan Lingtian had been cultivating it diligently from the beginning until the end. However, while he was cultivating the colossal arrow bell diligently, Duan Lingtian did not forget to raise his cultivation base as well. Finally, after 4 months in the outside world and 20 months in the third level of the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda, Duan Lingtian had successfully broken through the last bottleneck of the Mastery Saint Rudiment stage and had successfully broken through to the Perfection Saint Rudiment stage. I've broken through. Chapter 1524. Once I break through to the Perfection Saint Rudiment stage, I'll be able to use the True Energy Consolidated Beast technique. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, his emotions surged again. He immediately wanted to test the True Energy Consolidated Beast technique. However, after trying for a long time, nothing happened. I almost forgot. I can't even use the True Energy Consolidated weapon in the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda, so it's normal that I can't use the True Energy Consolidated Beast. If I want to try it, I'll have to go out for an interview. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. With that thought, Duan Lingtian left the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda and returned to his room. He did not linger in the room and went straight out. After he went out, he went to the courtyard and began to test the True Energy Consolidated Beast technique. A gush of vast true energy surged out of Duan Lingtian's body and hovered in the air in just a blink of an eye. When the surging true energy was elongated, wisps of blood-red energy flashed in the surroundings, revealing a chilling aura. After a while, the elongated true energy transformed into a winding divine dragon that was dozens of meters long. If one were to take a closer look, they would realize that each of the divine dragon's claws had 5 razor-sharp claws. It was a 5-clawed divine dragon. Moreover, judging by the blood-red energy around the 5-clawed divine dragon, it was obvious it was not formed by imagination. It was a true energy consolidated beast condensed from blood essence. This kind of true energy consolidated beast was even more powerful. In order to avoid causing a commotion, Duan Lingtian only consolidated the 5-clawed divine dragon with his true energy before dispersing it. Let's go out and test its power. Although he had consolidated the 5-clawed divine dragon with the true energy consolidated beast technique, Duan Lingtian still had no idea how powerful it was. All he knew was that the true energy consolidated beast condensed from blood essence was more powerful than ordinary true energy consolidated beasts. However, he had no idea how powerful it was. When Duan Lingtian left, he did not notice there was someone hovering in the air in the sky who had witnessed everything he had done. This included the 5-clawed divine dragon he had formed with his true energy consolidated beast, which was also known as the divine dragon dharma form. Blood essence, condensed beast. And it's a 5-clawed divine dragon. Could it be that he was related to the dragons? Otherwise, how could there be the blood essence of a 5-clawed divine dragon? A surprised voice rang out. It was a purple bird standing on the black figure's shoulder that was talking. There was a hint of surprise in its voice. The blood essence solidified beast referred to the true energy solidified beast that used blood essence as its foundation. The 5-clawed divine dragon that Duan Lingtian had just condensed with his true energy was also a true energy consolidated beast. But to be more specific, it was a blood consolidated beast. Maybe. The black figure was a woman covered in a black suit. Her figure was enchanting, enough to make any man in the world fantasize. This black-clad woman was none other than the assassin from the Mountain Shade Black Market, Chi Mei. As for the identity behind Chi Mei, in the entire 9-sect alliances district, other than herself and the purple bird on her shoulder, perhaps only the leader of the Mountain Shade Black Market's branch knew about it. Sister, when are we going to leave this godforsaken place? Other than the leader of the Mountain Shade Black Market's branch, who has some strength. The rest of the people here are too weak. These few Saint Stage powerhouses from the Moon Illumination sect can't even last 3 moves in my hands. The purple bird said in a slightly unhappy tone. We'll leave when we're done here, Chi Mei said. All right, let's go. Let's follow them and have a look. Chi Mei said and followed Duan Lingtian, completely ignoring the flight, prohibiting formation that shrouded the Moon Illumination sect. At the same time, Duan Lingtian was walking out of Bai Li Hong's mansion, the inner court, and the Moon Illumination sect's estate. Although Duan Lingtian was alone when he left the Moon Illumination sect's estate, he did not feel guilty at all. With his current strength and techniques, he was not afraid even if he faced a paramount Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse. Naturally, he did not dare to say he could defeat all of the paramount Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses. After all, there were many paramount Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses who had half a foot in the Saint stage. Those people were all at the peak of the Saint Rudiment stage. They could be considered as the top powerhouses below the Saint stage. If they cast their unpredictable territories, even Duan Lingtian did not dare to say he was completely confident he could defeat them. Although Duan Lingtian had a lot of things to rely on, Duan Lingtian still had a lot of things to rely on. Moreover, with Duan Lingtian's current cultivation base, he was confident he could discover and shake off an imminent Saint stage powerhouse in an instant, even if he was tailed by them. Due to this reason, he was fearless when he left the Moon Illumination sect. Naturally, he was confident he would not be able to discover a Saint stage powerhouse tailing him. However, if a Saint stage powerhouse really wanted to harm him, there was no need for them to tail him at all. They could just do it in the Moon Illumination sect. After leaving the Moon Illumination sect's estate, Duan Lingtian went to the place where Bai Li Hong had brought him to test the 3-star Saint inscription. It was a mountain ridge filled with powerful wild beasts. In this mountain ridge, Duan Lingtian was completely at ease. Instead of saying he was at ease, it was more accurate to say he was at ease with the divine dragon phenomenon that was consolidated from his true energy. Duan Lingtian's divine dragon phenomenon was formed from the blood essence of a 5-clawed devil dragon. It carried the dragon's might. Wherever it passed, the wild beasts would have fear in their eyes. As it passed, it swept everything in its path. Duan Lingtian discovered even a Mastery Saint Rudiment stage wild beast could withstand the divine dragon phenomenon's attack. The power of the divine dragon phenomenon was so powerful that it was beyond his imagination. My 5-clawed divine dragon phenomenon is more than a few times stronger than ordinary true energy, consolidated beasts. Soon after, Duan Lingtian confirmed this. At this moment, it was as though he could already see other people's true energy consolidated beasts being easily defeated by his divine dragon phenomenon. It's so powerful! The purple bird in the sky exclaimed in surprise. How can the divine dragon phenomenon that was consolidated from the blood essence of a 5-clawed divine dragon not be powerful? Chi Mei did not seem to be surprised. She merely said nonchalantly, Sister, are we just going to keep following him like this? The purple bird asked. Yes. Chi Mei nodded. Then how long do we have to follow him? The purple bird asked with a wry smile. Until I find the person I'm looking for. Chi Mei's eyes gleamed as she said bluntly. Naturally, Duan Lingtian did not know he was being followed by 2 Saint Stage beings. Otherwise, he would not be as excited as he was now. When Duan Lingtian entered this mountain ridge that was filled with wild beasts, He was like a fish swimming in the vast sea and a bird flying in the vast sky. Wherever he passed, the divine dragon phenomenon would open a path for him. He was invincible and invincible. Of course, the reason for this was mostly because the strongest wild beast Duan Lingtian encountered was only at the Mastery Saint Rudiment stage. Why aren't there any Perfection Saint Rudiment stage wild beasts? Duan Lingtian was a little puzzled. He was no longer addicted to the Mastery Saint Rudiment stage wild beasts with the divine dragon phenomenon. He wanted to use the divine dragon phenomenon to torture a Perfection Saint Rudiment stage wild beast. Even if the divine dragon phenomenon was consolidated from the blood essence of a 5-clawed divine dragon, it was only a true energy consolidated beast no matter how powerful it was. Compared to a real Perfection Saint Rudiment stage wild beast, there was still a big gap. After half a day, Duan Lingtian still had not encountered a Perfection Saint Rudiment stage wild beast. In the end, he was a little impatient. Forget it. There will be plenty of chances in the future. It's time to go back and prepare. After a few days of preparation, we'll head back to Half Moon Island. Soon, Duan Lingtian felt relieved. At the same time, he decided to return to Half Moon Island in a few days. When Duan Lingtian thought of his 2 fiancées who were pregnant with his child, he was eager to return home. As for preparation, there was nothing much to prepare. He mainly wanted to inform Bai Li Hong and bid farewell to the people he knew. Apart from that, he would also take some time to cultivate the colossal arrow bell technique in the colossal aerolite arrow. The colossal arrow bell was a technique that was comparable to the defensive techniques in the Earth rank Saint grade martial tactic. Its power was not comparable to the defensive techniques in the human rank Saint grade martial tactic. Currently, Duan Lingtian had only cultivated the colossal arrow bell to the 2nd stage, the elementary stage. However, its defensive power had already surpassed the golden shirt. Naturally, although the colossal arrow bell and the golden shirt were both defensive techniques, there was a difference between them. The colossal arrow bell required the coordination of the aerolite shower to form a defense on the outside like an eggshell. The golden shirt required the coordination of the physical body. While forming a defense, it would also strengthen one's physical strength to a certain extent. Since the two were very different, they did not affect each other and could exist together. Duan Lingtian, who was preparing to return to Half Moon Island, did not know that Lu Huan's expression had been very grave ever since he returned from Han River City a month ago. Until today, it was still very grave. All of this was because Lu Huan had found out that the Mountain Shade Black Market had canceled the mission to kill Duan Lingtian that he had issued. When he found out about this, his first reaction was to fly into a rage out of humiliation. Even though the Mountain Shade Black Market had compensated him with 10 times the commission, he was not happy at all. This was because he knew that the Mountain Shade Black Market would no longer accept the mission to kill Duan Lingtian. Naturally, Lu Huan had also thought about why the Mountain Shade Black Market did not accept the mission to kill Duan Lingtian. Was it because there was a secret behind Duan Lingtian that he did not know about? In the end, he was more inclined toward one of the guesses. Bai Li Hong had connections in the Mountain Shade Black Market. Through his actions, he had gotten the Mountain Shade Black Market to cancel the mission to kill Duan Lingtian. Do I really have to watch that little bastard grow up just like that? Lu Huan's face was grave. The moment he thought about Duan Lingtian, his eyes looked as though they were going to spit fire. No, that little bastard must die. If he doesn't die, I can't even deal with Feng Hui. He must die. Feng Hui must die as well. In the end, Lu Huan had even lost his mind. However, when an inner court disciple came in to report, Lu Huan's eyes lit up immediately. Duan Lingtian wants to leave the sect alone and return to his hometown? Are you sure this news is accurate? Chapter 1525. It's true. This is what Duan Lingtian said to the outer court disciple from Mound Hill City like him. The inner court disciple nodded. Good, good, good. Upon hearing the inner court disciple's words, Lu Huan said good 3 times in a row. At the same time, he waved his hand to signal the inner court disciple to leave. Continue to monitor Duan Lingtian's movements. If there's any movement from him, report to me immediately. Yes. Although the inner court disciple was not Lu Huan's disciple, he was still a member of Lu Huan's faction and was loyal to him. At this moment, the inner court disciple's report kept echoing in Lu Huan's ears. Duan Lingtian was leaving the sect alone to return to his hometown. If he really leaves alone, it'll be a great opportunity for me. Lu Huan's eyes lit up as he muttered to himself. Elder Lu Huan. At this moment, another inner court disciple from Lu Huan's faction came in to report. Elder Zhao Feng has come out of closed-door cultivation. Elder Zhao Feng? Upon hearing the inner court disciple's report, Lu Huan's eyes lit up again. After dismissing the inner court disciple, he said with a smile, Elder Zhao Feng happened to come out of closed-door cultivation at this moment. Could it be that this is God's will and wants Duan Lingtian to die a graveless death? Like him, Zhao Feng was also an inner court elder in the Moon Illumination sect. However, compared to him, Zhao Feng was much more powerful. Zhao Feng's strength could be ranked in the top 3 among all the inner court elders in the Moon Illumination sect. It was said that he was going to break through to the imminent saint stage during his closed-door cultivation. Regardless of whether he succeeded or not, his strength would definitely improve. Apart from that, Zhao Feng had another identity. He was the outer court disciple who was killed by Duan Lingtian. He was also the master of Feng Fan, who was ranked 99th on the Earth ranking. Feng Fan was instigated by Lu Huan's direct disciple, Zhou Qi, to engage in a death duel with Duan Lingtian. In the end, he was killed by Duan Lingtian. However, with Zhou Qi's death, all of this had become a mystery. However, it was an indisputable fact that Feng Fan was killed by Duan Lingtian. It was an indisputable fact that Feng Fan was Zhao Feng's direct disciple. Therefore, when Lu Huan found out that Zhao Feng had come out of his closed-door cultivation, he immediately went to look for him. Elder Zhao Feng, congratulations on coming out of seclusion. You must have gained quite a lot this time, right? As soon as Lu Huan arrived at Zhao Feng's residence and saw Zhao Feng, he greeted him enthusiastically. Zhao Feng was an old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion. His entire body exuded an otherworldly aura, as if he had come from another world. However, compared to Lu Huan's enthusiasm, Zhao Feng had a calm expression on his face. His body emitted a cold aura that kept people at arm's length. Elder Lu Huan, I've just come out of my closed-door cultivation, and you've already come looking for me. Alas! Upon hearing Zhao Feng's words, the smile on Lu Huan's face disappeared, and he let out a long sigh. Elder Zhao Feng, I've been coming to your place many times over the past 6 months. However, every time I came, I was informed that you were still in closed-door cultivation. Is there anything you need from me? Zhao Feng looked at Lu Huan. Although his tone was still calm, there was a hint of curiosity in it. Elder Zhao Feng, you've just come out of your closed-door cultivation, so I don't think you're aware that Feng Fan has been killed, right? Lu Huan sighed again. What did you say? Lu Huan's words caused Zhao Feng's expression to change. You're saying Feng Fan was killed? Yes. Lu Huan nodded. Who? Who is it? Zhao Feng asked in a deep voice. His body emitted a bone-chilling aura. When Lu Huan sensed Zhao Feng's anger, he was overjoyed. The more Zhao Feng cared about Feng Fan, the happier he was. Feng Fan was killed by a sect's disciple called Duan Lingtian. This Duan Lingtian only entered the sect about a year ago, Lu Huan said. Duan Lingtian. He only entered the sect recently? Upon hearing Lu Huan's words, Zhao Feng's face turned even graver. At the same time, he looked at Lu Huan and said coldly, "Tell me everything in detail. I want to know the ins and outs of this matter." Lu Huan nodded and began to tell him about the death duel invitation that Feng Fan and Duan Lingtian had signed. In the end, he told him about how Feng Fan was killed by Duan Lingtian. Throughout the entire process, Zhao Feng was enraged just by listening to the story. His body began to tremble violently due to his agitation. What's his background? However, he was an inner court elder who had been famous in the Moon Illumination sect for many years after all. Soon he calmed himself down. However, his voice was so deep that it sounded like thunder. He's from Mound Hill City. He's the disciple of Feng Hui, the city governor of Mound Hill City. Lu Huan replied, "Mound Hill City? Feng Hui?" Upon hearing that, Zhao Feng looked at Lu Huan deeply. "Lu Huan, if I'm not mistaken, Feng Hui seems to be your enemy, right?" "Yes." Lu Huan nodded. At the same time, he said guiltily, "Elder Zhao Feng, I'm also at fault in this matter. If I didn't let Feng Hui live until now, he wouldn't have taken Duan Lingtian as his disciple and wouldn't have recommended Duan Lingtian to the Moon Illumination sect. If Duan Lingtian didn't come to the Moon Illumination sect, Feng Fan wouldn't have died." Although Lu Huan's words were spoken in hindsight, it was still true. There's no need to talk about the past anymore. Zhao Feng's eyes were filled with killing intent. Zhao Feng's eyes flickered with ghastly killing intent. With his current attitude, if Duan Lingtian was before him, Duan Lingtian would probably be directly torn apart by him. Lu Huan sighed in relief when he saw this. He was really worried that Zhao Feng would be interested in Duan Lingtian and forget about his hatred for Feng Fan after learning about this. However, it seemed like he was worried for nothing. "Elder Zhao Feng, I know you want to kill Duan Lingtian to avenge Feng Fan. However, Duan Lingtian is no longer who he used to be. Let alone you. Even the sect leader has to be courteous when he sees him." Lu Huan said, "The sect leader has to be courteous when he sees him." Horror dawned on Zhao Feng as he asked in a deep voice, "Don't tell me he's taken in as a disciple by one of the supreme elders?" This was the first thought that appeared in Zhao Feng's mind. "No, he's not." Lu Huan shook his head. "If he's not, why does the sect leader have to be courteous to him?" Zhao Feng asked with a frown, "I don't know what method Duan Lingtian used to gain Elder by Li's favor." Lu Huan sighed. "If that wasn't the case, I would have killed him long ago to avenge Feng Fan without waiting for you to come out of closed-door cultivation, Elder Zhao Feng." "Avenge Feng Fan?" Zhao Feng stared at Lu Huan and smirked. "I think you're just worried that he'll help Feng Hui to go against you when he grows stronger, right? Even if you want to kill him, you're just trying to prevent future trouble, right?" He knew a little about the matter between Lu Huan and Feng Hui. Lu Huan smiled awkwardly, but he did not deny it because he knew it was useless. "Then, does this mean he's taken in as a disciple by Elder Bai Li? It seems like he's really extraordinary since he's able to gain Elder by Li's favor." Among the group of inner court elders in the Moon Illumination sect, Bai Li Hong was the only one with the surname Bai Li. Due to this reason, when he heard Lu Huan's words, he instantly figured out that Duan Lingtian was related to Bai Li Hong. Naturally, the first thing that came to his mind was Bai Li Hong had taken in Duan Lingtian as a disciple. Naturally, he was wary of Bai Li Hong. "He's not taken in as a disciple by Elder Bai Li." Lu Huan shook his head. "He's not taken in as a disciple?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Feng could not help but sigh in relief. He really did not have the courage to face Bai Li Hong directly. Although his strength could be ranked in the top 3 among the group of inner court elders, Bai Li Hong was still the one who was ranked first. Although his strength had improved since he came out of closed-door cultivation, he only dared to challenge the person who ranked second. He had never thought of challenging Bai Li Hong. If they did not use their saint weapons and fought barehanded, he was confident he could fight Bai Li Hong. However, if they used their saint weapons, he would definitely not be a match for Bai Li Hong. This was because the saint weapon in Bai Li Hong's hand was inscribed with three-star saint inscriptions. Just this alone was enough to completely suppress his saint weapon. When Lu Huan saw Zhao Feng sighing in relief, he smiled wryly on the inside. At the same time, he threw out a bombshell. Although Elder Bai Li did not take him in as a disciple, he took in Duan Lingtian as a disciple on behalf of his master. As for Duan Lingtian, he's now his junior brother. One must admit that the bombshell thrown out by Lu Huan was very powerful. It stunned Zhao Feng for a while before he regained his senses. Duan Lingtian, who killed Feng Fan, had become Elder Bai Li's junior brother? Duan Lingtian did not know that Lu Huan was meeting with another inner court elder to discuss how to deal with him. If he knew, he would definitely be flattered. He was just an inner court disciple, but he was able to make two inner court elders behave in such a manner. Although it might not be the first in the history of the Moon Illumination sect, it was definitely unprecedented. A few days before he left, Duan Lingtian made a trip to the outer court to greet Ling Yun and Xiong Hu. Then he returned to the inner court to look for Elder Fanggan to inform him that he was leaving the sect and returning to his hometown. Elder Fanggan was the inner court elder he had met at the Merit Pavilion. It was Elder Fanggan who had brought him to look for Bai Li Hong. Elder Fanggan was also one of the few people Duan Lingtian was familiar with in the Moon Illumination sect. Junior brother, I'll go back with you. Bai Li Hong was the last person among Duan Lingtian's acquaintances who knew about Duan Lingtian's plan. When he found out about Duan Lingtian's plan, he had planned to leave with Duan Lingtian since he was worried about Duan Lingtian being alone. Senior brother, there's no need for such trouble. I'll go back alone. Duan Lingtian smiled. No, that's too dangerous. I must go back with you. Bai Li Hong shook his head. He was determined. However, although Bai Li Hong was determined, he was eventually persuaded by Duan Lingtian. Chapter 1526. The five-clawed divine dragon phenomenon that Duan Lingtian consolidated with the true energy consolidated beast technique easily defeated Bai Li Hong's true energy consolidated beast in just one blow. Naturally, Bai Li Hong was dumbfounded by this. Originally, the fact that Duan Lingtian had broken through to the perfection Saint Rudiment stage had already shocked him. However, when he saw how Duan Lingtian's true energy consolidated beast defeated his true energy consolidated beast in just one blow, he was completely shocked as well. It would be fine if his true energy consolidated beast was consolidated with his imagination. However, his true energy consolidated beast was similar to Duan Lingtian's. It was consolidated with a saint beast's blood essence and true energy. As a saint inscription master, naturally he had the means to obtain the saint beast's blood essence before he broke through to the perfection Saint Rudiment stage. Junior brother, is your true energy consolidated beast the legendary divine dragon? Bai Li Hong asked with a shocked expression on his face after taking a deep breath. He had only heard of divine dragons, but had never seen one before. In the beginning, when Duan Lingtian had cast the true energy consolidated beast technique and consolidated the divine dragon phenomenon, he had already sensed that Duan Lingtian's divine dragon phenomenon was not simple. In just a blink of an eye, a thought flashed in his mind as he recalled the records he had read about divine dragons. The phenomenon that Duan Lingtian consolidated with the true energy consolidated beast technique was exactly the same as the records he had read about divine dragons. Regardless of the characteristics, they were identical. That's right. Duan Lingtian nodded with a smile. Does this mean you've obtained the divine dragon's blood essence before, junior brother? A hint of envy flashed in Bai Li Hong's eyes. Naturally, he was not jealous. In fact, he felt happy for Duan Lingtian from the bottom of his heart. Junior brother, You're really a man of great fortune to be able to obtain the divine dragon's blood essence. It's said that divine dragons are the kings of saint beasts to a certain extent. Although he was curious about how Duan Lingtian obtained the divine dragon's blood essence, he did not ask. Everyone had their own secrets. Hearing Bai Li Hong's words, Duan Lingtian smiled faintly but did not say anything. At this moment, he also realized that Bai Li Hong did not seem to recognize that the divine dragon phenomenon that he had consolidated using the true energy, consolidated beast technique, was actually a 5-clawed divine dragon. Perhaps Senior Brother doesn't know that divine dragons are also divided into different grades. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. 2 days later, Duan Lingtian left the Moon Illumination Sex Estate and planned to return to Half Moon Island. Bai Li Hong sent Duan Lingtian out of the Moon Illumination Sex Estate. Junior Brother, Senior Brother will wait for your return. Bring your 2 sisters-in-law with you when you return. A woman who can match a dragon among men, like Junior Brother, is definitely not an ordinary woman. Then, Senior Brother, you should prepare a gift. Duan Lingtian smiled. Isn't it just 2 gifts? It's only a small matter. Bai Li Hong said indifferently. Senior Brother, I'm afraid it's not 2 but 4. Duan Lingtian smiled even more brightly. 4? Bai Li Hong's eyes widened. Don't you only have 2 fiancés? I forgot to tell you, Senior Brother. Both of my fiancés are pregnant. I'm going back this time to accompany them until they give birth. Duan Lingtian smiled. Why are you only telling me such an important thing now? Bai Li Hong said with slight dissatisfaction. Why don't I go back with you? Not only can I protect you along the way, but I can also see my 2 nephews immediately. Don't worry, Senior Brother. I'll definitely bring them along the next time I come back. Duan Lingtian smiled. Previously, he did not bring Kerr and Li Fei along because he was unfamiliar with the Dao Martial Saint Land. He did not have a place to stay in the Dao Martial Saint Land. However, now that he was in the Moon Illumination sect, he could bring the 2 girls here with ease. With Bai Li Hong around, they would definitely be safe in the Moon Illumination sect. Then you must come back quickly. I'm anxious to see my 2 unborn nephews, Bai Li Hong said. Senior Brother, don't worry. I'll bring them back as soon as the children are born. Duan Lingtian nodded and bade farewell to Bai Li Hong before flying away. Bai Li Hong's eyes gleamed when he saw Duan Lingtian's silhouette disappearing before his eyes. He turned around and returned to the Moon Illumination Sex Estate. After he returned to the inner court, he immediately walked into a spacious mansion. This mansion was not his mansion. However, when he entered, it was as though he had entered an empty space. The people in the mansion did not dare to stop him at all. Elder Bai Li, what brings you here? At this moment, a person walked out of the mansion and welcomed Bai Li Hong warmly. This person was none other than Lu Huan. Although Lu Huan looked friendly, there was a flash of realization in the depth of his eyes that even Bai Li Hong did not notice. It was as though he was not surprised by Bai Li Hong's arrival. Of course, there's something I need from you, Bai Li Hong said nonchalantly as he casually found an excuse. Naturally, the main reason he came to look for Lu Huan was to ensure that Lu Huan would not leave his sight for a period of time. In that case, he would not have to worry that Lu Huan would harm his junior brother, Duan Lingtian. However, what Bai Li Hong did not expect was that Lu Huan would not dare to offend Lu Huan. Currently, Lu Huan was not the only one who wanted to kill Duan Lingtian. Although the Mountain Shade Black Market had canceled the mission to kill Duan Lingtian and stopped accepting missions to kill Duan Lingtian, there were still other people who wanted to kill Duan Lingtian. On the other hand, after Duan Lingtian bade farewell to Bai Li Hong, he headed south. With his current cultivation base, there was no need for him to hide from place to place. He could just travel without any worries. Naturally, this was also because the south was the direction to the border of the Dao Martial Saint Land. At the border of the Dow Marshall St. Land, there were not many St. Rudiment stage powerhouses, let alone those at the St. Rudiment stage. Naturally, they were rare, but they could still be seen occasionally. However, there were not many St. Rudiment stage Marshall and Dow cultivators who could threaten him. Due to this reason, there was no need for him to be afraid. Whoosh! Duan Ling Tian, who was originally traveling at a speed that was neither fast nor slow, suddenly flew at full speed and shot into the distance. Soon after, he arrived at the sky above a vast beach. This beach was the border of the Dow Marshall St. Land. Once he went out to sea, he would be considered to have left the Dow Marshall St. Land. However, Duan Ling Tian suddenly came to a halt as he stood above the beach. At the same time, he turned around and did not continue to travel. "You've been following me for so long. Isn't it time for you to come out?" Duan Ling Tian said nonchalantly as he looked at the sky in the distance. His voice was not loud, but it was extremely clear. It easily broke through the barrier of the wind in the air. However, there was no reply from the distance. It was as though there was no one there at all. However, Duan Ling Tian was very patient. His eyes were fixed in a certain direction as he stared at the clouds in the distance. It was as though there was someone hiding behind it. Finally, after 15 minutes, a figure stepped out from behind the clouds. "How did you notice?" The person who walked out from behind the clouds was an old man. The old man had white hair and a ruddy complexion. He had a sage-like bearing. When he looked at Duan Ling Tian, a hint of suspicion flashed in his eyes. "Do you think it's difficult to notice?" Duan Ling Tian sneered. "Tell me, who are you? Why are you following me?" He would not be surprised if the person who followed him was Lu Huan, since he was already mentally prepared. When he was still in the Moon Illumination sect, he had purposely spread the news that he was leaving the Moon Illumination sect alone to return to his hometown. He'd only done this to set up a bait. His purpose of baiting Lu Huan was to lure the big fish, and the big fish was none other than Lu Huan. He planned to lure Lu Huan here to kill him so that Lu Huan would never return. With his current strength, he was confident he could kill Lu Huan. Lu Huan was only an ordinary paramount St. Rudiment stage Marshall cultivator. He was not at the peak of the paramount St. Rudiment stage, nor was he at the imminent Saint stage. Duan Ling Tian was 90% confident he could defeat Lu Huan. He even thought of using this opportunity to get rid of Lu Huan completely. It could be considered as revenge for his master, Feng Hui. However, to his surprise, Lu Huan did not follow him. Although someone had followed him, it was not Lu Huan. However, he was certain this person's cultivation base was not any weaker than Lu Huan's. "How dare you ask who I am after killing my disciple?" The old man sneered as he stared at Duan Ling Tian coldly. "Killed your disciple?" Duan Ling Tian was stunned for a moment before he thought about it. Soon after, an idea flashed through his mind. The only Moon Illumination sect's disciple he had killed was Feng Fan. As far as he knew, Feng Fan had a master who was the Moon Illumination sect's inner court elder, Zhao Feng. He was so powerful that he could be ranked in the top 3 among all the inner court elders in the Moon Illumination sect. "You're Zhao Feng? Feng Fan's master?" At this moment, Duan Ling Tian was almost certain this old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion before him was Feng Fan's master, Zhao Feng. "That's right, I'm Zhao Feng." Zhao Feng answered honestly, "Elder Zhao Feng, you didn't follow me all the way here just to chat with me, right?" Duan Ling Tian looked at Zhao Feng with a faint smile on his face. Although he did not know why Duan Ling Tian was still so calm, Zhao Feng did not take him seriously at all. Naturally, he was not worried that someone was secretly protecting Duan Ling Tian. With his strength, unless there was a Saint stage powerhouse hiding nearby, it was impossible for him to not notice him. Even if Bai Li Hong was hiding nearby, he would definitely notice him. "You're still so calm even when you're about to die. Put everything else aside. Just your courage alone is not something an ordinary young man can have. Unfortunately, you've killed my disciple, so I can't let you live." Zhao Feng said in a righteous manner. "Elder Zhao Feng." Duan Lingtian sneered. "Back then, it was your disciple, Feng Fan, who issued a death duel invitation to me. It was he who wanted to kill me, and it wasn't me who wanted to kill him. Don't tell me you think I should stretch out my neck and let him kill me during a death duel." Chapter 1527. Humph, you have a sharp tongue. Zhao Feng snorted coldly as his eyes gradually turned cold. "However, no matter how eloquent your tongue is, you won't be able to escape death today." As soon as his words left his mouth, the aura on Zhao Feng's body changed. At that moment, a special feeling appeared in Duan Lingtian's heart, causing him to feel slightly oppressed. Duan Lingtian knew very well that this was Zhao Feng's true energy, consolidated territory. Although he still did not know what Zhao Feng's territory was, Duan Lingtian was not afraid at all. When Zhao Feng cast his true energy consolidated weapon and true energy consolidated beast techniques one after another, Duan Lingtian also cast his true energy consolidated weapon technique and consolidated a gigantic sword. Looking at Zhao Feng's all-out stance, other than showing that he was a careful person, it was also enough to show that he really wanted to kill Duan Lingtian here. True energy, consolidated weapon. You're actually a mastery Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator? Zhao Feng's eyes narrowed. It was obvious he had just found out that Duan Lingtian could cast his true energy, consolidated weapon technique. So what if I'm a mastery Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator? Compared to you, Elder Zhao Feng, I don't seem to be anything, right? Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. Of course. Zhao Feng's voice was filled with arrogance. I'm a martial cultivator at the peak of the paramount Saint Rudiment stage. Killing a mastery Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator like you is as easy as killing a chicken or cutting grass. Of course, although Zhao Feng said so, his heart was still filled with shock. He was shocked by Duan Lingtian's cultivation. Less than a year ago, Duan Lingtian was still an outer court disciple who had not broken through to the Saint Rudiment stage. He had fought a death duel with his disciple, Feng Fan, and killed him. However, he was now a mastery Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator. Elder Zhao Feng seems to be very confident in his strength. The smile on the corner of Duan Lingtian's mouth widened. However, Zhao Feng did not respond to him. Instead, he said to himself, "It seems like you were not a mortal shedding stage martial cultivator when you killed my disciple Feng Fan. However, I'm really curious. What method did you use to hide your cultivation base and make so many people think that you're just a mortal shedding stage martial cultivator?" Zhao Feng was to say that Duan Lingtian's S, when he was certain Duan Lingtian's stage martial cultivator when he entered the Moon Illumination sect. Duan Lingtian to Duan Lingtian's to Duan's a stage martial cultivator. As for the fact that Duan Lingtian had broken through to the Mastery Saint Rudiment stage from the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage in just a year, he did not dare to believe it at all. Let alone the district of the 9 sect alliances, even in the central district of the Dao Martial Saint Land where there were many powerhouses and geniuses, there was no such monstrous existence. Due to this reason, he insisted his guess was correct. Duan Lingtian had killed his disciple Feng Fan by pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. It was an unfair victory. The moment Zhao Feng thought of this, the anger in his heart burned even more. "You think you're so smart." Upon hearing Zhao Feng's words, Duan Lingtian was amused. A mocking expression appeared on his face, as though he was mocking Zhao Feng for being ignorant. "No matter what method you use to hide your cultivation base, you'll definitely die today." Zhao Feng took a step forward. At the same time, the air within a 100-meter radius from him seemed to stagnate. He had activated the territory that he had spread out earlier. At the same time, a gigantic saber that was consolidated with the true energy, consolidated weapon technique, appeared above his head. It was emitting a fierce aura as it pointed at Duan Lingtian. Meanwhile, the gigantic beast that was consolidated with the true energy, consolidated beast technique, was glaring at Duan Lingtian. It had locked onto Duan Lingtian. This huge beast looked very much like a lion, but it was not a lion. On its head, there was a sharp horn. There was a layer of blood energy that was faintly discernible around the gigantic beast. This was the symbol of a blood energy, consolidated beast. Zhao Feng's true energy consolidated beast was also consolidated with the Saint Beast's blood essence and true energy. It was not something an ordinary true energy, consolidated beast could compare to. Duan Lingtian was not surprised by this. With Zhao Feng's current achievements, he must have been a prodigy in the Moon Illumination sect when he was young. With the help of the Moon Illumination sect's powerhouses, he would not lack the blood essence of Saint Beasts above the perfection Saint Rudiment stage. Even the Mountain Shade Black Market's assassin whom he killed with the Devil Seal tablet could not compare to him in this regard. When Zhao Feng activated the territory energy that he had spread out, Duan Lingtian only felt a huge pressure pressing on his body. It was so heavy that he could barely breathe since he was unprepared. At this moment, his face turned as pale as a sheet of paper. A mere Mastery Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator is destined to be a fish on my chopping board in my gravitational territory. Zhao Feng smirked when he saw Duan Lingtian's expression. Gravitational territory? Upon hearing Zhao Feng's words, realization dawned on Duan Lingtian. It was no wonder he felt a strong pressure pressing on him, causing him to fall. As it turned out, the territory that Zhao Feng consolidated with his true energy, consolidated territory, was the gravitational territory. The gravitational territory was a relatively common territory. Within the area it covered, the gravity would increase to a certain extent according to the strength of the true energy. High up in the sky, at a place where Duan Lingtian and Zhao Feng did not notice, a lady who was completely covered in black was standing. The reason she was called a lady was because one could tell she was a lady based on her devilish figure. "Sister, do you want me to make a move? I'm afraid he's no match for this old man." The purple bird, standing on the lady's shoulder, asked. "There's no need for that." The lady shook her head gently as her autumn eyes gleamed. "Didn't you notice? His emotions are very stable from the beginning until the end. This is a sign of confidence." "Confidence?" The purple bird shook its head. "He's only a perfection Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator. But this old man is a martial cultivator at the peak of the paramount Saint Rudiment stage. Moreover, he has mastered the gravitational territory. Under the gravitational territory, he won't be able to move or even resist." It was apparent the purple bird did not think highly of Duan Lingtian. "Just watch. In the end, if he's really no match for him, it won't be too late for you to make a move then," the lady said. The purple bird nodded. The purple sparrow nodded and stared down with an eager look on its face. In the lady's eyes, it was as though Duan Lingtian was the only one left in the world. She could clearly see Duan Lingtian was still as calm as ever. It was not a pretense, but a genuine calmness. She could not help but feel puzzled. Where did his confidence come from? Could it be that he had discovered their existence and knew they would protect him at the critical moment? However, as soon as she thought about it, she felt it was impossible. Now, do you feel your body being restrained? Even with your true energy, it's difficult for you to resist the gravitational territory in my territory, right? Zhao Feng looked at Duan Lingtian as if everything was within his control, and the corners of his mouth curled into a wisp of a proud smile. However, Duan Lingtian's reply caused the smile on his face to freeze completely. Is this all your gravitational territory can do? Duan Lingtian's face, that was as pale as a sheet of paper, had somehow regained its color. When he looked at Zhao Feng again, there was a faint smile on his face that was filled with mockery. You're still so stubborn even when you're about to die. Zhao Feng was so angry that he laughed. He did not seem to have made any movement, but the gigantic saber that he had formed with his true energy consolidated weapon technique swept across the sky and headed straight for Duan Lingtian. It was aimed at Duan Lingtian's head, as though he wanted to cut Duan Lingtian in half. Roar! The gigantic beast that Zhao Feng had formed with his blood energy, consolidated beast technique, was now charging at Duan Lingtian with its mouth wide open. It looked as though it wanted to swallow Duan Lingtian whole. Facing the gigantic saber and the gigantic beast, Duan Lingtian's expression did not change. However, in the blink of an eye, a gust of true energy shot out from the top of his head like lightning. In the blink of an eye, it elongated into the divine Dragon Dharma power. More accurately, it was the five-clawed divine Dragon Dharma power. The divine Dragon Dharma power was covered with blood-red vigor, and as soon as it appeared, it emitted waves of dragon power. In an instant, the gigantic beast that Zhao Feng had formed with his true energy consolidated beast technique stopped abruptly in its tracks. In the face of Duan Lingtian's divine Dragon Dharma power, it was actually afraid. If it was just a beast Dharma power formed with his imagination and true energy, it would naturally not be afraid. However, Zhao Feng's giant beast Dharma power was formed with the blood essence and true energy of a gigantic beast. It had a certain level of intelligence. In the face of the king of saint beasts like the dragons, it was only natural that it would be afraid. Moreover, Duan Lingtian's divine Dragon Dharma power was the five-clawed divine Dragon Dharma power. The five-clawed divine dragon was the highest existence among the dragons in the Dao Martial Saint Land. For example, the patriarch of the Dragons clan was a five-clawed divine dragon. Moreover, the blood essence that Duan Lingtian had fused with was from the five-clawed devil dragon. The five-clawed devil dragon was considered the top existence among the five-clawed divine dragons. It was even stronger than the five-clawed golden dragon. What's going on? The scene before his eyes stunned Zhao Feng. He had lived for so long, but this was the first time he had seen something like this. However, at this moment, before Duan Lingtian's true energy, consolidated weapon Dharma power, could make a move, the divine Dragon Dharma power that was formed with the true energy consolidated beast Dharma power had already swept out its tail and defeated Zhao Feng's true energy consolidated beast Dharma power. At the same time, Zhao Feng's gigantic saber Dharma power was also defeated by the divine Dragon Dharma power. After the divine Dragon Dharma power defeated two of Zhao Feng's Dharma powers, it hovered proudly in the air as though it was looking down on everything in the world. Dragon. It's a divine dragon. A real divine dragon. Zhao Feng, who had regained his senses, was shocked by the power of Duan Lingtian's divine Dragon Dharma power. At the same time, a memory about divine dragons appeared in his mind. Of course, like Bai Li Hong, he had never seen a real divine dragon. His understanding of divine dragons was limited to what was recorded in the books. While Zhao Feng was still shocked by Duan Lingtian's divine Dragon Dharma power, Duan Lingtian's voice resonated in the air. Elder Zhao Feng, your gravitational territory doesn't seem like much. In the next moment, Zhao Feng was shocked to see you're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.